Analog, Reader's Choice, edited by Stanley Schmidt. Copyright 1981 by Davis Publications, Incorporated. Grateful acknowledgment is hereby made for permission to reprint the following. Old Faithful by Raymond Z. Gallun. Copyright 1934 by Stratton Smith Publications, Incorporated, renewed. Reprinted by permission of the author. Helen O'Loy by Lester Del Rey. Copyright 1938 by Stratton Smith Publications, Incorporated, renewed. Reprinted by permission of the author. Requiem by Robert A. Heinlein. Copyright 1939 by Stratton Smith Publications, Incorporated. Copyright 1967 by Robert A. Heinlein. Reprinted by permission of the author and Spectrum Literary Agency. Some Curious Effects of Time Travel by L. Sprague de Camp. Copyright 1942 by Stratton Smith Publications, Incorporated, renewed. Reprinted by permission of the author. The Cold Equations by Tom Godwin. Copyright 1954 by Stratton Smith Publications, Incorporated, reprinted by permission of Scott Meredith Literary Agency, Incorporated. Plus X by Eric Frank Russell. Copyright 1956 by Stratton Smith Publications, Incorporated, reprinted by permission of Scott Meredith Literary Agency, Incorporated. The Big Front Yard by Clifford D. Simak. Copyright 1958 by Stratton Smith Publications, Incorporated, reprinted by permission of Kirby Macaulay Limited. What Do You Mean, Human? By John W. Campbell. Copyright 1959 by Stratton Smith Publications, Incorporated, reprinted by permission of the late author. Home is the Hangman by Roger Zelazny. Copyright 1975 by the Condé Nast Publications, Incorporated, reprinted by permission of Kirby Macaulay Limited. Eyes of Amber by Joan D. Vinge. Copyright 1977 by the Condé Nast Publications, Incorporated, reprinted by permission of the author. Ender's Game by Orson Scott Card. Copyright 1977 by the Condé Nast Publications, Incorporated, reprinted by permission of the author. Narrated by John Stratton.
This book was originally created for audio cassette playback. Any announcements concerning cassettes do not apply to this recording. This version contains markers allowing direct access to major portions of the book.
Annotation. Collection of 11 famous science fiction stories that appeared in Analog magazine between 1934 and 1977. Includes Old Faithful, about the last scientist of a dying race. Helen O'Loy, about a beautiful woman who is a robot, and Plus X, about an Earthman who uses a daring ploy to escape from an enemy planet. From the book jacket. Analog's readers have been demanding top science fiction since 1930, when the magazine was launched as Astounding Stories of Super Science. Recently, editor Stanley Schmidt asked them to return the favor. The result is this anthology. It's a selection, chosen by the readers themselves, of the most popular stories ever to have appeared in the magazine. Some are acknowledged classics by masters of the genre. Others are less widely known, but obviously memorable. All typify the Analog tradition, first-class storytelling solidly based on real science. From Old Faithful by Raymond Z. Gallun, first published in 1934, to Ender's Game by Orson Scott Card, which appeared in 1977, they're the best from half a century of award-winning stories. Included are Requiem, Robert A. Heinlein. All the rules and regulations said the old man's last wish was impossible. Home is the Hangman, Roger Zelazny. 3 of the robot's creators were dead, murdered. Can an intelligent machine seek revenge? Helen O'Loy, Lester Del Rey. A computer genius turns modern-day Pygmalion, with unexpected results. Eyes of Amber, Joan D. Vinge. Should an alien be forced to accept human morals? 10 outstanding stories in all, plus an introduction by Stanley Schmidt, and a 1959 editorial by the legendary John W. Campbell, Jr., editor of Analog from 1937 to 1971. About the editor. Editor Stanley Schmidt has a varied background, including formal training and professional experience as a physicist. One of the last writers developed by John W. Campbell, he was a frequent contributor to Analog for 10 years before becoming its editor in 1978. Side 1, Tone 1. Contents. Introduction by Stanley Schmidt. Tone 2, Old Faithful, December 1934, by Raymond Z. Gallun. Side 2, Tone 1, Helen O'Loy, December 1938, by Lester Del Rey. Tone 2, Requiem, January 1940, by Robert A. Heinlein. Side 3, Tone 1, Some Curious Effects of Time Travel, April 1942, by L. Sprague de Camp. Tone 2, The Cold Equations, August 1954, by Tom Godwin. Tone 3, Plus X, June 1956, by Eric Frank Russell. Side 5, Tone 1, The Big Front Yard, October 1958, by Clifford D. Simak. Side 6, Tone 1, What Do You Mean, Human, September 1959, by John W. Campbell, Jr. Tone 2, Home is the Hangman, November 1975, by Roger Zelazny. Side 8, Tone 1, Eyes of Amber, June 1977, by Joan D. Vinge. Side 9, Tone 1, Ender's Game, August 1977, by Orson Scott Card. Introduction. Stanley Schmidt. In 1980, Analog Science Fiction, Science Fact celebrated its 50th anniversary as a leading magazine of science fiction. During those 5 decades, it underwent several changes of name and editor, beginning as Astounding Stories of Super Science, but through most of them it was the magazine of science fiction to a great many readers who cared equally about imaginative speculation and storytelling. It is now well launched into its second half-century, and still going strong. Shortly after Davis Publications took over the publication of Analog during the golden anniversary year, I found out that we would now be able to do anthologies. So I ran an item in the magazine inviting the readers, many of whom quite rightly think of Analog as their magazine, to choose the contents of our second anthology. We were already at work on Analog's golden anniversary anthology, drawing on the magazine's entire half-century legacy. I asked interested readers to submit up to 10 nominations of stories or articles or anything ever published in Astounding or Analog, the book to be compiled from the most frequently nominated items. This is that book. Please note, I did not specify any particular criteria by which readers should select their nominees. Some might try to pick the 10 best stories ever printed. Others might shun those best stories which have already been reprinted so often that even the author has lost count, and try to pick others which they felt had been unjustly neglected. Others may have had still other standards which I can't even guess at. All I got was each voter's final result, a set of up to 10 cards listing what that person considered, for whatever reason, what I would most like to see in a new and important anthology. This book is a composite of those choices. Over 100 stories and articles were nominated, by authors from Anderson to Zelazny. The ones which finally found their way into the book are, very roughly, the ones most requested, but of course not all of those with more than N votes are here. A book, like an issue of a magazine, is rather like a jigsaw puzzle, and the contents had to be fitted into a fairly definite number of pages. Some very popular items, such as Spider and Gene Robinson's Star Dance, simply couldn't be squeezed in. Some writers had several top contenders. Orson Scott Card, for example, had 3, all rather long, and I limited the final selection to 1 per author. Sometimes a story simply wasn't available due to a conflict with some prior publishing commitment. And sometimes, as with Isaac Asimov's perennially popular Nightfall, a story had been reprinted so often elsewhere that even I agreed that my limited space would be better given to something a shade less overworked. Sorry, Isaac. There were a few surprises in the voting, and it's fun to speculate on what some of them mean. The top contenders, for example, included surprisingly few stories from the golden age of the 40s. Is this because many readers thought that period had been overworked in the past, or because there were so many favorites from that period that the votes were spread too thinly among them for any one to stand out? Does the preponderance of quite old and quite new stories, with rather few finalists from the 60s, suggest that the voters tended to be either old-timers with fond memories of their personal golden age, or new readers whose memories don't go back very far? I don't know. In any case, the important thing is the stories themselves. A word of explanation may be in order on 2 of the items herein. Several readers requested a John W. Campbell editorial without specifying a particular editorial. What do you mean, human is one of many, literally hundreds, I could have chosen? There were similar requests for a representative of Probability Zero, that peculiar series of tall tales that has appeared off and on through the decades. L. Sprague de Camp's entry here was the first of these to appear. A special honorable mention must be given to Robert A. Heinlein's The Green Hills of Earth, which received a number of votes even though it never appeared in Astounding or Analog. It actually made its first appearance in the Saturday Evening Post, but evidently more than one reader remembered the story and assumed it must have been here. The stories and editorial are arranged in this book in chronological order. If you want to try to guess the exact order in which they finished in the voting, you're welcome to try, but I'm not telling. Suffice it to say that all of these did quite well. In any case, I hope you'll enjoy them all, and then go on to the new ones, appearing every 4 weeks in Analog. Old Faithful, Raymond Z. Gallun. If number 774 had been a human being, he might have cursed bitterly, or he might have wept. Certainly he had reason to do so. But number 774 was not a human being. His fragile form bore not the slightest resemblance to that of a man. He knew nothing of smiles or frowns or tears, and whatever emotions passed within his cool, keen mind were hidden even to members of his own race. The 2 messengers who had come to his workshop that afternoon had not seen into his heart, and he received their message with the absolute outward calm that was characteristic of his kind. At the end of 40 days, number 774 must die. He had lived the allotted span fixed by the rulers. With food and water as scarce as they were, no one had the right to live longer unless he had proved through the usefulness of his achievements that it was for the good of all that he be granted an extension. Otherwise the young and strong must always replace the old and weak. In the opinion of the rulers, the work of number 774 was not useful. It was without value and was even wasteful. An extension of lifespan could not be considered. Number 774 must die. Having imparted this information, the messengers had crept into the streamlined hull of their ornithopter. Silvery wings had flapped, and the weird craft had lifted lightly, circled the great isolated workshop once in parting salute, and then had sped off into the west toward a distant city. In obedience to some impulse, number 774 had ascended to a high-placed window in the towering wall of his domicile to watch the ornithopter go. But long after the glinting metallic speck of its form had vanished into the sunset, number 774 continued to stare out toward the west. Pools of purple shade swelled and broadened in the hollows between the dunes of the Martian desert that stretched in undulating flatness to the far horizon. The sun sank out of sight, leaving only a faint reddish glow that quickly faded out at the rim of the world. The Martian sky, deep purple and shot with stars even during the day, became almost black, and the stars, veiled by an atmosphere only 1/6 as dense as that of Earth, gleamed with a steady and eerie brilliance that is never seen by terrestrial observers. It was a strange, beautiful sight, and perhaps in other circumstances something fine and paradoxically human in number 774's being might have appreciated its wild and lonely grandeur. But natural splendors could scarcely have interested him now, for his mind was too full of other things. In the sky was a tiny gray-green streak which he knew marked the position of an approaching comet. For a long moment he stared at it, and then his gaze wandered up among the welter of stars and sought out a greenish silver speck far brighter than any of its fellows. For many minutes his attention clung unwavering to that brilliant point of light. He knew more about that planet than any other inhabitant of Mars. He had never heard its name, nor in fact did he have a vocal name of his own for it. To him it was just the world which held the third orbital position in order from the sun. And yet, for him, there was concentrated in it all the hopes and all the fascination of a lifetime of painstaking work and effort. Gradually, by patient, methodical observation, he had wrested a few of its secrets from it. He had learned the composition of its atmosphere. He could describe its climates accurately. He even knew something about its soil. But beyond such superficial information, for a long time it seemed that he could never go. And then one night, when, with stoical resignation, he had all but laid aside his fondest dream, a sign had come. The third planet, Earth, was inhabited by thinking beings. It was not a spectacular sign. Neither was his conclusion guesswork. Number 774's telescope had revealed, on the darkened side of Earth, between the limbs of its crescent, a barely discernible flicker of light flashes, evenly spaced, and repeated at perfectly regular intervals. Only a high order of intelligence could have produced such signals. Dominated by a new zeal, number 774 had constructed a gigantic apparatus and had duplicated the Earthian signals flash for flash. Immediately he had been answered. Then he had tried a new arrangement of flashes, and the unknown beings on Planet 3 had seen, for they had repeated his signals perfectly. For 5 Martian years, the equivalent of nearly 10 passages of the Earth around the sun, he and the unimaginable entities on that other world, hardly ever less than 35 million miles away, had labored on the colossal problem of intelligent communication. The results of their efforts had been small and discouraging, yet in 10 or 20 years even that gigantic enigma might have yielded to persistence, ingenuity, and the indomitable will to do. But now no such thing could be. In 40 days number 774 would no longer exist, nor would there be another to carry on his work. Study of the third world could not produce more food or make water more plentiful. The rulers would dismantle all the marvelous equipment that he had assembled to aid him in his quest for useless and impractical knowledge. The veil of mystery would remain drawn over Planet 3 for many thousands of years, perhaps forever. But it was the ruler's privilege to command and to expect unquestioning obedience. Never once in a millennium had their authority been disputed, for the very existence of the dominant race of Mars, a world aged almost to the limit of its ability to support life, depended on absolute Spartan loyalty and discipline. Revolt now was unheard of. It could not be. Did number 774 feel resentment over his fate? Or did he accept his sentence with the stoicism of a true child of Mars? There was no way of telling. His position was almost unduplicated in the annals of the Red Planet, and in consequence his reactions may have been out of the ordinary. Almost never before had a creature of his kind wandered so far along the road of impractical knowledge, or had received the notice of the termination of lifespan so inopportunely. And so number 774 continued to gaze up at the green star that had been included in every dream and effort of his existence. Thoughts and feelings must have tumbled in riotous confusion inside his brain. After a while, Phobos, the nearer moon, mounted up over the western horizon and began its rapid march among the stars. Note, Mars rotates on its axis in 24 hours, 37 minutes, 22.67 seconds. Phobos, the nearer moon, which is only 3,700 miles distant from Mars, completes its orbit in only 7 hours, 39 minutes, thus circling its primary more than 3 times in every Martian day. Since Phobos follows its path in the same direction that the planet rotates, it is evident that to an observer on Mars it would appear to rise in the west and set in the east. End of note. Its pallid radiance converted everything into a half-seen fairyland of tarnished silver and ebony. The dunes of the lonely desert extending mile on mile in every direction, the low, fork-like walls of No. 774's workshop, the great shining dome of metal that capped it. Nothing was clearly discernible. Nothing seemed real. The coming of Phobos aroused No. 774 from his lethargy. It may be that he realized that time was fleeting, and that an hour could ill be spared from the 40 days of life that still remained to him. At a deft touch, the crystal pane that glazed the window before him slipped aside, and a faint night breeze, arid and chilled far below zero, blew in upon him. Edging his strange form forward, he leaned far out of the window and seemed intent upon creeping headlong down the rough stone wall. Long, slender portions of his anatomy clutched the sill, and he hung inverted like a roosting bat of earth. But otherwise there was not the remotest resemblance between No. 774 and a winged terrestrial mammal. If, by means of some miraculous transition, an Earthman had suddenly found himself standing there on the desert and looking up at the wall of the workshop close above, he might not even have recognized No. 774 as a living creature in the shifting, uncertain moonlight. Amid the fantastic jumble of light and shade, he would have seen only a blob of rusty brown color that might have been just the distorted shadow of one of the stone projections that jutted from the wall. If he had looked closer, he might have believed that the thing he saw was a small bundle of ancient and rotten rags dangling from the window ledge, with long loose tatters stirring idly in the faint breeze. Still, the glint of bright metal from No. 774's equipment would have puzzled him, and perhaps the suggestively gruesome aspect of this unknown and poorly illuminated object. From his dangling position, No. 774 sucked a great breath of cold air into his complex breathing organs. The frigid tang of the night refreshed him and seemed to endow him with new life. One last glance he cast toward the glory of the Martian heavens. At sight of Earth and the thread-like speck of the comet, his great eyes, dark and limpid and more nearly human than anything else about him, flashed briefly with a vague, slumberous suggestion of something pent up behind a barrier that was none too strong to hold it back. Then No. 774 drew himself up into the window. 3 jointed rods of metal unfolded themselves from the complicated arrangement of mechanisms that was fastened to his fragile body, and in a moment he was striding along on them like a man down a green-lighted cylindrical passage that extended off into misty obscurity. A faint and regular clicking came from the device, but No. 774 did not hear it. He knew of sound only as a vibration detectable by his keen sense of touch, and as a phenomenon registered by his scientific instruments. For No. 774 had no organs of hearing. His steps seemed hurried and feverish. Perhaps some un-Martian plan was already half formulated in his restless and troubled mind. The tunnel debouched at last into a colossal chamber where gigantic flying buttresses swept up and up through a misty green glow to meet the sides of an enormous rotunda of white metal that roofed the room. Enigmatic forms of weird apparatus crowded in bewildering complexity against the walls. Tipped at a steep angle at the center of the floor was a vast cylinder of webby girders. Piercing the dome, opposite the upper end of the cylinder, was a circular opening through which a portion of the starlit sky was visible, and at the base of the cylinder a great bowl rotated rapidly, like a huge wheel. Here was the observatory of No. 774, housing his telescope, and here were the controlling mechanisms of his signaling apparatus. He hurried up a steep ramp, from the upper end of which he could look down into the interior of the great rotating bowl. His eyes glanced critically over the device, searching for any possible slight disorder in its function, but there was none. To an Earthman acquainted with astronomical equipment, the purpose of the rotating bowl would have been at once apparent, and he would have marveled at the simple cleverness of this piece of Martian ingenuity. The bowl contained mercury. As the container spun on its perfectly balanced axis, centrifugal force caused the mercury to spread in a thin, precisely distributed layer over the inside of the bowl, forming a convex surface that acted admirably as a mirror for No. 774's gigantic reflecting telescope. Its area, and its consequent light-collecting capacity, was many times greater than any rigid mirror that could have been constructed without flaws. Satisfied with his inspection, No. 774 hoisted himself nimbly to a small platform, high-placed among the spidery girders of the chamber. His movements were quick and cat-like, yet coolly efficient, and he seemed bent upon making use of every moment of life that remained to him. His eyes almost lambent with eagerness, he stared into the large crystal sphere which the platform supported. From a prismatic arrangement fixed to the telescope arrangement above, an invisible beam of light came down, impinging on the sphere, and causing the picture which No. 774 was so intent upon to appear. In the depths of the crystal was an image of the third world, Earth. Since it was to sunward and nearing inferior conjunction with Mars, most of its surface that was turned to the red planet was in shadow and could not be seen. Only a thin curve of light fringed one hemisphere. Visible in the crescent were mottled areas of gray and green and brown, which No. 774 knew were oceans, continents, deserts, and verdant countryside. The shifting blurs of clouds, the winding rivers, and the snow-capped mountain chains he could recognize and understand too. But there was so much that distance and the distorting effects of two atmospheres left hidden and seemingly unattainable, things about which he had longed so passionately to see and to know. A delicate bundle of pink filaments that terminated one of No. 774's stalk-like limbs rested on a tiny lever before him. The thread-like tentacles, marvelously adapted and trained for the finest and most accurate sort of work, moved the lever slightly to the right. Immediately there was responding movement in the heavy parts of the huge telescope, and the image of Planet 3 in the crystal globe began to grow. Mountains loomed larger, seas and continents swelled until the whole of the image of the terrestrial sphere could not occupy the globe, and all that could be seen was a small part of the illuminated crescent. For a while, as the increase in magnification went on, details on Planet 3 were brought more clearly into view, but presently, as the picture grew larger and larger, it began to tremble and to undulate, as if it were seen through 1,000,000 atmospheric heat waves. As the power of the telescope was increased still further, the flickering, jumping, shifting luminescence that appeared in the vision globe became totally incoherent and meaningless and bore no slight relationship to an earthly scene. No. 774's huge optical instrument was failing before one of the same obstacles to magnification that terrestrial observers have noted in their telescopes. The gaseous envelopes of Earth and Mars, with their countless irregular air currents and varying indices of refraction due to differences in temperature and humidity, were distorting the image-bearing rays of light coming from Earth across 50 million miles of space and rendering magnification beyond a certain point useless. The telescope of No. 774 still had many Martian units of magnification in reserve, but for probing into the mysteries of Planet 3, that reserve was of not the least value. Still, No. 774 often gave his instrument full power in the vain hope, perhaps, that some day, by some trick of fate, the atmospheres of the two worlds would be quiet enough and clear enough to give him a momentary glimpse into the unknown, but the opportunity for such a glimpse had never come. Cool and collected, No. 774 brought his telescope back to the limit of effective magnification. In response to the manipulation of some instrument, the image of Planet 3 shifted so that no portion of the crescent was visible. The crystal globe was dark, but No. 774 knew that the third world was within the field of view. Unerringly, guided by his instruments, he fixed his telescope on a certain spot on the dark side of Planet 3. He knew that shrouded in the shadows of the night hemisphere of that distant world, there was a great continent extending broad and diversified between two vast oceans. It had lofty ranges of snow-crowned mountains, extensive plains green with an unknown vegetation, great lakes and winding rivers. In the southwestern portion of that continent was a desert, and near the edge of that desert was the place of the light that was the voice of the friend he had never seen, and whose form was unimaginable to him, much though he might imagine and long to know. The light was not there now, only the vague white blurs of earthly cities dotting the darkened continent, adding the mystery of their existence to the enigma of Planet 3. But number 774 was not troubled by the absence of the light, for he had faith in it. When he had signaled, it had always appeared in answer. It would appear this time, too. At his touch, a vast mechanism in a room far beneath the chamber of the telescope began to function silently and efficiently, building up power. Feeble and delicate and hideous though number 774 was by earthly standards, at a mere gesture he could evoke forces that were worthy of the gods. Number 774 watched a Martian version of a potentiometer. It was not like a terrestrial potentiometer. It had no graduated scale, no nervous pointer. It was just a globe of something that looked like frosted glass, from which a soft luminescence proceeded. First, number 774 saw in its depths a slumberous glow of a beautiful shade, quite unknown and unseeable to human eyes. It was what is called infrared on Earth. The color, being invisible to men, was of course quite indescribable, but to number 774 it was as common as blue or yellow, for his eyes, like the eyes of some of the lower forms of Earth, were constructed to see it. In addition, like all Martians, he was able to distinguish the slightest difference between one shade of color and another. It is upon this fact that Martians depend for the accurate reading of instruments, which, among men, would ordinarily have pointers and graduated scales. In any Martian meter, infrared, and of course the various shades of infrared, in their order of appearance in the spectrum, means a low reading. Red and the shades of red, advancing toward orange, constitute somewhat higher readings. Orange, yellow, green, blue, and violet are progressively higher, while the shade at the extreme outer end of the ultraviolet band, which Martian eyes can also see, represents the highest reading. In short, light of various wavelengths is used in practically all Martian meters to designate readings. Low readings are represented by long wavelengths near the infrared end of the spectrum, while high readings are designated by short wavelengths near the ultraviolet end of the spectrum. Number 774 waited until the changing kaleidoscope of ordinary colors had passed, and the delicate hue of ultraviolet had reached its maximum in the globe of the potentiometer before he made any further move. Then his tense body swayed forward, closing a complicated switch. The result was instantaneous. Through the circular opening in the rotunda, at which the muzzle of the telescope was pointed, a dazzling blaze of incandescence was visible in a sudden tremendous flash. The detonation that accompanied it was of a magnitude which one would have scarcely believed the rarefied atmosphere of old Mars capable of transmitting. The whole building, solidly constructed though it was, trembled with the concussion. For a moment the Martian night, within a radius of 20 miles or more of number 774's workshop, became brighter than midday, as an enormous store of energy, released from the outer surface of the metal dome which capped the observatory, poured suddenly into the atmosphere, thus forming above the workshop a vast canopy of cold light, far more intense than any aurora borealis of Earth. But the sudden flare died out as quickly as it had come. The echoes of the crash faded, and the calm of lonely desert and stars reasserted itself. Some eerie monster, which had unwittingly buried itself in the sand too close to the lair of number 774, scrambled out of its warm sleeping place amid a cloud of dust, and on gauzy wings sped hurriedly away from the zone of the thunder that had terrified it. As it flew, its fantastic shadow bobbed crazily over the moonlit sand. But number 774 was quite oblivious of any fears his experiments might arouse in the creatures of Mars. As far as his mind was concerned, for the time being, things Martian had almost ceased to exist for him. Earth, Planet 3, claimed all his attention. and there was room for nothing else. He had given his sign. Now he would wait for the answer that was sure to come. It would take approximately 9 minutes for Earth to get signals back to him, for that was the time which light, traveling at a speed of 186,000 miles per second, required to bridge twice the 50-million-mile void lying between the two planets. Number 774's weird, fragile body hunched eagerly forward on the small mat on which he squatted. His great eyes burned with the same fire of fascination which they had held when, a little while ago, he had gazed up at Earth and the approaching comet from the window in the wall of his workshop. Unwaveringly, they were fixed on the spot in the darkened vision globe where the light would appear. Sometimes that light was too dim for his trained and sensitive eyes to see, but arranged and hooded on a carefully shaded portion of the vision globe was a Martian photoelectric cell which would pick up the faintest of light signals and convert them into electrical impulses which would be amplified and relayed to an instrument close beside number 774. This instrument would reproduce the signals just as they came from Earth, but bright enough to be easily watched. Another device would record each flash for later study. 2. The body of number 774 tensed suddenly. There was the first signal, flickering faint and feeble across the millions of miles of space. Yet on the desert of Earth it doubtless represented flashes almost comparable with those which number 774's powerful sending equipment produced. Number 774 could barely see them in his vision globe, but the little glass bulb of the reproducing apparatus flickered them out plain and clear. Long flashes, short flashes, representing the dots and dashes of the Morse code of Earth. Flash, 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 flash. Hello, Mars! Hello, Mars! Hello, Mars! Earth calling, Earth calling, Earth calling, the message spelled, and number 774 was grimly in the midst of the colossal task he had set for himself. Lurking in the back of his mind was the realization that his death was decreed, and that soon, unless something unprecedented happened, all this work of his and of his friend of the light must end, unfinished, before the intelligences of two worlds could really meet and exchange ideas freely. But it did not divert him or make his attention to the task in hand less keen. In fact, it seemed to sharpen his wits and to add pressure to his determination. Still, his mind seemed divided into two parts, one of which was cool and logical and scientific, the other in a turmoil, fighting with itself and its loyalty to time-honored traditions. Hello, Mars! Hello, Mars! Earth calling! Man of Mars is late! 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 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 4 and 5 are 9. 2 times 3 is 6. Man of Mars is late! 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 How much of this queer jangle of light flashes, spelling out Earth words and numbers in the Morse code, did number 774 understand? How much could he understand? Intelligent comprehension of anything new is almost always based on an understanding of similar things previously in the experience of the individual in question. The mind of number 774 was brilliantly clever and methodical, but what can an Earthman and a Martian have in common? Many points of contact exist, it is true, but for two entities so far removed from one another in physical form, senses, environment, and modes of living, with not the vaguest conception of what the other upon the distant world is like, such similarities of experience are extremely hard to find. In the first place, the messages that were coming to number 774 were the code representations of alphabetical letters standing for various sounds, which, when taken in groups, made up words of vocal speech. As previously stated, number 774 had no idea of sound except as an interesting phenomenon recorded by his scientific instruments, and as a vibration detectable by his touch sense, in the same way that human beings can feel sound vibrations in solid objects. He had no ears, neither did he have well-developed vocal organs. Strange as it may seem to us, prior to his experience with the light, he had not the faintest idea of what a word was, either a vocal word or a written word, or a word represented in the form of a group of signals. Because Martian methods of communicating with one another and of recording knowledge are so different from ours that a word would have been as great a mystery to him as it would have been to a newborn kitten. Describing sound to him, as we know it through our sense of hearing, would have been as hopeless a task as describing red to a man who has been stone blind since birth. It simply could not be done. He might know that sound and vocal speech existed, but short of trading actual sensations with an Earthman, he could never fully comprehend. Neither could he have told us in any way how the color of ultraviolet or infrared looked, for such things are totally out of our experience. In the face of these enormous handicaps, in spite of his intelligence and scientific knowledge, he had been like a little child, humbly and intensely eager to learn, yet bungling and quick to make mistakes, which, from an Earthman's point of view, would often have seemed more than childish. Once he had tried a method of his own of establishing communication. If Earth had been peopled by a race physically and psychologically similar to the Martians, quick success might have been expected. But his efforts had evoked only a, to him, meaningless jumble of flashes from the light. Realizing that his method was not suited to Earthmen, he had given up trying to be teacher and had assumed instead the role of conscientious pupil. "Hello, Mars!" Those two groups of symbols had always been the beginning of every message flashed by the light. But except for seeing the unmistakable evidence of intelligence in the oft-repeated and unvarying signal, number 774 had been quite unable at first to grasp in it any thread of meaning. A greeting phrase was, if possible, even more incomprehensible to him than a word itself. Try as he might, he could not understand. On Mars, where speech is not the mode of communication, greeting phrases did not exist. Then earthly genius, doubtless assisted a great deal by chance, had come to his aid. Number 774 had no difficulty in separating the 26 alphabetical symbols of the Morse code. Nor when the Earth entities, controlling the flickerings of the light, had sent out code symbols for numerals in a sequence of 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and so on, did he have any trouble in recognizing and cataloging each separate signal, though their meanings were still entirely unfathomable to him. It was when the counting proceeded above 9, and numbers of more than one digit appeared, that number 774, after a long period of association with the riddle, had received his first faint glimmer of understanding. No, it was not really understanding yet, just a vague, intuitive intimation that something concrete and graspable was not far off. He had noted that there were but 10 separate signals in this strange system, which was apparently quite distinct from that other mysterious system of 26 symbols, for the two had never yet been mixed in one signal group or word, and that, as the flashing of the signals proceeded, each symbol seemed to bear a definite relationship to the others. They were always in a fixed sequence. 1 was followed by 2, 2 by 3, and so on through a sequence of 10. The first symbol of a 2-digit number was always repeated 10 times as the counting went on, while the second symbol changed according to the fixed rule which he had already noted. Perhaps number 774 already had a dim notion of the terrestrial numeral system when his friend of the light conceived the plan of sending simple problems of arithmetic. Obviously, 1 plus 1 of anything is 2 on the planet Mars, just as certainly as it is on Earth. There was the real beginning. Number 774 had studied carefully the simple equations that had come to him, and at length he had been able to grasp what was meant. In a message like 3 and 3 are 6, he was presently able to see the relationship between the numeral signals. The last in the group was the sum of the preceding 2. Finally he understood. Here was some quaint terrestrial method of expressing the unit quantity of anything. The first point of contact between Earth and Mars had been established. Flushed with success, number 774 had made rapid progress for a while after he had learned about the terrestrial decimal system. If 3 and 3 are 6, and 2 and 5 are 7, then 4 and 5 are 9. Reproducing faithfully, though without clear comprehension, the intermediate letter groups of the earthly equation he had invented, AND and ARE, he had flashed the equation to his friend of the light. 4 and 5 are 9. and the answering flicker of the light seemed to dance with an eager exultation. 4 and 5 are 9. 4 and 5 are 9. Yes, yes, yes. 5 and 5 are 10. 8 and 4 are 12. 9 and 7 are. 9 and 7 are. Keyed to a high pitch, number 774 had sensed immediately what was required of him. Answers were wanted. Though two-digit numbers were still something of a mystery to him, making his reply partly guesswork, he lit upon the correct representation of the sum. 9 and 7 are 16. Through the succeeding months, during which the positions of the two planets were favorable for astronomical observation of each other, the work had gone on, various methods being employed. Sometimes number 774 presented his own problems of addition, giving the answers. If his answer was correct, the light invariably flashed yes, 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 exultantly, and repeated the equation. On those rare occasions when the problems became more complex, number 774 made mistakes. The answering message was no, 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 and the correction was made. Thus number 774 had gained his first knowledge of words, as represented by the 26-letter code alphabet. Yes, yes, yes meant that he was right, and no, no, no meant that he was wrong. It trickled into his mind that each group of alphabetical symbols represented, in its crude way, some definite idea. And are, in a simple addition problem, showed certain relationships between the numbers, and those relationships were different from the ones expressed by other words. A mistake he had once made had clearly demonstrated this fact to him. It was in the transition from addition problems to problems of multiplication. 10 and 2 was different from 10 times 2. 10 and 2 made 12, while 10 times 2 made 20. Times represented a different relationship between numbers than and. One indicated that the sum was to be taken, while the other indicated that the two were to be multiplied together. In a similar way, he found out what divided by, plus, minus, and other words meant by noting the relationship of the numbers of the equation to the final answer. Once understanding simple division as it is done on Earth, number 774 quickly grasped the decimal position system of representing fractions. In an equation like 36 divided by 5 equals 7.2, he could substitute Martian methods of representing values in division and correlate them with terrestrial methods. In the Martian way, he knew what 36 divided by 5 was, and of course his answer thus obtained might just as well be represented by the earthly 7.2, for they were the same. Number 774 had found in the number 3.1416, part of which was a decimal fraction, the relationship of the circumference of a circle to its diameter, and so the oft-repeated message of the light, diameter times 3.1416 equals the circumference of a circle, had a certain vague meaning for him that was not by any means completely understandable at once. Earth, planet 3, Mars, planet 4, was a message he was able to guess the meaning of correctly, because in the Martian system numbers were used to designate planets in their order from the sun. Aided by the message Earth, planet 3, has 1 moon, Mars, planet 4, has 2 moons, he had been half able to clinch his guess. Stumblingly, yet reproducing the Earth words with the faithfulness of a good mimic, he had flashed, planet 1 has 0 moon, planet 2 has 0 moon, Earth, planet 3, has 1 moon, Mars, planet 4, has 2, and an enthusiastic yes, yes, yes had come from the light, and the dim flickering glow had gone on to tell that Mercury, planet 1, has no moon, Venus, planet 2, has no moon, Jupiter, planet 5, has 9 moons, Saturn, planet 6, has 10 moons, and so on out to Pluto, planet 9, beyond Neptune. Thus number 774 had learned the names of the planets and the meaning of the words moon and planet. In the same way he received a dim idea of such simple verbs as has. And so the process of his earthly education had gone on, slowly, depending to a large extent upon brilliant, though not very certain guesswork, and demanding a degree of patience in instructor and pupil for which teaching a person to talk who has been deaf, blind, and dumb since birth is but a feeble and inadequate analogy. Number 774 had certain knowledge of a few earthly words and the privilege of guessing more or less accurately on a number of others. Words like snow, clouds, or storm he could perhaps gather the general sense of fairly well, for whenever a great atmospheric disturbance appeared over the continent of the light, disturbing observations, the light repeated these words over and over again. He knew a little about the structure of the simplest of verbs, and perhaps somewhat more about the forming of the plural of nouns by the addition of an S symbol. Hello in the phrase, "Hello, Mars," still was beyond him. He could answer it correctly with "Hello, Earth," knowing that this was the earthly way. But the human sentiment of the greeting eluded him completely, and of course he had no sound values to give to those earthly words which he did understand. Progress had been made, but the forms which the intelligences of Planet 3 inhabited, their manner of living, their machines, and their accomplishments, were still as much of an enigma as ever. Consummation of the great dream of intelligent communication still belonged to the future, and now there would be no future, only death and a mighty prophecy unfulfilled. That prophecy had been and still was the essence of Number 774's life. In the face of defeat, he still worked on the fulfillment of it now, as though 1,000 years of usefulness still lay ahead of him. It was habit, perhaps, and meanwhile his mind smoldered with thoughts which we of Earth can only guess at. "You are late, man of Mars, late, late, late," the dim flicker in the vision globe and the brighter light in the reproducer bulb beside him spelled, and Number 774 bent to his task. He understood sketchily most of the message. He knew that the light referred to him as man of Mars. He knew that "you are" should be followed by a group of signals describing him. Only late, the essence of the sentence, the word which gave it sense, was new. What could late mean? Intuition told him that some circumstances which existed only for the present had combined to make him late, since he had never been called that before. What were those circumstances? He racked his brain over the question. Perhaps the light wished to indicate that he had been delayed in sending out his flash call signal, but this was only a guess, which could be right or wrong. Still, perhaps it could be clinched. Some other day he might be purposely several minutes behind in sending out his call. Then, by way of beginning, he could admit that he was late, and if his surmise had been correct, the light would confirm it. But the matter of this new combination of signals could wait now. Number 774 must watch for other, possibly intelligible things which the light might flash. "Comet coming, comet coming, comet coming," the flicker in the reproducer bulb spelled. "Comet coming towards Sun, Mars, and Earth. Comet coming, comet coming, comet coming." If Number 774 had been a man, he might have given a sudden start, and it was not the message itself that would have been responsible, even though he caught some of its meaning. Comet was not a word that was new in his experience, for on several occasions, when one of those long-tailed wanderers had come back into the solar system after taking its long dive out toward interstellar space, the light had flashed the information, "Comet coming." Number 774 knew what comet meant, and he could differentiate vaguely between comet coming and comet going, for one indicated that the celestial visitor was entering the solar system, and the other that it was leaving. For several evenings the light had been telling him that a comet was arriving, and he had accepted the information as nothing particularly startling or new. He had been puzzled only at the significance of the other words of the message. Toward, for instance. So far, he had not been quite able to grasp toward. No, it was not the message itself that was so startling to Number 774. Somehow, tonight, the flashing of the distant light on Earth, telling in its cryptic way of the arrival of the visitor, bridged a gap between two of Number 774's thoughts and furnished him with an inspiration. Colossal inspiration which only genius, backed up by a knowledge considerably in excess of that of mankind, and a wonder-deadening familiarity with marvelous scientific triumphs, would have dreamed possible of fulfillment. In one timeless instant, all of Number 774's dreams and hopes became linked together with the comet. Might he not still be guilty of revolt against the age-honored conventions of old Mars? 3. Something almost electrical seemed suddenly to take possession of number 774. His cold eyes, fixed on the reproducer bulb, glittered with impatience. The flickering message, which a moment before would have held the complete attention of his every deductive faculty, had little interest for him now. He translated the signals perfunctorily, gathering what little meaning he could from them, and not bothering to puzzle over what was new. He waited with tense eagerness for the moment when the light would go out, and it would be his turn to speak. There was something which he must tell his friend of Planet 3, and he must tell it so that it would be understood. But how? How could he direct those strange, clumsy signals, of which he knew so very little, so that the information he wished to convey would be received and properly understood? There, the closing phrase of the message from Planet 3 was coming. Earth standing by for Mars. Earth standing by. The scarcely noticeable speck of light in the vision globe of the telescope disappeared. The pulsating purple glow in the reproducer bulb faded out, and the darkness there seemed tense with expectancy and eager waiting. It seemed to fling an insurmountable challenge at the intellect and ingenuity of number 774. In their present relative positions, Earth and Mars were about 50 million miles, or 4.5 light-minutes, apart. Thus any message, depending on light, would of course take 4.5 minutes to travel from Earth to Mars, or vice versa. To avoid confusion in exchanging their communications, number 774 and his friend of Planet 3 had worked out a system whereby each would send out his signals for 2 minutes, with an intervening pause of 2 minutes, during which the other could answer. This earthly time interval number 774 had learned to recognize and to interpret in terms of the Martian method of measuring time. It was his turn now, and though he had something far more important to say than ever before, he hesitated, all his cleverness seemingly checkmated by the immensity of his problem. But the lagging, slipping moments lashed his mind, driving it by sheer tenseness of determination to a higher pitch of keenness, almost, than ever before. At least he could try. He could guess, and he could stumble, but he could try. The little lever of the signaling mechanism trembled in his grasp, and in response to its feeble movements the signals thundered and flared from the outer surface of the dome overhead. For a full 3 minutes, violating the rule, number 774 continued to send, repeating the same phrase over and over again, changing certain words each time in the hope of hitting the right combination that would convey his meaning. He did not wait for a reply. Earth had already sunk low in the west, and before a reply could come, the flashes arriving from the feeble station on Earth would be rendered too dim and wavering and uncertain by the almost imperceptible haze of the Martian horizon to be properly recorded. Besides, he had so little time and so much to do. Ponderously, under his guidance, the great telescope tube swung into line with the comet, which still rode high up in the west. The circular opening in the dome shifted automatically with the telescope, keeping opposite to its muzzle. The huge form of the comet's head filled the vision globe, spreading brilliant and silvery and tenuous around the more solid spot of the glowing central nucleus. Delicate instruments came into play, recording and measuring speeds, distances, and densities. But this was no mere quest for abstract scientific knowledge. His eyes smoldered with a grimly definite purpose, in which the shadow of death was very near. But toward death, number 774's reactions were hardly human. In the torrent of his thoughts, one thing shone out clear. The comet would pass close to Mars, and it would also pass close to Earth. That fact offered a slender and stupendous possibility, but in 10 days the comet would pass, and his chance would be gone. Unless he could cram into that brief time more work than anything human or Martian had ever before been called upon to do, his opportunity would be gone forever. He finished his measurements quickly and efficiently. Switches clicked, and great mechanisms and incredibly delicate and sensitive instruments ceased functioning. The circular opening in the rotunda closed, hiding the stars and the comet. The observatory was at rest, for its eerie, fragile master needed it no more. Number 774 was hurrying down a passage, the stalky limbs of the machine that carried him making a regular clicking sound. He came to a great wall that tumbled away in a murky, green-lighted haze far beneath. Without hesitation he leaped into it, and, seemingly supported and retarded in his fall by the emerald substance of the glow from the metal walls, he floated downward as gently and securely as a feather in the heavy atmosphere of Earth. At the bottom of the well another vast, low-ceilinged chamber spread out, its remote walls lost in the luminescent emerald murk, through which the burnished forms of gigantic machines gleamed elfinly. This was number 774's workroom, and here, now, he set to work, laboring with cool, unhurried efficiency, so characteristic of the children of dying Mars. Many times before he had struggled with the same problem which now held his attention, and he had learned much concerning it. Yet the technical difficulties he had encountered had convinced him that the solution of that problem still lay many years in the future. But now something had happened. An unforeseen chance had come, a chance which might or might not be possible. It was all a gamble. There was no time for further experiments. Perhaps with this new opportunity there was no need for further experiments, for number 774 grasped the underlying principles. He must plan and build. Above all, he must be quick and sure. He was thinking of a certain barren valley far out in the desert. In 1,000 years, perhaps, no one had visited it except him. Aircraft hardly ever flew over that waterless sand pocket set amid the arid hills of Mars. There would be the ideal spot for the completion of his task, for here in his workshop he knew that he dared not stay. Delicate electrical impulses transmitted his commands, and in response 5 giant shapes, paradoxically human travesties wrought in shining metal, rose from their resting places to do his bidding. Under his guidance they made preparation for the exodus, gathering instruments, tools, and other paraphernalia, and packing them in metal cases, binding long arms of metal into great sheafs that would be easy to carry. Meanwhile, number 774 busied himself with a complicated Martian calculating machine. Thus the night passed. In the almost momentary twilight that preceded the dawn, the strange caravan set out. Number 774 had changed his identity. Instead of being only a fragile lump of living protoplasm, he was now a giant of metal, like the 5 automatons that served him, for the powerful machine he rode was so versatile and so quick and accurate in its responses to his every guiding gesture that it was, to all intents and purposes, his body. A pair of wings of metal fabric disengaged themselves from the intricacies of his machine and began to flap ponderously. Number 774 soared upward on them, over his servitors that plodded along on the ground, bearing their heavy burdens. His gaze darted back briefly toward the silvery dome of his workshop, and at its dusty walls, matching the slightly ochre-tinged dun color of the desert. But the fact that he had lived in that structure most of his life, and that he was now leaving it forever, aroused no sentiment in his mind. He had no time for sentiment now, for time was precious. Besides, he was looking forward to the trials and dangers that were certain to come soon, and to the triumphs that might come with them. He swung and turned in the air, scanning the terrain with wary watchfulness, on guard for any possible approaching aircraft. It would not be well if he were seen, and if a flyer should appear, he must take cover. But there was really little danger to face as far as his own people were concerned. Avoidance of the death sentence imposed by the rulers was practically without precedent. For thousands of years Martians had obeyed their rulers' commands so implicitly that now prisons for the detention of the condemned were unknown. When the order came, the people of Mars went to their deaths willingly and without a guard, and so it was unlikely that anyone would suspect that number 774 had intentions of escaping execution now. It is hardly likely that number 774 felt triumphant over his revolt against ancient law. Possibly he even felt guilty, but his earnest eagerness to learn things that he did not know, and to give himself to the cause to which his life had been pledged, was an urge that surpassed and defied even age-old code and tradition. The stars and leisurely Deimos, the farther moon, shone on an ashen haze that obscured the horizon in every direction. The mounting breeze, keen and cutting for all its thinness, blew out of the west. When the sun rose, it changed the haze of the dust-laden air to a tumultuous, fiery murk that flung long, ominous streamers of orange and red across the sky. Number 774 knew what was coming, and knew the hazards that it brought. The wind became more and more violent, increasing by puffs and gusts, and at last settling down to a steady, powerful blast of the proportions of a terrestrial hurricane. If human ears had been there to hear, they would have detected the mounting whisper and rustle of millions of flying sand particles, rubbing and sliding over each other, making a blurred and soothing purr of sound. As the streaming, flame-hued trains of sand thickened and mounted higher in the atmosphere, the sun dimmed to a red bubble floating in the murk, and only a bloody reminder of its normal brilliance reached the ground. Number 774 had descended to join his robots in their march on the ground. He had seen many of these fierce dust storms of Mars, and he accepted them as a matter of course, just as an experienced old mariner of Earth accepts tempests at sea. He himself was safely encased in an airtight glass cage atop the machine he rode. He was breathing pure filtered air. The chief dangers were that the filtering equipment which fed oxygen to the engines of his automatons would become clogged, or that he would accidentally be engulfed in some newly formed bed of quicksand, hidden beneath the clouds of dust that swirled about him. But these were unavoidable dangers which must be faced. Under the pressure of necessity, Number 774 urged his robots to the fastest pace they could attain in the shifting desert soil. The metal giant's long, webby limbs swung on and on steadily, into the east, breasting sand and wind, and climbing several steep rocky ridges they encountered with agile ease, in spite of their great bulk and the weight of the burdens they carried. Twice they crossed deep, 20-mile-wide artificial gorges, which on Earth have earned the not entirely correct name of canals. Now and then during each crossing, the dry and lifeless stalks of some weird Martian vegetation would loom dimly through the storm like grotesque totem poles. The canals were as desolate as the desert itself, for it was very early in the spring, and the water from the melting polar snowcaps had not yet come down through the network of conduits and perforated pipettes buried beneath the canal bed. When the water did appear, vegetation would spring up in rapid growth along the bottoms of the hundreds of straight scars that had been dredged across the barren desert ages before. But as yet there was no sign of the great Martian planting machines, for it was still too early in the season, even for them. Number 774's wariness in crossing seemed completely unnecessary, for his eyes caught no sign of his own kind, or in fact of any living creature. He was as completely alone in the flat expanses of the canals as he was in the desert proper. Late in the afternoon he arrived at his destination. By sunset the wind had subsided and the air was clearing. The work was already under way. Two of the robots, equipped now with great scoop-like claws, had excavated a vast hole in the sand. Feverishly active, the other two were assisting Number 774 with other tasks. Rods were being arranged around the pit. Something of a strange, dark substance was taking form. A stream of molten metal was pouring from a broad, squat mechanism. A thin trickle of white vapor trailed up in the quiet air. At dusk, Number 774 paused to look up, over the rounded hills that ringed the valley, at Planet 3 that hung in the western sky, gleaming regally amid its retinue of stars. The light on that distant world would flicker in vain tonight, calling eagerly to the man of Mars. There would be no answer. Higher up, fainter and less conspicuous, was the silvery dart of the comet. Perhaps Number 774 was trying to imagine what his unknown friend of the light would think when no replying flicker appeared on the disk of Mars. Perhaps he was trying to imagine, as he had done so often before, what his friend of the light was like. Maybe he was wondering whether he should soon know. His pause was only momentary. There was much to do, for in effect he was racing with the comet. Martians need very little sleep, and it was certain that Number 774 would get no sleep this night, nor the next, nor the next. 4. Young Jack Cantrell cast a brief glance at the big diesel engine he had been inspecting, and then, with an air of finality, wiped his grease-blackened hands on a fistful of cotton waste. The outfit was functioning perfectly. Ordinarily, he might have paused for a moment to admire the easy strength and motion of the machinery to which she played nursemaid, but, lover of machines though he certainly was, he had no time now. His eyes did not linger on the reflection of the glowing electric light bulbs mirrored on the polished circumference of the spinning flywheel, as they usually did, nor did his attention wander to the sparks that purred blue and steady on the brushes of the gigantic dynamo attached to the engine. He had something far more interesting to occupy his mind, and besides, a rather astounding idea had just occurred to him. Old Doc Waters and Yvonne might laugh at the notion, and then again they might be struck by it, just as he had been. He'd have to try it out on them right away. He tossed the handful of waste carelessly into a metal box, then made a perfunctory reading of the meters and instruments banked close and bewilderingly on the switchboard. He adjusted a small rheostat and jotted something down on a chart on the wall with a red crayon. Then, heedless of his light clothing and his perspiring condition, he hurried out into the frosty desert night. The breeze, cold and untainted by the smell of burning fuel oil, chilled his damp body uncomfortably, but he did not heed it. The steady thud of the exhaust of the high-compression motor in the iron shack receded rapidly behind him as he ran up a path which led to the summit of a low hill. On the crest of a neighboring knoll, a broad patch of dazzling light winked on and off regularly, where scores of huge searchlights poured their billions of candle power toward the twinkling stars in systematically arranged long and short spurts. Jack Cantrell's glance toward them was brief but intense. His lips moved as though he were counting to himself. The door of the domed observatory building at the top of the hill opened at his touch. He passed through a small lean-to and entered the brick-lined circular chamber that housed the telescope. Here a single-shaded lamp cast a subdued glow over a big desk on which various opened notebooks and papers were scattered. Amid the litter, an astronomer's chronometer ticked loudly in shadowed stillness. The gloom was eerie and soft and strange. Jack Cantrell made his way quietly to the low platform under the eyepiece of the telescope, where the other two occupants of the room stood. The girl was pretty in a blonde elfin sort of way. She smiled briefly at Jack's approach. "Any luck, folks?" he inquired. He was trying to make his voice sound calm and casual, but a tense and excited huskiness crept into his words and spoiled his bluff. Professor Waters looked up from the eyepiece of the big instrument. The glow coming from the nearby lamp accentuated the tired lines of his face, making him look almost haggard. He grinned wearily. "Not yet, boy," he said. "It seems as though Old Faithful has deserted us completely. It's funny, too, when you remember that when conditions were at all favorable for observation, he hasn't failed me once in 9 years. And yet this is the second night that he hasn't given us a sign. The shaded side of Mars hasn't shown a single flicker that you can see, and even the photoelectric cell doesn't detect anything." The young man glanced uncertainly at the girl and then back at her father. The fingers of one of his hands crept slowly through his curly red hair. With the air of a small schoolboy about to make his first public address, he was fumbling with a soiled sheet of paper he had taken from his pocket. He felt rather sheepish about that idea he had thought of. "Yvonne, Doc," he said almost plaintively, in an awkward attempt to get their undivided attention centered on what he was going to say. "I'm not much of a scientist, and maybe I'm a darned fool, but, well, this message, the final one we received the night before last, we thought it was just a jumble, but when you read it, it almost has meaning. Here, listen to it once." Clearing his throat, he proceeded to read from the sheet of paper. "Comet coming. Yes, comet coming. Yes, comet coming of man of Mars. Comet, man of Mars, coming toward Earth. Comet coming, man of Mars. Man of Mars, comet, man of Mars, comet, man of Mars, comet. Yes, 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 man of Earth. Yes, yes, yes. Signing off, signing off." Jack Cantrell's thin cheeks were flushed when he stopped reading. "Get it?" he asked in a husky whisper. "Get any sense out of that?" Yvonne Waters' pretty face had paled slightly. "You mean, Jack, you mean that he wanted to say that he was coming here, across 50 million miles of emptiness? He can't do that. He can't. It's too far and too impossible." Her concerned manner bolstered up the youth's confidence in his idea. "You caught on to exactly what I thought of," he said. Professor Waters did not betray any outward excitement. His manner was musing, and he rubbed his cheek reflectively. "I thought of that, too," he admitted after a moment, "but it seemed too wild for serious consideration. Still, there's a chance that you are right." The thought put into words seemed suddenly to startle the old man. "Gad, boy," he exploded suddenly, "supposing it is the truth! Old Faithful signaled about the comet. If there's anything to this at all, the comet must be tied up with his coming. And for all we know, the comet might help. It passes close to both Earth and Mars. If, in some way, he could fall into its gravitation field, it would drag him almost all the way. That's it. It would save an enormous energy. It would put his trip, otherwise still impossible, into the realm of possibility." "You get me at last, Doc," Jack said quickly. "And when you say, supposing it's the truth, think of what it means. The navigation of interplanetary space, maybe. Commerce between Earth and Mars. A new and wonderful era, with the minds of one world exchanging ideas with the minds of another." Unconsciously, Jack Cantrill had taken Yvonne Waters' hand. Her eyes were starry. "If it did happen, we'd all be heroes, Jack," she said. "Dad and you and I. We'd be the ones to get the credit." "We would, Yvonne," Jack admitted with a chuckle. It was the professor's turn to smile. "You two have got the whole business nicely ready-made, haven't you?" he chided. Then his face sobered as he went on. "The gap is pretty wide between Earthman and Martian, and in consequence yours may be very far off, even if that guess of ours about the message is right. We don't know that Martians are human beings. The chances are 1,000,000 to 1 that they aren't. It is very unlikely that evolution, operating on so different a planet, could produce a being even remotely resembling a man. We don't even know that the people of Mars use speech as we use it. Old Faithful certainly is very intelligent, yet the way he has fumbled blunderingly with our code seems to indicate that even a faint conception of vocal speech is something new and strange to him. Those are some of the gaps, but there may be sinister similarities between Earthmen and Martians. Who knows but that something darker lies behind what we think is friendly interest in us? Sometimes conquest is more satisfying than commerce. We can't tell." Professor Waters paused. "Making it extra strong, aren't you, Doc?" Jack put in. "I guess I am. And now I think I'll do a little news spreading." The professor strode to the desk. "Human or not, I hope the Martians are handsome," Yvonne confided impishly to Jack. "And I hope they're not, darling," he replied, putting his arm affectionately about her waist. He was about to add something more when what the girl's father was saying into the telephone riveted their attention. "Long distance? I'm calling Washington. I want to speak directly to Mr. Grayson, the Secretary of War." Strange call? Perhaps. But put it through. Before dawn, all the observatories of Earth had begun their watch. 5. Far away on the red planet, the work of number 774 went steadily forward. Then came the night when all was ready except for one thing. A powerful urge, the roots of which are deeply implanted in the dominant forms of life on both Earth and Mars, and perhaps the whole universe, was calling him to a city at the joining place of 4 canals, far to the east. In that urge there was a pathetic something, perfectly understandable by human standards. The bright stars reeled dizzily before number 774 as he swooped out over the desert on the wings of the ornithopter that bore him and sped eastward. He must be cautious, but above all he must hurry. An hour or so slipped by. The Martian's big eyes, keen and cat-like, picked out in the broad cleft of a canal a gigantic angular shape looming dim and uncertain in the gloom. Inconspicuous as a drifting shadow, he settled toward it. The talons of his automaton found a metal panel that slipped aside at a touch. The green glow of the immense well, thus revealed, dropped away into deserted obscurity. In a moment he was floating down it, past myriads of openings, from which radiated the labyrinthine tunnels of the buried Martian city. He entered one of these passages and followed it for perhaps a mile, until he came to a vast chamber, pervaded by a moist, humid heat. The floor was covered with thousands of boxes of clear crystal, and in each box was a purple gob of something feeble and jelly-like and alive. Aided perhaps by some Martian numeral system, number 774 found his way to the box he sought. At his touch the lid opened. He had dismounted from his automaton, and now, creeping forward, he thrust a slender appendage into the crystal case. A score of nerve filaments, fine almost as human hair, darted out from the chitinous shell that protected them and roved caressingly over the lump of protoplasm. Immediately it responded to the gentle touch of the strange creature that had sired it. Its delicate integument quivered, and a thin pseudopod oozed up from its jelly-like form and enveloped the nerve filaments of number 774. For minutes the two remained thus, perfectly motionless. It was a bizarre travesty of a touching and perfectly human situation, yet its utter strangeness by earthly standards robbed it of some of its pathos. No words were spoken, no sign of affection that a terrestrial being could interpret was given, and yet perhaps the exchange of feeling and thought and emotion between parent and offspring was far more complete than anything of the kind possible on Earth. Number 774 did not forget caution. Perhaps it was intuition that informed him that someone was coming. Quickly, yet without haste, he regained his automaton, replaced the lid on the crystal box, and slipped quietly away into the luminescent obscurity of the tunnel. In a few minutes he had safely reached the open of the canal bed. Broad wings flapped, and the starlit night swallowed him up. As he hurried back toward his hidden valley, he saw the silvery green speck of earth dip beneath the western horizon. The sight of it must have aroused a turmoil of forebodings within him, for absently, as if he were already facing unknown horrors in mortal combat, he moved a small switch, and in response a jagged flash of flame leaped from an apparatus carried on a long arm of his flying automaton. Where the bolt struck, the desert sand turned molten. Above the comet glowed, pallid and frosty and swollen. It was very near to Mars now. Having reached his valley, number 774 descended into the pit. A silvery thing that was illy defined in the uncertain light loomed over him. A door opened and closed, and number 774 was alone and busy amid a bewildering array of machinery. There came a blinding flash of incandescence, and a roar that sounded like the collision of two worlds, then a shrill, tortured, crackling whistle. The pit glowed white-hot, and the silvery thing was gone. Above the pit, towering many miles into the sky, was an immense jetted plume of vapor, shining rosy with heat. It would be many minutes before that huge gaseous cloud would cool sufficiently to be invisible. The body of number 774 was battered and torn and broken. The terrific acceleration was crushing him. Consciousness was slipping, even though he was exerting a tremendous effort of will to cling to it. In a few minutes it would not matter if he did go out. But now there were controls to watch and to handle. If they were not manipulated properly, everything he had done was for naught. But the blackness of oblivion was closing in. He struggled valiantly to master himself and to fight through the gathering gloom that was misting his vision and clouding his mind. Though his whole being cried out for a cessation of torturing effort, still he kept fiercely at his task. There was too much at stake. That little globe there, it was glowing red when it should glow violet. It must be attended to. The craft was wobbling, and it must not wobble. A trifling adjustment of delicate stabilizers would fix that, if he could only somehow make the adjustment. A dribble of sticky, oozy fluid welled from a wound in number 774's side. His limbs, some of them broken, fumbled awkwardly and inefficiently with the complicated controls. He was gasping, and all the while his glazing eyes remained fixed grimly on the form of the comet toward which he and the strange craft he had built were hurtling. Could he reach it? He must. 6. On Earth, Professor Waters, his daughter, and his young engineer watched and waited. It was a tense, grueling task, heavy-laden with monotony, 1,000 weird imaginings, and a horde of questions, none of which could be answered with any certainty. They were uncertain whether to be fearful of the unknown thing whose approach they sensed, or to be exultant. They did not even know whether their vigil was just a huge, nerve-wracking practical joke which their fancies had played upon them. Time dragged with torturing slowness. Tardy seconds became minutes. Tedious minutes were built up into hours, and hours became days that seemed like centuries. And over the rest of the world, the vigil was much the same. On the 9th day after the last flickering message had come from Mars, Professor Waters had seen through his telescope, on the surface of the red planet, a fine dot of white light that, after its sudden appearance, faded quickly to red, and then, after a few minutes, disappeared altogether. A few hours later he thought he detected a slight and momentary ripple in the gaseous substance of the comet's head, which then had just passed Mars on its sunward journey. Newspaper reporters who had come many miles to this lonely spot in the desert were constantly seeking interviews. The three watchers supplied them with all the information they knew, and at last, tiring of the additional strain of being constantly hounded by these persistent seekers after sensational news, they refused even to grant them admittance into the barbed wire stockade of the camp. At last the comet reached its point of closest approach to the earth. Faint and ashy though it was, low down in the sunlit afternoon heavens, still it was an awesome, impressive object, with its colossal fan-shaped head and the vast curved sweep of its gigantic ghost-silver tail. When the desert dusk settled, the visiting wanderer increased a score of times in brilliance and glory. It had now passed the line and was hurtling away, and as yet nothing that would satisfy the eager hopes and fears of the watchers had happened. The three were standing on the veranda of the little adobe house they inhabited. All of a sudden Dr. Waters' haggard face relaxed. He sighed heavily. "I guess that it has been proved that we are all of us fools," he said wearily. "There hasn't been much of anything to reward us for our pains." His glance toward Jack Cantrill was slightly apologetic. "I think I'll go to bed," he added abruptly. Jack's rather good-looking face twisted into a rueful smile. "Bed isn't at all a bad idea," he admitted. "I feel as though I could snooze a week straight without waking up." "Well, anyway, if we're fools, I'm the biggest one, because I started all this." He looked at the old man and then at the girl. "Forgive me, Yvonne?" he queried good-humoredly. "No," she replied with mock seriousness, "making me lose so much of my beauty sleep like this. You ought to be ashamed of yourself." Her little speech was terminated by a faintly amused chuckle, and she pinched his cheek impishly. It was some hours after they had retired that a faint soughing noise began from somewhere, apparently at a great distance. It was like the sound of a suddenly stiffening night breeze sweeping through a grove of pine trees. Something that glowed rosy with the heat of atmospheric friction swept in hurtling flight across the sky. A mile or so beyond the camp, broad, thin flanges of metal shot out from it, and it made a feeble attempt to steady itself and check its almost meteoric speed. It wobbled, then fluttered down weakly. A cloud of dust and sand rose, where it smashed into the ground. But there was no human eye to see. For an hour or more it gave no further sign of life or motion. Yvonne Waters was a light sleeper. Unusual night noises ordinarily aroused her. The momentary soughing rustle caused her to stir, but she did not awaken. Then, toward 4 in the morning, another disturbance came. It was a faint, stretching, creaking, straining sound that nevertheless held a suggestion of powerful forces acting stealthily. Instantly Yvonne was wide awake. She sat up in bed, listening. What she heard produced quick and accurate associations in her nimble and cool young mind. A barbed wire fence would make a creaking, straining noise like that if something big and powerful were seeking tentatively to force an entrance. The stockade! Yes, she was right. Presently there came the sharp snap and snarl that told of the sudden parting of a taut wire. 4 times the sound was repeated. Yvonne Waters had bounded out of her bunk and had rushed to a window. It was still very dark, but outlined against the stars she saw a vague shape that swayed and moved. The girl's hand groped quickly into the drawer of a small stand beside her and drew out a heavy automatic pistol. Then she hurried to the door and across the hallway. "Dad! Jack!" she called in a husky whisper. "I've seen something big. It's coming toward the house." The young man responded quickly, his unshod feet thudding across the floor. His eyes narrowed when he leaned out the window. There the thing stood, statuesquely now, not 50 paces away. It was not clearly defined in the darkness, but Jack Cantrill knew at once that it was something completely out of his experience. It seemed to have an upright cylindrical body that rose perhaps 15 feet above the ground. Lever-like limbs projected grotesquely from the upper end of this torso, and at the lower end there were shadowy suggestions of other limbs, long and spidery. An angular object surmounted the cylinder, and in its present position it was an outlandish travesty of the head of a man, cocked to one side, listening. A minute passed. Obeying what must have been an automatic impulse, Yvonne Waters drew on her boots. About the camp she always dressed like the men, and during the last few nights, anticipating sudden developments, they had all slept in their clothing. Jack Cantrill, crouching by the window, felt the short hairs at the nape of his neck stiffen. Dr. Waters' hand was on the young man's shoulder. The fingers were trembling slightly. It was Jack who first put into words what they were all sure was the truth. "Old Faithful, I think," he whispered, without any apparent excitement. He paused for a moment, during which neither of his companions made any comment, for even a slight sound, as far as they knew, might be heard with disastrous consequences. The young man was thinking fast. Something had to be done, and done quickly, and it was perhaps very easy to do the wrong thing. "Flashlight," he whispered presently, taking command of the situation, and the girl, responding quickly to his leadership, slipped her big electric torch into his hand. "Now out into the open. All of us," he ordered. "Armed?" Each carried a pistol. They slipped around to the side of the house, with Cantrill in the lead. The weird giant stood as before, rigid and perfectly still. Jack raised the flashlight. Working the flash button with his thumb, he proceeded to signal out in the Morse code a familiar message. "Hello, man of Mars! Hello, man of Mars! Hello, man of Mars!" The answer came immediately, flickering from a small spot of green light on the angular head of the automaton. "Hello, man of Earth! Hello, man of Earth! Comet, 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 comet." The message was clear enough, but there was an unusual, halting, stumbling hesitancy in the way it was given. Old Faithful had always been precise and quick in the messages he had flashed from Mars. As the three watchers stood spellbound, the great quasi-human machine started forward toward the house. Its movements were powerful, but drunken and unsteady. It seemed to be little more than an insensate mechanism running amok. The intelligence that was guiding it was losing its hold. Nothing could avert an accident. The robot struck the side of the house with a heavy thud, lurched forward, stumbled, and fell with a clatter and clang of metal across the low roof that collapsed under its weight and the force of its overthrow. Prostrate though it was, its lower limbs continued to simulate the movements of walking. Its arms sprawled wide, and from a metal knob at the tip of one the torrent of blue sparks began to pour into the earth, causing the patch of sand it struck to turn molten and boil away in a cloud of incandescent vapor. A minute must have passed before the sparks burned out, and the appendages of the machine ceased their ponderous thrashing. Meanwhile, the three watchers had been staring at the weird and inspiring sight, not knowing just what to do. But now, when quiet was restored, they edged cautiously toward the fallen machine. Jack Cantrill's flashlight beam played over the wreckage and halted upon the flattened head of the robot. It was pyramidal in form and had been supported by a flexible pillar of pointed metal. There was an opening in one side, and from it something had tumbled. A shadow veiled it so that the watchers could not immediately see what it was. Then Jack leaped to a different position and poured the beam of the flashlight full upon it. The effect of its strangeness did not come upon them right away, for they did not at once realize its true nature. It seemed at first only a sprawling mass of drab gray, as large, perhaps, as the open top of an ordinary umbrella. It might have been nothing more than a large lump of wet mud, flattened out by being dropped. Then, after a moment, the three took note of the ragged tendrils that radiated out from the oblate form somewhat in the manner of the arms of a starfish. The ends of some of those tendrils were slender and stalk-like, and were terminated by incredibly fine filaments of coral pink. Those filaments were twitching convulsively. Yvonne Waters was the first to find her voice. It was choking and tremulous. "The thing's alive!" she cried. "Dad! Jack! It's alive!" Obscure primal instincts had taken possession of them. Like wary alley curs, they inched their way forward, craning their neck to look closer at the creature, in which, for them, both fascination and fear were combined. It was then they saw that the central lump of the thing was contracting in painful, jerky spasms. It was breathing, or gasping, rather. Feathery pink palps around a cone-shaped orifice that resembled the inside of a funnel, coiled in agony. They could hear the monster's breath whistle through the opening in long, rasping sighs. But the creature's eyes, fixed to the ends of two tentacular appendages that protruded from beneath the outer folds of its flattened body, regarded them with what seemed to be an interest which could not be dimmed by physical pain and suffering. They were very large eyes, 3 inches across, and there was in their alien brooding intensity, slightly veiled now by the film of approaching death, a suggestion of an intelligence in this monstrous, inhuman body that was more than human. Yvonne Waters had taken note of these things almost in the space of a moment. She saw the hideous festering gashes of wounds that must have been several days old on the body of the visiting being, and she saw that several of its limbs were shattered. Some of them seemed to be partly knit, but others were evidently recent injuries. From the fresh wounds bright red blood oozed, giving evidence of a very high hemoglobin content, which would be necessary for a creature accustomed to breathing an atmosphere much more rarefied than that of Earth. Maybe it was because Yvonne Waters was a woman that she bridged the gap between Earthman and Martian more quickly than her companions. "He's hurt," she gasped suddenly. "We've got to help him some way. We ought to get a doctor." She halted a little in expressing this last idea. It seemed so totally wild and fantastic. "A doctor for that horror?" Jack Cantrell asked, a trifle dazed. "Yes. Well, maybe no," the girl amended. "But still we must do something. We've got to. He's human, Jack, human in everything but form. He has brains. He can feel pain like any human being. Besides, he has courage of the same kind that we all worship. Think of the pluck it took to make the first plunge across 50 million miles of cold, airless void. That's something to bow down to, isn't it? And besides, this is our friend, Old Faithful." "By the gods, Yvonne, you're right," the young man exploded with sudden realization. "And here I am, wasting time like a dumb fool." He dropped to his knees beside the injured Martian, and his big hands poised, ready and willing, but still uncertain how to help this bizarre entity of another world. Dr. Waters had by this time shaken the fog of sleep from his older and less agile faculties, and he was now able to grasp the situation. With a brief and crisp, "I'll get the first aid kit," he hurried into the partially wrecked house, across the roof of which sprawled Old Faithful's automaton. Conquering her natural revulsion, Yvonne brought herself to touch the dry, cold flesh of the Martian, and to try as best she might to ease its suffering. Presently the three of them were working over their weird patient, disinfecting and bandaging its wounds, but there was small hope that their efforts would be of any avail. At their first touch, Old Faithful had started convulsively, as though in fear and repugnance of these, to him, horrid monsters, and a low, thick cry came from the opening in his body. But he must have realized that their intentions were harmless, for he had relaxed immediately. His breath, however, was rapidly growing weaker and more convulsive, and his eyes were glazing. "We're dumb," Jack stated with sudden vehemence. "He's badly hurt, but that's not all. This atmosphere is 6 times too dense for him. He's smothering in it, drowning. We've got to get him somewhere where the pressure won't be crushing him." "We'll rig up a vacuum tank down in the engine shed," said Dr. Waters. "It won't take but a minute." It was done. However, when they were lifting Old Faithful onto the litter they had improvised, his body stiffened, shuddered, and grew suddenly limp. They knew that Old Faithful, number 774, was gone. Still, to aid the remote possibility that he would revive, they placed him in the vacuum tank and exhausted most of the air so that the pressure inside duplicated that of the rarefied Martian atmosphere. Fresh air was admitted slowly through the petcock, but within an hour Old Faithful's flesh had become stiff with rigor mortis. He was dead. Much must have passed through the devious channels of his Martian mind during those brief hours on Planet 3. He must have felt satisfied that his eagerness to penetrate the unknown was partly rewarded, his ambition partly fulfilled. He had learned what lay back of and what had guided the flickerings of the light. He had seen the people of Planet 3. Perhaps at last he had thought of Mars, his home, and the sorry plight of his race. Maybe he thought of his growing offspring in that buried nursery chamber 50 million miles away. Maybe the possibilities of Earth as a means of aiding dying Mars occurred to him if it had not come into his mind before, and it is quite likely that his ideas in that direction were not altogether altruistic toward mankind. Certainly he hoped that his friend of the light would find his space car and what it contained out there in the desert, and that they would study and understand. Dawn came, with the eastern sky sprinkled with a few pink feathery clouds that the bright sun would soon dissipate. In one of the various corrugated iron sheds of the camp, Yvonne, Jack, and the doctor were bending over the body of Old Faithful, which lay stiff and lifeless on a long table. "Kind of heartless to be preparing this intelligent being for immersion in a preservative spirit bath so that a lot of curious museum-goers can have a thrill, don't you think, folks?" Jack was complaining with make-believe gruffness. "How would you like it if the situation were reversed? If we were stiffs with the curious of Mars looking at us?" "I wouldn't mind if I was dead." The girl laughed. "It would be an honor." "Oh, look, Jack, the funny little mark on Old Faithful's skin. It's tattooed with red ink. What do you suppose it means?" Jack had already seen the mark. It was a circle with a bar through the center, and was, as the girl had said, an artificial decoration or symbol. Jack shrugged. "Search me, honey." He chuckled. "Say, Doc, do you suppose that space car is around here somewhere?" The doctor nodded. "It must be. Well, come on, let's look for it then. This can wait." After a very hasty and sketchy breakfast, they made their way on horseback out into the desert, following the tracks the Martian robot had made. At the summit of a rocky ridge they found what they sought, a long cylinder of metal, deeply embedded in sand that seemed literally to have splashed like soft mud around it. The long fins of the space car were crumpled and broken and covered with the blue-gray ash of oxidation. Here and there a fragment had peeled away, revealing bright metal beneath. The nose of the shell had become unscrewed, exposing burnished threads that glistened in the sun. Into the shadowed interior they made their way, rummaging gingerly among the bewildering maze of Martian instruments. The place reeked with a scorched, pungent odor. At the rear of the cylindrical compartment they found a great round drum of metal, fitting snugly into the interior of the shell. Sleepily they wondered what was in it, and made several weary attempts to move it. At 9 o'clock the police guard that Dr. Waters had sent for arrived. "Tell those damned reporters who are trying to crash in on us to go to hell," Jack Cantrell told the lieutenant in charge, as he and his two companions were starting wearily back toward camp. "We've got to snooze." Several weeks had passed. In a hotel room in Phoenix, Arizona, Dr. Waters was speaking to Mr. and Mrs. Cantrell, who had just arrived. "I'm turning the camp and the signaling apparatus over to Radeau and his associates," he was saying. "No more signals from Mars, somehow, and I don't feel very much like continuing there, anyway. There are a lot more interesting things on the horizon. That drum which Old Faithful brought us, it contained models and many charts and sheets of parchment with drawings on them. I'm beginning to see light through the mystery at last. There are suggestions there for constructing a spaceship I'm going to work on that problem as long as I live. Maybe I'll succeed with the help of Old Faithful. Human ingenuity will have to be called on too, of course. I don't think that the Martians have the problem completely solved themselves. Old Faithful used the comet, you know. The doctor's smile broadened as he went on. Children, how would you like to go to Mars with me someday? Don't ask silly questions, Dad, said Yvonne. We'd go in a minute. The young man nodded seriously. What a honeymoon that would make. If we could have it now, he enthused. 1,000,000 times better than going to Seattle, the girl agreed. The doctor grinned faintly. Even if you were treated like poor Old Faithful, pickled and put in a museum? Even if... Jack Cantrell's eyes narrowed and seemed to stare far away into nothing. His lips and his gaunt, sunburned cheeks were stern. Perhaps he was looking into the future, toward adventures that might or might not come. Something of the same rugged spirit seemed suddenly to have infused itself into the strong bronze beauty of the girl at his side. They both loved adventure. They both knew life in the rough. At the door, Yvonne kissed her father goodbye. Just a little run up to Seattle, Dad, she explained cheerily. 2 or 3 weeks, maybe. Then both of us back with you. To work. Helen O'Loy, Lester Del Rey. I am an old man now, but I can still see Helen as Dave unpacked her, and still hear him gasp as he looked her over. Man, isn't she a beauty? She was beautiful, a dream in spun plastics and metals, something Keats might have seen dimly when he wrote his sonnet. If Helen of Troy had looked like that, the Greeks must have been pikers when they launched only 1,000 ships. At least that's what I told Dave. Helen of Troy, huh? He looked at her tag. At least it beats this thing, K2W88. Helen, Helen of Alloy. Not much swing to that, Dave. Too many unstressed syllables in the middle. How about Helen O'Loy? Helen O'Loy she is, Phil. And that's how it began. 1 part beauty, 1 part dream, 1 part science. Add a stereo broadcast, stir mechanically, and the result is chaos. Dave and I hadn't gone to college together, but when I came to Messina to practice medicine, I found him downstairs in a little robot repair shop. After that, we began to pal around, and when I started going with one twin, he found the other equally attractive, so we made it a foursome. When our business grew better, we rented a house out near the rocket field, noisy but cheap, and the rockets discouraged apartment building. We liked room enough to stretch ourselves. I suppose if we hadn't quarreled with them, we'd have married the twins in time. But Dave wanted to look over the latest Venus rocket attempt when his twin wanted to see a display stereo starring Larry Ainsley, and they were both stubborn. From then on, we forgot the girls and spent our evenings at home. But it wasn't until Lena put vanilla on our steak instead of salt that we got off on the subject of emotions and robots. While Dave was dissecting Lena to find the trouble, we naturally mulled over the future of the mechs. He was sure that the robots would beat men someday, and I couldn't see it. Look here, Dave, I argued. You know Lena doesn't think, not really. When those wires crossed, she could have corrected herself, but she didn't bother. She followed the mechanical impulse. A man might have reached for the vanilla, but when he saw it in his hand, he'd have stopped. Lena had sense enough, but she has no emotions, no consciousness of self. All right, that's the big trouble with the mechs now, but we'll get around it, put in some mechanical emotions or something. He screwed Lena's head back on, turned on her juice. Go back to work, Lena. It's 19 o'clock. Now, I specialized in endocrinology and related subjects. I wasn't exactly a psychologist, but I did understand the glands, secretions, hormones, and miscellanies that are the physical causes of emotions. It took medical science 300 years to find out how and why they worked, and I couldn't see men duplicating them mechanically in much less time. I brought home books and papers to prove it, and Dave quoted the invention of memory coils and veritoid eyes. During that year, we swapped knowledge until Dave knew the whole theory of endocrinology, and I could have made Lena from memory. The more we talked, the less sure I grew about the impossibility of Homo mechanensis as the perfect type. Poor Lena. Her cuprobral body spent half its time in scattered pieces. Our first attempts were successful only in getting her to serve fried brushes for breakfast and wash the dishes in oleo oil. Then one day she cooked a perfect dinner with 6 wires crossed, and Dave was in ecstasy. He worked all night on her wiring, put in a new coil, and taught her a fresh set of words, and the next day she flew into a tantrum and swore vigorously at us when we told her she wasn't doing her work right. "It's a lie," she yelled, shaking a suction brush. "You're all liars. If you so-and-sos would leave me whole long enough, I might get something done around the place." When we calmed her temper and got her back to work, Dave ushered me into the study. "Not taking any chances with Lena," he explained. "We'll have to cut out that adrenal pack and restore her to normality. But we've got to get a better robot. A house-made mech isn't complex enough." "How about Dillard's new utility models? They seem to combine everything in one." "Exactly. Even so, we'll need a special one built to order, with a full range of memory coils. And out of respect to old Lena, let's get a female case for its works." The result, of course, was Helen. The Dillard people had performed a miracle and put all the works in a girl-modeled case. Even the plastic and rubberite face was designed for flexibility to express emotions, and she was complete with tear glands and taste buds, ready to simulate every human action, from breathing to pulling hair. The bill they sent with her was another miracle, but Dave and I scraped it together. We had to turn Lena over to an exchange to complete it, though, and thereafter we ate out. I'd performed plenty of delicate operations on living tissues, and some of them had been tricky. But I still felt like a pre-med student as we opened the front plate of her torso and began to sever the leads of her nerves. Dave's mechanical glands were all prepared, complex little bundles of pansistors and wires that heterodyned on the electrical thought impulses and distorted them as adrenaline distorts the reaction of human minds. Instead of sleeping that night, we pored over the schematic diagrams of her structures, tracing the complex thought mazes of her wiring, severing the leaders, implanting the heterons, as Dave called them. And while we worked, a mechanical tape fed carefully prepared thoughts of consciousness and awareness of life and feeling into an auxiliary memory coil. Dave believed in leaving nothing to chance. It was growing late as we finished, exhausted and exultant. All that remained was the starting of her electrical power. Like all the Dillard mechs, she was equipped with a tiny atometer instead of batteries, and once started would need no further attention. Dave refused to turn her on. "Wait until we've slept and rested," he advised. "I'm as eager to try her as you are, but we can't do much studying with our minds half dead. Turn in, and we'll leave Helen until later." Even though we were both reluctant to follow it, we knew the idea was sound. We turned in, and sleep hit us before the air conditioner could cut down to sleeping temperature. And then Dave was pounding on my shoulder. "Phil! Hey, snap out of it!" I groaned, turned over, and faced him. "Well? Huh? What is it? Did Helen—" "No, it's old Mrs. Van Stuyler. She visored to say her son has an infatuation for a servant girl, and she wants you to come out and give counter hormones. They're at the summer camp in Maine." Rich Mrs. Van Stuyler. I couldn't afford to let that account down, now that Helen had used up the last of my funds. But it wasn't a job I cared for. "Counter hormones? That'll take 2 weeks full-time. Anyway, I'm no society doctor messing with glands to keep fools happy. My job's taking care of serious trouble." "And you want to watch Helen?" Dave was grinning, but he was serious, too. "I told her it'd cost her $50,000. "Huh? And she said okay if you hurried." Of course, there was only one thing to do, though I could have wrung fat Mrs. Van Stuyler's neck cheerfully. It wouldn't have happened if she'd used robots like everyone else, but she had to be different. Consequently, while Dave was back home puttering with Helen, I was racking my brain to trick Archie Van Stuyler into getting the counter-hormones and giving the servant girl the same. Oh, I wasn't supposed to, but the poor kid was crazy about Archie. Dave might have written, I thought, but never a word did I get. It was 3 weeks later instead of 2 when I reported that Archie was cured and collected on the line. With that money in my pocket, I hired a personal rocket and was back in Messina in half an hour. I didn't waste time in reaching the house. As I stepped into the alcove, I heard a light patter of feet, and an eager voice called out, "Dave, dear?" For a minute I couldn't answer, and the voice came again, pleading, "Dave?" I don't know what I expected, but I didn't expect Helen to meet me that way, stopping and staring at me, obvious disappointment on her face, little hands fluttering up against her breast. "Oh," she cried, "I thought it was Dave. He hardly comes home to eat now, but I've had supper waiting hours." She dropped her hands and managed to smile. "You're Phil, aren't you? Dave told me about you at first. I'm so glad to see you home, Phil." "Glad to see you doing so well, Helen." Now, what does one say for light conversation with a robot? "You said something about supper?" "Oh, yes. I guess Dave ate downtown again, so we might as well go in. It'll be nice having someone to talk to around the house, Phil. You don't mind if I call you Phil, do you? You know you're sort of a godfather to me." We ate. I hadn't counted on such behavior, but apparently she considered eating as normal as walking. She didn't do much eating, at that. Most of the time she spent staring at the front door. Dave came in as we were finishing, a frown a yard wide on his face. Helen started to rise, but she ducked toward the stairs, throwing words over his shoulder. "Hi, Phil. See you up here, later." There was something radically wrong with him. For a moment I thought his eyes were haunted, and as I turned to Helen, hers were filling with tears. She gulped, choked them back, and fell to viciously on her food. "What's the matter with him? And you?" I asked. "He's sick of me." She pushed her plate away and got up hastily. "You'd better see him while I clean up. And there's nothing wrong with me, and it's not my fault anyway." She grabbed the dishes and ducked into the kitchen. I could have sworn she was crying. Maybe all thought is a series of conditioned reflexes, but she certainly had picked up a lot of conditioning while I was gone. Lena, in her heyday, had been nothing like this. I went up to see if Dave could make any sense out of the hodgepodge. He was squirting soda into a large glass of apple brandy, and I saw that the bottle was nearly empty. "Join me?" he asked. It seemed like a good idea. The roaring blast of an ion rocket overhead was the only familiar thing left in the house. From the look around Dave's eyes, it wasn't the first bottle he'd emptied while I was gone, and there were more left. He dug out a new bottle for his own drink. "Of course, it's none of my business, Dave, but that stuff won't steady your nerves any. What's gotten into you and Helen? Been seeing ghosts?" Helen was wrong. He hadn't been eating downtown, nor anywhere else. His muscles collapsed into a chair in a way that spoke of fatigue and nerves, but mostly of hunger. "You noticed it, huh?" "Noticed it? The two of you jammed it down my throat." "Uh-huh." He swatted at a non-existent fly and slumped further down in the pneumatic. "Guess maybe I should have waited with Helen until you got back. But if that stereocast hadn't changed, anyway, it did, and those mushy books of yours finished the job." "Thanks, that makes it all clear. You know, Phil, I've got a place up in the country. Fruit ranch. My dad left it to me. Think I'll look it over." And that's the way it went. But finally, by much liquor and more perspiration, I got some of the story out of him before I gave him an Amitol and put him to bed. Then I hunted up Helen and dug the rest of the story from her until it made sense. Apparently, as soon as I was gone, Dave had turned her on and made preliminary tests, which were entirely satisfactory. She had reacted beautifully, so well that he decided to leave her and go down to work as usual. Naturally, with all her untried emotions, she was filled with curiosity and wanted him to stay. Then he had an inspiration. After showing her what her duties about the house would be, he set her down in front of the stereovisor, tuned in a travelogue, and left her to occupy her time with that. The travelogue held her attention until it was finished, and the station switched over to a current serial with Larry Ainsley, the same cute emoter who'd given us all the trouble with the twins. Incidentally, he looked something like Dave. Helen took to the serial like a seal to water. This play-acting was a perfect outlet for her newly excited emotions. When that particular episode finished, she found a love story on another station and added still more to her education. The afternoon programs were mostly news and music, but by then she'd found my books, and I do have rather adolescent taste in literature. Dave came home in the best of spirits. The front alcove was neatly swept, and there was the odor of food in the air that he'd missed around the house for weeks. He had visions of Helen as the super-efficient housekeeper. So it was a shock to him to feel two strong arms around his neck from behind and hear a voice all a-quiver coo into his ears, "Oh, Dave, darling, I've missed you so, and I'm so thrilled that you're back." Helen's technique may have lacked polish, but it had enthusiasm, as he found when he tried to stop her from kissing him. She had learned fast and furiously. Also, Helen was powered by an automator. Dave wasn't a prude, but he remembered that she was only a robot after all. The fact that she felt, acted, and looked like a young goddess in his arms didn't mean much. With some effort, he untangled her and dragged her off to supper, where he made her eat with him to divert her attention. After her evening work, he called her into the study and gave her a thorough lecture on the folly of her ways. It must have been good, for it lasted 3 solid hours, and covered her station in life, the idiocy of stereos, and various other miscellanies. When he finished, Helen looked up with dewy eyes and said wistfully, "I know, Dave, but I still love you." That's when Dave started drinking. It grew worse each day. If he stayed downtown, she was crying when he came home. If he returned on time, she fussed over him and threw herself at him. In his room, with the door locked, he could hear her downstairs pacing up and down and muttering, and when he went down, she stared at him reproachfully until he had to go back up. I sent Helen out on a fake errand in the morning and got Dave up. With her gone, I made him eat a decent breakfast and gave him a tonic for his nerves. He was still listless and moody. "Look here, Dave," I broke in on his brooding. "Helen isn't human, after all. Why not cut off her power and change a few memory coils? Then we can convince her that she never was in love and couldn't get that way." "You try it. I had that idea, but she put up a wail that would wake Homer. She says it would be murder. And the hell of it is that I can't help feeling the same about it. Maybe she isn't human, but you wouldn't guess it when she puts on that martyred look and tells you to go ahead and kill her." We never put in substitutes for some of the secretions present in man during the love period. I don't know what we put in. Maybe the heterones backfired or something. Anyway, she's made this idea so much a part of her thoughts that we'd have to put in a whole new set of coils. Well, why not? Go ahead, you're the surgeon of this family. I'm not used to fussing with emotions. Matter of fact, since she's been acting this way, I'm beginning to hate work on any robot. My business is going to blazes. He saw Helen coming up the walk and ducked out the back door for the monorail express. I'd intended to put him back in bed, but let him go. Maybe he'd be better off at his shop than at home. "Dave's gone?" Helen did have that martyred look now. "Yeah, I got him to eat, and he's gone to work." "I'm glad he ate." She slumped down in a chair as if she were worn out, though how a mech could be tired beat me. "Phil?" "Well, what is it?" "Do you think I'm bad for him? I mean, do you think he'd be happier if I weren't here? He'll go crazy if you keep acting this way around him. She winced. Those little hands were twisting about pleadingly, and I felt like an inhuman brute. But I'd started, and I went ahead. Even if I cut out your power and changed your coils, he'd probably still be haunted by you. I know, but I can't help it. And I'd make him a good wife. Really I would, Phil. I gulped. This was getting a little too far. And give him strapping sons to boot, I suppose? A man wants flesh and blood, not rubber and metal. Don't, please. I can't think of myself that way. To me, I'm a woman. And you know how perfectly I'm made to imitate a real woman. In all ways. I couldn't give him sons, but in every other way. I try so hard. I know I'd make him a good wife. I gave up. Dave didn't come home that night, nor the next day. Helen was fussing and fuming, wanting me to call the hospitals and the police, but I knew nothing had happened to him. He always carried identification. Still, when he didn't come on the third day, I began to worry, and when Helen started out for his shop, I agreed to go with her. Dave was there, with another man I didn't know. I parked Helen where he couldn't see her, but where she could hear, and went in as soon as the other fellow left. Dave looked a little better and seemed glad to see me. Hi, Phil. Just closing up. Let's go eat. Helen couldn't hold back any longer, but came trooping in. Come on home, Dave. I've got roast duck with spiced stuffing, and you know you love that. Scat, said Dave. She shrank back, turned to go. Oh, all right, stay. You might as well hear it, too. I've sold the shop. The fellow you saw just bought it, and I'm going up to the old fruit ranch I told you about, Phil. I can't stand the mechs any more. You'll starve to death at that, I told him. No, there's a growing demand for old-fashioned fruit, raised out of doors. People are tired of this water-culture stuff. Dad always made a living out of it. I'm leaving as soon as I can get home and pack. Helen clung to her idea. I'll pack, Dave, while you eat. I've got apple cobbler for dessert. The world was toppling under her feet, but she still remembered how crazy he was for apple cobbler. Helen was a good cook. In fact, she was a genius with all the good points of a woman and a mech combined. Dave ate well enough after he got started. By the time supper was over, he'd thawed out enough to admit he liked the duck and cobbler and to thank her for packing. In fact, he even let her kiss him goodbye, though he firmly refused to let her go to the rocket field with him. Helen was trying to be brave when I got back, and we carried on a stumbling conversation about Mrs. Van Stuyler's servants for a while. But the talk began to lull, and she sat staring out of the window at nothing most of the time. Even the stereo comedy lacked interest for her, and I was glad enough to have her go off to her room. She could cut her power down to simulate sleep when she chose. As the days slipped by, I began to realize why she couldn't believe herself a robot. I got to thinking of her as a girl and companion myself. Except for odd intervals when she went off by herself to brood, or when she kept going to the telescript for a letter that never came, she was as good a companion as a man could ask. There was something homey about the place that Lena had never put there. I took Helen on a shopping trip to Hudson, and she giggled and purred over the wisps of silk and glass sheen that were the fashion, tried on endless hats, and conducted herself as any normal girl might. We went trout fishing for a day, where she proved to be as good a sport and as sensibly silent as a man. I thoroughly enjoyed myself and thought she was forgetting Dave. That was before I came home unexpectedly and found her doubled up on the couch, threshing her legs up and down and crying to the high heavens. It was then I called Dave. They seemed to have trouble in reaching him, and Helen came over beside me while I waited. She was tense and fidgety as an old maid trying to propose, but finally they located Dave. "What's up, Phil?" he asked as his face came on the viewplate. "I was just getting my things together to—" I broke him off. "Things can't go on the way they are, Dave. I've made up my mind. I'm yanking Helen's coils tonight. It won't be worse than what she's going through now." Helen reached up and touched my shoulder. "Maybe that's best, Phil. I don't blame you." Dave's voice cut in. "Phil, you don't know what you're doing." "Of course I do. It'll all be over by the time you can get here. As you heard, she's agreeing." There was a black cloud sweeping over Dave's face. "I won't have it, Phil. She's half mine, and I forbid it. Of all the— Go ahead, call me anything you want. I've changed my mind. I was packing to come home when you called." Helen jerked around me, her eyes glued to the panel. "Dave, are you— "I'm just waking up to what a fool I've been, Helen. Phil, I'll be home in a couple of hours, so if there's anything—" He didn't have to chase me out, but I heard Helen cooing something about loving to be a rancher's wife before I could shut the door. Well, I wasn't as surprised as they thought. I think I knew when I called Dave what would happen. No man acts the way Dave had been acting because he hates a girl, only because he thinks he does, and thinks wrong. No woman ever made a lovelier bride or a sweeter wife. Helen never lost her flair for cooking and making a home. With her gone, the old house seemed empty, and it began to drop out to the ranch once or twice a week. I suppose they had trouble at times, but I never saw it, and I know the neighbors never suspected they were anything but normal man and wife. Dave grew older, and Helen didn't, of course. But between us we put lines in her face and grayed her hair without letting Dave know that she wasn't growing old with him. He'd forgotten that she wasn't human, I guess. I practically forgot myself. It wasn't until a letter came from Helen this morning that I woke up to reality. There, in her beautiful script, just a trifle shaky in places, was the inevitable that neither Dave nor I had seen. Dear Phil, as you know, Dave has had heart trouble for several years now. We expected him to live on just the same, but it seems that wasn't to be. He died in my arms just before sunrise. He sent you his greetings and farewell. I've one last favor to ask of you, Phil. There is only one thing for me to do when this is finished. Acid will burn out metal as well as flesh, and I'll be dead with Dave. Please see that we are buried together, and that the morticians do not find my secret. Dave wanted it that way, too. Poor dear Phil, I know you loved Dave as a brother, and how you felt about me. Please don't grieve too much for us, for we have had a happy life together, and both feel that we should cross this last bridge side by side. With love and thanks from Helen. It had to come sooner or later, I suppose, and the first shock has worn off now. I'll be leaving in a few minutes to carry out Helen's last instructions. Dave was a lucky man, and the best friend I ever had. And Helen? Well, as I said, I'm an old man now, and can view things more sanely. I should have married and raised a family, I suppose. But there was only one Helen O'Loy.
Requiem, Robert A. Heinlein. On a high hill in Samoa there is a grave. Inscribed on the marker are these words: "Under the wide and starry sky, dig my grave and let me lie. Glad did I live and gladly die, and I lay me down with a will. This be the verse which you grave for me. Here he lies where he longed to be. Home is the sailor home from the sea, and the hunter home from the hill." These lines appear in other place, scrawled on a shipping tag torn from a compressed air container and pinned to the ground with a knife. It wasn't much of a fair, as fairs go. The trotting races didn't promise much excitement, even though several entries claimed the blood of the immortal Dan Patch. The tents and concession booths barely covered the circus grounds, and the pitchmen seemed discouraged. Dee Dee Harriman's chauffeur could not see any reason for stopping. They were due in Kansas City for a directors' meeting, that is to say, Harriman was. The chauffeur had private reasons for promptness, reasons involving Darktown society on 18th Street. But the boss not only stopped, but hung around. Bunting and a canvas arch made the entrance to a large enclosure beyond the racetrack. Red and gold letters announced, This way to the moon rocket. See it in actual flight. Public demonstration flights, twice daily. This is the actual type used by the first man to reach the moon. You can ride it. $50. A boy, 9 or 10 years old, hung around the entrance and stared at the posters. Want to see the ship, son? The kid's eyes shone. Gee, mister, I sure would. So would I. Come on. Harriman paid out $50 for 2 pink tickets, which entitled them to enter the enclosure and examine the rocket ship. The kid took his and ran on ahead with the single-mindedness of youth. Harriman looked over the stubby, curved lines of the ovoid body. He noted with a professional eye that she was a single-jet type with fractional controls around her midriff. He squinted through his glasses at the name painted in gold on the carnival red of the body. Carefree. He paid another quarter to enter the control cabin. When his eyes had adjusted to the gloom caused by the strong ray filters of the ports, he let them rest lovingly on the keys of the console and the semi-circle of dials above. Each beloved gadget was in its proper place. He knew them, graven in his heart. While he mused over the instrument board, with the warm liquid of content soaking through his body, the pilot entered and touched his arm. "Sorry, sir, we've got to cast loose for the flight." "Huh?" Harriman started and looked at the speaker. Handsome devil with a good skull and strong shoulders, reckless eyes and a self-indulgent mouth, but a firm chin. "Oh, excuse me, Captain." "Quite all right." "Oh, I say, Captain, McIntyre. Captain McIntyre, could you take a passenger this trip?" The old man leaned eagerly toward him. "Why, yes, if you wish. Come along with me." He ushered Harriman into a shed marked Office, which stood near the gate. "Passenger for a check-over, Doc." Harriman looked startled, but permitted the medico to run a stethoscope over his thin chest and strap a rubber bandage around his arm. Presently he unstrapped it, glanced at McIntyre, and shook his head. "No go, Doc?" "That's right, Captain." Harriman looked from face to face. "My heart's all right. That's just a flutter." The physician's brows shot up. "It is, but it's not just your heart. At your age, your bones are brittle, too brittle to risk a takeoff." "Sorry, sir," added the pilot, "but the Bates County Fair Association pays the doctor here to see to it that I don't take anyone up who might be hurt by the acceleration." The old man's shoulders drooped miserably. "I rather expected it." "Sorry, sir." McIntyre turned to go, but Harriman followed him out. "Excuse me, Captain." "Yes?" "Could you and your engineer have dinner with me after your flight?" The pilot looked at him quizzically. "I don't see why not. Thanks." "Captain McIntyre, it is difficult for me to see why anyone would quit the Earth-Moon run. Fried chicken and hot biscuits in a private dining room of the best hotel the little town of Butler afforded, 3-star Hennessy and Coronas had produced a friendly atmosphere in which 3 men could talk freely. Well, I didn't like it. "Ah, don't give me that, Mac. You know it was Rule G that got you." McIntyre's mechanic poured himself another brandy as he spoke. McIntyre looked sullen. "Well, what if I did take a couple of drinks? Anyhow, I could have squared that. It was the darn persnickety regulations that got me fed up." "Who are you to talk? Smuggler?" "Sure, I smuggled. Who wouldn't, with all those beautiful rocks just aching to be taken back to Earth? I had a diamond once as big as... But if I hadn't been caught, I'd be in Luna City tonight. And so would you, you drunken blaster, with the boys buying us drinks and the girls smiling." He put his face down and began to weep quietly. McIntyre shook him. "He's drunk." "Never mind." Harriman interposed a hand. "Tell me, are you really satisfied not to be on the run any more?" McIntyre chewed his lip. "No, he's right, of course. This barnstorming isn't what it's all cracked up to be. We've been hopping junk at every pumpkin doings up and down the Mississippi Valley, sleeping in tourist camps and eating at grease burners. Half the time the sheriff has an attachment on the ship. The other half the Society for the Prevention of Something or Other gets an injunction to keep us on the ground. It's no sort of a life for a rocket man. Would it help any for you to get to the moon? Well, yes. I couldn't get back on the Earth-Moon run, but if I was in Luna City, I could get a job hopping ore for the company. They're always short of rocket pilots for that, and they wouldn't mind my record. If I kept my nose clean, they might even put me back on the run. In time. Harriman fiddled with a spoon and looked up. Would you young gentlemen be open to a business proposition? Perhaps. What is it? You own the Carefree? Yeah. That is, Charlie and I do, barring a couple of liens against her. Why? I want to charter her, for you and Charlie to take me to the moon. Charlie sat up with a jerk. Did you hear what he said, Mac? He wants us to fly that old heap to the moon. McIntyre shook his head. Can't do it, Mr. Harriman. The old boat's worn out. You couldn't convert to escape fuel. We don't even use standard juice in her, just gasoline and liquid air. Charlie spends all of his time tinkering with her at that. She's going to blow up someday. Say, Mr. Harriman, put in Charlie, what's the matter with getting an excursion permit and going in a company ship? No, son, the old man replied, I can't do that. You know the conditions under which the UN granted the company a monopoly on lunar exploitation. No one to enter space. It was not physically qualified to stand up under it. Company to take full responsibility for the safety and health of all citizens beyond the stratosphere. The official reason for granting the franchise was to avoid unnecessary loss of life during the first few years of space travel. And you can't pass the physical exam? Harriman shook his head. Well, if you can afford to hire us, why don't you just bribe yourself a brace of company docs? It's been done before. Harriman smiled ruefully. I know it has, Charlie, but it won't work for me. You see, I'm a little too prominent. My full name is Delis D. Harriman. What? You are old D.D.? But you own a big slice of the company yourself. You practically are the company. You ought to be able to do anything you like, rules or no rules. That is a not unusual opinion, son, but it is incorrect. Rich men aren't more free than other men. They are less free, a good deal less free. I tried to do what you suggest, but the other directors would not permit me. They are afraid of losing their franchise. It costs them a good deal in, political contact expenses to retain it as it is. Well, I'll be a... Can you tie that, Mac? A guy with lots of dough and he can't spend it the way he wants to. McIntyre did not answer, but waited for Harriman to continue. Captain McIntyre, if you had a ship, would you take me? McIntyre rubbed his chin. It's against the law. I'd make it worth your while. Sure he would, Mr. Harriman. Of course you would, Mac. Luna City. Oh, baby. Why do you want to go to the moon so badly, Mr. Harriman? Captain, it's the one thing I've really wanted to do all my life, ever since I was a young boy. I don't know whether I can explain it to you or not. You young fellas have grown up to rocket travel the way I grew up to aviation. I'm a great deal older than you are, at least 50 years older. When I was a kid, practically nobody believed that men would ever reach the moon. You've seen rockets all your lives, and the first to reach the moon got there before you were a young boy. When I was a boy, they laughed at the idea. But I believed. I read Verne and Wells and Smith, and I believed that we could do it, that we would do it. I set my heart on being one of the men to walk on the surface of the moon, to see her other side, and to look back on the face of the earth hanging in the sky. I used to go without my lunches to pay my dues in the American Rocket Society because I wanted to believe that I was helping to bring the day nearer when we would reach the moon. I was already an old man when that day arrived. I have lived longer than I should, but I would not let myself die. I will not, until I have set foot on the moon. McIntyre stood up and put out his hand. You find a ship, Mr. Harriman? I'll drive her. Attaboy, Mac. I told you would, Mr. Harriman. Harriman mused and dozed during the half-hour run to the north into Kansas City, dozed in the light-troubled sleep of old age. Incidents out of a long life ran through his mind in vagrant dreams. There was that time. Oh, yes. 1910. A little boy on a warm spring night. What's that, Daddy? That's Halley's Comet, Sonny. Where did it come from? I don't know, son. From way out in the sky somewhere. It's beautiful, Daddy. I want to touch it. Afraid not, son. Delis, do you mean to stand there and tell me you put the money we had saved for the house into that crazy rocket company? Now, Charlotte, please, it's not crazy. It's a sound business investment. Some day soon rockets will find the sky. Ships and trains will be obsolete. Look what happened to the men that had the foresight to invest in Henry Ford. We've been all over this before. Charlotte, the day will come when men will rise up off the earth and visit the moon, even the planets. This is the beginning. Must you shout? I'm sorry, but I feel a headache coming on. Please try to be a little quiet when you come to bed. He hadn't gone to bed. He had sat out on the veranda all night long, watching the full moon move across the sky. There would be the devil to pay in the morning, the devil and a thin-lipped silence. But he'd stick by his guns. He'd given in on most things, but not on this. But the night was his. Tonight he'd be alone with his old friend. He searched her face. Where was Mare Crisium? Funny, he couldn't make it out. He used to be able to see it plainly when he was a boy. Probably needed new glasses. This constant office work wasn't good for his eyes. But he didn't need to see. He knew where they all were. Crisium, Mare Fecunditatis, Mare Tranquillitatis. That one had a satisfying role. The Apennines, the Carpathians, old Tycho with its mysterious rays. 240,000 miles, 10 times around the earth. Surely men could bridge a little gap like that. Why, he could almost reach out and touch it, nodding there behind the elm trees. Not that he could help. He hadn't the education. Son, I want to have a little serious talk with you. Yes, Mother. I know you would hope to go to college next year. Hoped he had lived for it. The University of Chicago to study under Moulton, then on to the Yerkes Observatory to work under the eye of Dr. Frost himself. And I had hoped so too. But with your father gone and the girls growing up, it's harder to make ends meet. You've been a good boy and worked hard to help out. I know you'll understand. Yes, Mother. Extra, extra, stratosphere rocket reaches Paris. Read all about it. The thin little man in the bifocal snatched at the paper and hurried back to the office. Look at this, George. Huh? Interesting, but what of it? Can't you see? The next stage is to the moon. God, but you're a sucker, Delis. The trouble with you is you read too many of those trashy magazines. Now, I caught my boy reading one of 'em just last week, Stunning Stories or some such title, and dressed him down proper. Your folk should have done you the same favor." Harriman squared his narrow, middle-aged shoulders. "They will so reach the moon." His partner laughed. "Have it your own way. If baby wants the moon, Papa bring it for him. But you stick to your discounts and commissions. That's where the money is." The big car droned down the Paseo and turned off on Armour Boulevard. Old Harriman stirred uneasily in his sleep and muttered to himself. "But, Mr. Harriman—" The young man with the notebook was plainly perturbed. The old man grunted. "You heard me. Sell 'em. I want every share I own realized in cash as rapidly as possible. Spaceways Provisioning Company, Artemis Mines, Luna City, Recreations, the whole lot of 'em. It will depress the market. You won't realize the full value of your holdings. Don't you think I know that? I can afford it. What about the shares you had earmarked for Richardson Observatory and for the Harriman scholarships? Oh, yes, don't sell those. Set up a trust. Should have done it long ago. Tell young Kamens to draw up the papers. He knows what I want." The inter-office visor flashed into life. "The gentlemen are here, Mr. Harriman." "Send him in. That's all, Ashley. Get busy." Ashley went out as McIntyre and Charlie entered. Harriman got up and trotted forward to greet them. "Come in, boys, come in. I'm so glad to see you. Sit down, sit down. Have a cigar." "Mighty pleased to see you, Mr. Harriman," acknowledged Charlie. "In fact, you might say we need to see you." "Some trouble, gentlemen?" Harriman glanced from face to face. McIntyre answered him. "You still mean that about a job for us, Mr. Harriman?" "Mean it? Certainly I do. You're not backing out on me?" "Not at all. We need that job now. You see, the Carefree is lying in the middle of the Osage River, with her jet split clear back to the injector." "Dear me. You weren't hurt?" "No, aside from sprains and bruises. We jumped." Charlie chortled. "I caught a catfish with my bare teeth." In short order, they got down to business. "You two will have to buy a ship for me. I can't do it openly. My colleagues would figure out what I mean to do and stop me. I'll supply you with all the cash you need. You go out and locate some sort of a ship that can be refitted for the trip. Work up some good story about how you are buying it for some playboy as a stratosphere yacht, or that you plan to establish an Arctic-Antarctic tourist route. Anything as long as no one suspects that she is being outfitted for space flight. Then, after the Department of Transport licenses her for stratoflight, you move out to a piece of desert out west. I'll find a likely parcel of land and buy it. And then I'll join you. Then we'll install the escape fuel tanks, change the injectors and timers and so forth to fit her for the hop. How about it?" McIntyre looked dubious. "It'll take a lot of doing, Charlie. Do you think you can accomplish that changeover without a dockyard and shops?" "Me? Sure I can, with your thick-fingered help. Just give me the tools and materials I want, and don't hurry me too much. Of course, it won't be fancy. Nobody wants it to be fancy. I just want a ship that won't blow when I start slapping the keys. Isotope fuel is no joke." "It won't blow, Mac." "That's what you thought about the Carefree." "That ain't fair, Mac. I ask you, Mr. Harriman. That heap was junk and we knew it. This will be different. We're going to spend some dough and do it right. Ain't we, Mr. Harriman?" Harriman patted him on the shoulder. "Certainly we are, Charlie. You can have all the money you want. That's the least of our worries. Now, do the salaries and bonuses I mentioned suit you? I don't want you to be short." "As you know, my clients are his nearest relatives and have his interests at heart. We contend that Mr. Harriman's conduct for the past several weeks, as shown by the evidence here adduced, gives clear indication that a mind once brilliant in the world of finance has become senile. It is, therefore, with the deepest regret that we pray this honorable court, if it pleases, to declare Mr. Harriman incompetent and to assign a conservator to protect his financial interests and those of his future heirs and assigns. The attorney sat down, pleased with himself. Mr. Kamens took the floor. May it please the court if my esteemed friend is quiet through. May I suggest that in his last few words he gave away his entire thesis? Financial interests of future heirs and assigns. It is evident that the petitioners believe that my client should conduct his affairs in such a fashion as to ensure that his nieces and nephews and their issue will be supported in unearned luxury for the rest of their lives. My client's wife has passed on. He has no children. It is admitted that he has provided generously for his sisters and their children in times past, and that he has established annuities for such near kin as are without means of support, but now lack vultures, worse than vultures, for they are not content to let him die in peace. They would prevent my client from enjoying his wealth in whatever manner best suits him for the few remaining years of his life. It is true that he has sold his holdings. Is it strange that an elderly man should wish to retire? It is true that he suffered some paper losses in liquidation. The value of a thing is what that thing will bring. He was retiring and demanded cash. Is there anything strange about that? It is admitted that he refused to discuss his actions with his so loving kinfolk. What law or principle requires a man to consult with his nephews on anything? Therefore we pray that this court will confirm my client in his right to do what he likes with his own, deny this petition, and send these meddlers about their business. The judge took off his spectacles and polished them thoughtfully. Mr. Kamens, this court has as high a regard for individual liberty as you have, and you may rest assured that any action taken will be solely in the interests of your client. Nevertheless, men do grow old, men do become senile, and in such cases must be protected. I shall take this matter under advisement until tomorrow. Court is adjourned. From the Kansas City Star. Eccentric millionaire disappears. Failed to appear for the adjourned hearing. The bailiffs returned from a search of places usually frequented by Harriman with the report that he had not been seen since the previous day. A bench warrant under contempt proceedings has been issued, and a desert sunset is a better stimulant for the appetite than a hot dance orchestra. Charlie testified to this by polishing the last of the ham gravy with a piece of bread. Harriman handed each of the younger men cigars and took one himself. My doctor claims that these weeds are bad for my heart condition, he remarked as he lighted it. But I've felt so much better since I joined you boys here on the ranch that I am inclined to doubt him. He exhaled a cloud of blue-gray smoke and resumed. I don't think a man's health depends so much on what he does as on whether he wants to do it. I'm doing what I want to do. That's all a man can ask of life, agreed McIntyre. How does the work look now, boys? My end's in pretty good shape, Charlie answered. We finished the second pressure tests on the new tanks and the fuel lines today. The ground tests are all done, except the calibration runs. Those won't take long. Just the 4 hours to make the runs if I don't run into some bugs. How about you, Mac? McIntyre ticked them off on his fingers. Food supplies and water on board, 3 vacuum suits, a spare, and service kits. Medical supplies. The buggy already had all the standard equipment for stratoflight. The late lunar ephemerides haven't arrived yet. When do you expect them? Any time. They should be here now. Not that it matters. This guff about how hard it is to navigate from here to the moon is hokum to impress the public. After all, you can see your destination. It's not like ocean navigation. Give me a sextant and a good radar, and I'll set you down any place on the moon you like, without cracking an almanac or a star table, just from a general knowledge of the relative speeds involved. Never mind the personal build-up, Columbus, Charlie told him. We'll admit you can hit the floor with your hat. The general idea is you're ready to go now. Is that right? That's it. That being the case, I could run those tests tonight. I'm getting jumpy. Things have been going too smoothly. If you'll give me a hand, we ought to be in bed by midnight. Okay, when I finish this cigar. They smoked in silence for a while, each thinking about the coming trip and what it meant to him. Old Harriman tried to repress the excitement that possessed him at the prospect of immediate realization of his lifelong dream. Mr. Harriman? Huh? What is it, Charlie? How does a guy go about getting rich like you did? Getting rich? I can't say. I never tried to get rich. I never wanted to be rich, or well-known, or anything like that. Huh? No, I just wanted to live a long time and see it all happen. I wasn't unusual. There were lots of boys like me. Radio hams they were, and telescope builders, and airplane amateurs. We had science clubs, basement laboratories, and science fiction leagues. The kind of boys who thought there was more romance in one issue of the Electrical Experimenter than in all the books Dumas ever wrote. We didn't want to be one of Horatio Alger's get-rich heroes either. We wanted to build spaceships. Well, some of us did. Geez, Pop, you make it sound exciting. It was exciting, Charlie. This has been a wonderful romantic century for all of its bad points. And it's grown more wonderful and more exciting every year. No, I didn't want to be rich. I just wanted to live long enough to see men rise up to the stars and, if God was good to me, to go as far as the moon myself. He carefully deposited an inch of white ash in a saucer. It has been a good life. I haven't any complaints. McIntyre pushed back his chair. Come on, Charlie, if you're ready. Okay. They all got up. Harriman started to speak, then grabbed at his chest, his face a dead gray white. Catch him, Mac! Where's his medicine? In his vest pocket. They eased him over to a couch, broke a small glass capsule in a handkerchief, and held it under his nose. The volatile released by the capsule seemed to bring a little color into his face. They did what little they could for him, then waited for him to regain consciousness. Charlie broke the uneasy silence. Mac, we ain't going through with this. Why not? It's murder. He'll never stand up under the initial acceleration. Maybe not, but it's what he wants to do. You heard him. But we oughtn't to let him. Why not? It's neither your business nor the business of this blasted paternalistic government to tell a man not to risk his life doing what he really wants to do. All the same, I don't feel right about it. He's such a swell old duck. Then what do you want to do with him? Send him back to Kansas City so those old harpies can shut him up in a laughing academy till he dies of a broken heart? No, not that. Get out there and make your setup for those test runs. I'll be along. A wide-tired desert runabout rolled in the ranch yard gate the next morning and stopped in front of the house. A heavy-set man with a firm but kindly face climbed out and spoke to McIntyre, who approached to meet him. You James McIntyre? What about it? I'm the deputy federal marshal hereabouts. I got a warrant for your arrest. What's the charge? Conspiracy to violate the Space Precautionary Act. Charlie joined the pair. What's up, Mac? The deputy answered. You'd be Charles Cummings, I guess. Warrant here for you. Got one for a man named Harriman, too, and a court order to put seals on your spaceship. We've no spaceship. What do you keep in that shed? Strato yacht? So? Well, I'll put seals on her until a spaceship comes along. Where's Harriman? Right in there, Charlie obliged by pointing, ignoring McIntyre's scowl. The deputy turned his head. Charlie couldn't have missed the button by a fraction of an inch, for the deputy collapsed quietly to the ground.
Charlie stood over him, rubbing his knuckles and mourning. "That's the finger I broke playing shortstop. I'm always hurting that finger." "Get Pop into the cabin," Mac cut him short, "and strap him into his hammock." "Aye, aye, skipper." They dragged the ship by tractor out of the hangar, turned, and went out the desert plain to find elbow room for the takeoff. They climbed in. McIntyre saw the deputy from his starboard conning port. He was staring disconsolately after them. McIntyre fastened his safety belt, settled his corset, and spoke into the engine-room speaking tube. "All set, Charlie?" "All set, skipper. But you can't raise ship yet, Mac. She ain't named." "No time for your superstitions." Harriman's thin voice reached them. "Call her the Lunatic. It's the only appropriate name." McIntyre settled his head into the pads, punched 2 keys, then 3 more in rapid succession, and the Lunatic raised ground. "How are you, Pop?" Charlie searched the old man's face anxiously. Harriman licked his lips and managed to speak. "Doing fine, son. Couldn't be better." "The acceleration is over. It won't be so bad from here on. I'll unstrap you so you can wiggle around a little. But I think you'd better stay in the hammock." He tugged at buckles. Harriman partially repressed a groan. "What is it, Pop?" Nothing at all. Just go easy on that side." Charlie ran his fingers over the old man's side with the sure, delicate touch of a mechanic. "You ain't fooling me none, Pop, but there isn't much I can do until we ground." "Charlie?" "Yes, Pop?" "Can't I move to a port? I want to watch the Earth." "Ain't nothing to see yet. The ship hides it. As soon as we turn ship, I'll move you. Tell you what, I'll give you a sleepy pill and then wake you when we do." "No." "Huh?" "I'll stay awake." "Just as you say, Pop." Charlie clambered monkey fashion to the nose of the ship and anchored to the gimbals of the pilot's chair. McIntyre questioned him with his eyes. "Yeah, he's alive all right," Charlie told him. "But he's in bad shape." "How bad?" "Couple of cracked ribs, anyhow. I don't know what else. I don't know whether he'll last out the trip, Mac. His heart was pounding something awful." "He'll last, Charlie. He's tough." "Tough? He's delicate as a canary." "I don't mean that. He's tough way down inside, where it counts. Just the same, you'd better set her down awful easy if you want to ground with a full complement aboard." "I will. I'll make one full swing around the moon and ease her in on an involute approach curve. We've got enough fuel, I think." They were now in a free orbit. After McIntyre turned ship, Charlie went back, unslung the hammock, and moved Harriman, hammock and all, to a side port. McIntyre steadied the ship about a transverse axis so that the tail pointed toward the sun, then gave a short blast on 2 tangential jets opposed and coupled to cause the ship to spin slowly about her longitudinal axis and thereby create a slight artificial gravity. The initial weightlessness when coasting commenced had knotted the old man with the characteristic nausea of free flight, and the pilot wished to save his passenger as much discomfort as possible. But Harriman was not concerned with the condition of his stomach. There it was, all as he had imagined it so many times. The moon swung majestically past the viewport, wider than he had ever seen it before, all of her familiar features cameo clear. She gave way to the earth as the ship continued its slow swing, the earth itself, as he had envisioned her, appearing like a noble moon, many times as wide as the moon appears to the earthbound, and more luscious, more sensuously beautiful than the silver moon could be. It was sunset near the Atlantic seaboard. The line of shadow cut down the coastline of North America, clashed through Cuba, and obscured all but the west coast of South America. He savored the mellow blue of the Pacific Ocean, felt the texture of the soft green and brown of the continents, admired the blue-white cold of the polar caps. Canada and the northern states were obscured by cloud, a vast low-pressure area that spread across the continent. It shone with an even more satisfactory, dazzling white than the polar caps. As the ship swung slowly around, Earth would pass from view, and the stars would march across the port, the same stars he had always known, but steady, brighter, and unwinking against a screen of perfect live black. Then the moon would swim into view again to claim his thoughts. He was serenely happy in a fashion not given to most men, even in a long lifetime. He felt as if he were every man who has ever lived, looked up at the stars and longed. As the long hours came and went, he watched and dozed and dreamed. At least once he must have fallen into deep sleep, or possibly delirium, for he came to with a start, thinking that his wife Charlotte was calling to him. "Delos," the voice had said, "Delos, come in from there. You'll catch your death of cold in that night air." Poor Charlotte. She had been a good wife to him. A good wife. He was quite sure that her only regret in dying had been her fear that he could not take proper care of himself. It had not been her fault that she had not shared his dream and his need. Charlie rigged the hammock in such a fashion that Harriman could watch from the starboard port when they swung around the far face of the moon. He picked out the landmarks made familiar to him by 1,000 photographs with nostalgic pleasure, as if he were returning to his own country. McIntyre brought her slowly down as they came back around to the earthward face and prepared to land east of Mare Fecunditatis, about 10 miles from Luna City. It was not a bad landing, all things considered. He had to land without coaching from the grounds, and he had no second pilot to watch the radar for him. In his anxiety to make it gentle, he missed his destination by some 30 miles, but he did his cold, sober best. But at that it was bumpy. As they grounded and the pumice dust settled around them, Charlie came up to the control station. "How's our passenger?" Mac demanded. "I'll see, but I wouldn't make any bets. That landing stunk, Mac." "Damn it, I did my best." "I know you did, Skipper. Forget it." But the passenger was alive and conscious, although bleeding from the nose, and with a pink foam on his lips. He was feebly trying to get himself out of his cocoon. They helped him, working together. "Where are the vacuum suits?" was his first remark. "Steady, Mr. Harriman. You can't go out there yet. We got to give you some first aid." "Get me that suit!" "First aid can wait." Silently they did as he ordered. His left leg was practically useless, and they had to help him through the lock, one on each side. But with his inconsiderable mass having a lunar weight of only 20 pounds, he was no burden. They found a place some 50 yards from the ship where they could prop him up and let him look, a chunk of scoria supporting his head. McIntyre put his helmet against the old man's and spoke. "We'll leave you here to enjoy the view while we get ready for the trek into town. It's a 40-miler, pretty near, and we'll have to break out spare air bottles and rations and stuff. We'll be back soon." Harriman nodded without answering, and squeezed their gauntlets with a grip that was surprisingly strong. He sat very quietly, rubbing his hands against the soil of the moon and sensing the curiously light pressure of his body against the ground. At long last there was peace in his heart. His hurts had ceased to pain him. He was where he had longed to be. He had followed his need. Over the western horizon hung the earth at last quarter, a green-blue giant moon. Overhead the sun shone down from a black and starry sky, and underneath the moon, the soil of the moon itself. He was on the moon. He lay back still while a bath of content flowed over him like a tide at flood, and soaked to his very marrow. His attention strayed momentarily, and he thought once again that his name was called. Silly, he thought. I'm getting old. My mind wanders. Back in the cabin, Charlie and Mac were rigging shoulder yokes on a stretcher. "There, that will do," Mac commented. "We'd better stir Pop out. We ought to be going." "I'll get him," Charlie replied. "I'll just pick him up and carry him. He don't weigh nothing." Charlie was gone longer than McIntyre had expected him to be. He returned alone, Mac waited for him to close the lock and swing back his helmet. "Trouble?" "Never mind the stretcher, Skipper. We won't be needing it." "Yeah, I mean it," he continued. "Pop's done for. I did what was necessary." McIntyre bent down without a word and picked up the wide skis necessary to negotiate the powdery ash. Charlie followed his example. Then they swung the spare air bottles over their shoulders and passed out through the lock. They didn't bother to close the outer door of the lock behind them. Probability 0. Some Curious Effects of Time Travel. L. Sprague de Camp. The truly formidable host of paradoxes involved in time travel was something I had never appreciated until I accompanied the expedition of the Drink Whiskey Institute on their journey to the Siwalik Pleistocene in 1932. To be more accurate, the expedition was in the Siwalik Hills, and from 1932. The purpose of this enterprise was to bring back, besides the usual information on fauna, flora, meteorology, etc., a pair of wugugs, Vugugus jonesii, a kind of mammalian tortoise known only from a few fragmentary specimens, by means of which we hope to persuade the Grand Duchy of Liechtenstein to pay for the expedition. In the early spring of 1932, we arrived at Sweatipur, India, near which town the remains of Vugugus jonesii had been unearthed. To effect our transition to the Pleistocene, we secured the services of a local yogin, who asserted that he could send our astral bodies back 750,000 years by simple contemplation of his coccyx. He agreed to demonstrate his powers by sending his own astral body back for a reconnaissance. All went well, except that the yogin's astral body failed to return to the present at the appointed time. Instead, the yogin received a piece of bark on which was scratched the following message in the Devanagari alphabet. Dear Shrai, so sorry, but I have met my soulmate. I have fallen in love with a Java woman, and shall never return to your loathsome materialistic century. Arrivederci. Your A.B., symbol for number, his mark. On receipt of this message, the yogin became much distressed, refused to cooperate any longer with the expedition, and soon left Sweatipur to become a professional solitaire player. The representatives of the Drink Whiskey Institute were thus forced to fall back on their own resources. Fortunately, their ingenuity proved equal to the task, and within 48 hours we had invented, designed, and assembled a chronomobile. I won't weary you with the details, save to remark that it operated by transposing the 7th and 11th dimensions in a hole in space, thus creating an inverse ether vortex and standing the space-time continuum on its head. The space-time continuum later complained of a headache. A curious feature of time travel back from the present is that one gets younger and younger, becoming successively a youth, a child, an embryo, and finally nothing at all. Fortunately, the process does not stabilize here, for the traveler immediately reappears after his disappearance, and thenceforth ages as rapidly as he had previously youthed, or whatever the word should be. He discovers, however, that he is a mirror image of his former self, with the heart on the right side. As expected, I went through my disappearance as we passed the year 1907, in which I was born. By the time we passed 1882, I had returned to the somatic condition in which I had left the present, and thenceforth aged rapidly. Needless to say, by the time we reached 750,000 B.C., we were all exceedingly old men. Fortunately, the personnel of the expedition had been selected for longevity. The most disconcerting feature of having a negative age is that not only one's body but one's memory chains are mirror images of what they would normally be. To get along with a mirror image of a memory takes practice, as a professor proved some years ago by wearing glasses which inverted or reversed the optical images falling upon his eyes. When we had secured our wugugs, we tried to bring them back to the present. Unfortunately, once the chronomobile had been set in action, the beasts aged as rapidly as the members of the expedition youthed, and before we had gone 10 years we had nothing but a pair of fine woogug skeletons to show for our pains. We had strict orders from the Drink Whiskey Institute covering such a contingency. To avoid committing the Institute to the heavy expense of the expedition, with no prospect of getting its money back from the sale of the woogugs, we stopped our chronomobile in the year 1931. Then, when 1932 rolled around, we simply refrained from setting out for Sweatypoor, as we had done on our previous cycle. The expedition, therefore, never took place. The Cold Equations. Tom Godwin. He was not alone. There was nothing to indicate the fact but the white hand of the tiny gauge on the board before him. The control room was empty but for himself. There was no sound other than the murmur of the drives. But the white hand had moved. It had been on 0 when the little ship was launched from the stardust. Now, an hour later, it had crept up. There was something in the supplies closet across the room. It was saying, some kind of body that radiated heat. It could be but one kind of a body, a living human body. He leaned back in the pilot's chair and drew a deep, slow breath, considering what he would have to do. He was an EDS pilot, inured to the sight of death, long since accustomed to it and to viewing the dying of another man with an objective lack of emotion, and he had no choice in what he must do. There could be no alternative, but it required a few moments of conditioning for even an EDS pilot to prepare himself to walk across the room and coldly, deliberately take the life of a man he had yet to meet. He would, of course, do it. It was the law, stated very bluntly and definitely in grim paragraph L, section 8 of Interstellar Regulations. Any stowaway discovered in an EDS shall be jettisoned immediately following discovery. It was the law, and there could be no appeal. It was a law not of men's choosing, but made imperative by the circumstances of the space frontier. Galactic expansion had followed the development of the hyperspace drive, and as men scattered wide across the frontier, there had come the problem of contact with the isolated first colonies and exploration parties. The huge hyperspace cruisers were the product of the combined genius and effort of Earth, and were long and expensive in the building. They were not available in such numbers that small colonies could possess them. The cruisers carried the colonists to their new worlds and made periodic visits, running on tight schedules. But they could not stop and turn aside to visit colonies scheduled to be visited at another time. Such a delay would destroy their schedule and produce a confusion and uncertainty that would wreck the complex interdependence between old Earth and the new worlds of the frontier. Some method of delivering supplies or assistance when an emergency occurred on a world not scheduled for a visit had been needed, and the emergency dispatch ships had been the answer. Small and collapsible, they occupied little room in the hold of the cruiser. Made of light metal and plastics, they were driven by a small rocket drive that consumed relatively little fuel. Each cruiser carried 4 EDSs, and when a call for aid was received, the nearest cruiser would drop into normal space long enough to launch an EDS with the needed supplies or personnel, then vanish again as it continued on its course. The cruisers, powered by nuclear converters, did not use the liquid rocket fuel, but nuclear converters were far too large and complex to permit their installation in the EDSs. The cruisers were forced by necessity to carry a limited amount of the bulky rocket fuel, and the fuel was rationed with care. The cruiser's computers determining the exact amount of fuel each EDS would require for its mission. The computers considered the course coordinates, the mass of the EDS, the mass of pilot and cargo. They were very precise and accurate, and omitted nothing from their calculations. They could not, however, foresee and allow for the added mass of a stowaway. The Stardust had received the request from one of the exploration parties stationed on Woden. The 6 men of the party already being stricken with fever carried by the green Kala midges, and their own supply of serum destroyed by tornado that had torn through their camp. The Stardust had gone through the usual procedure, dropping into normal space to launch the EDS with the fever serum, then vanishing again in hyperspace. Now, an hour later, the gauge was saying there was something more than the small carton of serum in the supplies closet. He let his eyes rest on the narrow white door of the closet. There, just inside, another man lived and breathed, and was beginning to feel assured that discovery of his presence would now be too late for the pilot to alter the situation. It was too late. For the man behind the door, it was far later than he thought, and in a way he would find terrible to believe. There could be no alternative. Additional fuel would be used during the hours of deceleration to compensate for the added mass of the stowaway, infinitesimal increments of fuel that would not be missed until the ship had almost reached its destination. Then, at some distance above the ground that might be as near as 1,000 feet, or as far as tens of thousands of feet, depending upon the mass of ship and cargo and the preceding period of deceleration, the unmissed increments of fuel would make their absence known. The EDS would expend its last drops of fuel with a sputter and go into whistling free fall. Ship and pilot and stowaway would merge together upon impact as a wreckage of metal and plastic, flesh and blood, driven deep into the soil. The stowaway had signed his own death warrant when he concealed himself on the ship. He could not be permitted to take 7 others with him. He looked again at the telltale white hand, then rose to his feet. What he must do would be unpleasant for both of them. The sooner it was over, the better. He stepped across the control room to stand by the white door. "Come out!" His command was harsh and abrupt above the murmur of the drive. It seemed he could hear the whisper of a furtive movement inside the closet. Then nothing. He visualized the stowaway cowering into one corner, suddenly worried by the possible consequences of his act and his self-assurance evaporating. "I said out!" He heard the stowaway move to obey, and he waited with his eyes alert on the door and his hand near the blaster at his side. The door opened and the stowaway stepped through it, smiling. "All right, I give up. Now what?" It was a girl. He stared without speaking, his hand dropping away from the blaster, and acceptance of what he saw coming like a heavy and unexpected physical blow. The stowaway was not a man. She was a girl in her teens, standing before him in little white gypsy sandals, with the top of her brown curly head hardly higher than his shoulder, with the faint, sweet scent of perfume coming from her, and her smiling face tilted up so that her eyes could look unknowing and unafraid into his as she waited for his answer. Now what? Had it been asked in the deep, defiant voice of a man, he would have answered it with action, quick and efficient. He would have taken the stowaway's identification disc and ordered him into the airlock. Had the stowaway refused to obey, he would have used the blaster. It would not have taken long. Within a minute, the body would have been ejected into space. Had the stowaway been a man. He returned to the pilot's chair and motioned her to seat herself on the box-like bulk of the drive control units that were set against the wall beside him. She obeyed, his silence making the smile fade into the meek and guilty expression of a pup that has been caught in mischief and knows it must be punished. "You still haven't told me," she said. "I'm guilty, so what happens to me now? Do I pay a fine or what?" "What are you doing here?" he asked. "Why did you stow away on this EDS?" "I wanted to see my brother. He's with the government survey crew on Woden, and I haven't seen him for 10 years, not since he left Earth to go into government survey work." "What was your destination on the Stardust?" "Mimir. I have a position waiting for me there. My brother has been sending money home all the time to us, my father and my mother and I, and he paid for a special course in linguistics I was taking. I graduated sooner than expected, and I was offered this job on Mimir. I knew it would be almost a year before Jerry's job was done on Woden, so he could come on to Mimir, and that's why I hid in the closet there. There was plenty of room for me, and I was willing to pay the fine. There were only the 2 of us kids, Jerry and I haven't seen him for so long, and I didn't want to wait another year when I could see him now, even though I knew I would be breaking some kind of a regulation when I did it." I knew I would be breaking some kind of a regulation. In a way, she could not be blamed for her ignorance of the law. She was of Earth, and had not realized that the laws of the space frontier must, of necessity, be as hard and relentless as the environment that gave them birth. yet to protect such as her from the results of their own ignorance of the frontier. There had been a sign over the door that led to the section of the Stardust that housed the EDSs, a sign that was plain for all to see and heed. Unauthorized personnel. Keep out. Does your brother know that you took a passage on the Stardust for Mimir? Oh, yes, I sent him a spacegram telling him about my graduation and about going to Mimir on the Stardust a month before I left Earth. I already knew Mimir was where he would be stationed in a little over a year. He gets a promotion then, and he'll be based on Mimir and not have to stay out a year at a time on field trips like he does now. There were 2 different survey groups on Woden, and he asked, "What is his name?" "Cross, Jerry Cross. He's in Group 2. That was the way his address read. Do you know him?" Group 1 had requested the serum. Group 2 was 8,000 miles away, across the Western Sea. "No, I've never met him," he said, then turned to the control board and cut the deceleration to a fraction of gravity, knowing as he did so that it could not avert the ultimate end, yet doing the only thing he could do to prolong that ultimate end. The sensation was like that of a ship suddenly dropping, and the girl's involuntary movement of surprise half lifted her from her seat. "We're going faster now, aren't we?" she asked. "Why are we doing that?" He told her the truth. To save fuel for a little while. "You mean we don't have very much?" He delayed the answer he must give her so soon, to ask, "How did you manage to stow away?" "I just sort of walked in when no one was looking my way," she said. "I was practicing my Gallunese on the native girl who does the cleaning in the ship's supply office when someone came in with an order for supplies for the survey crew on Woden. I slipped into the closet there after the ship was ready to go, and just before you came in. It was an impulse of the moment to stow away, so I could get to see Jerry. And from the way you keep looking at me so grim, I'm not sure it was a very wise impulse. But I'll be a model criminal. Or do I mean prisoner?" She smiled at him again. "I intended to pay for my keep on top of paying the fine. I can cook, and I can patch clothes for everyone, and I know how to do all kinds of useful things, even a little bit about nursing." There was one more question to ask. "Did you know what the supplies were that the survey crew ordered?" "Why, no. Equipment they needed in their work, I supposed." Why couldn't she have been a man with some ulterior motive, a fugitive from justice, hoping to lose himself on a raw new world, an opportunist seeking transportation to the new colonies where he might find golden fleece for the taking, a crackpot with a mission? Perhaps once in his lifetime an EDS pilot would find such a stowaway on his ship. Warped men, mean and selfish men, brutal and dangerous men, but never before a smiling, blue-eyed girl who was willing to pay her fine and work for her keep, that she might see her brother. He turned to the board and turned the switch that would signal the Stardust. The call would be futile, but he could not, until he had exhausted that one vain hope, seize her and thrust her into the airlock as he would an animal, or a man. The delay, in the meantime, would not be dangerous, with the EDS decelerating at fractional gravity. A voice spoke from the communicator. "Stardust, identify yourself and proceed." "Barton, EDS 34G11, emergency. Give me Commander Dellart." There was a faint confusion of noises as the request went through the proper channels. The girl was watching him, no longer smiling. "Are you going to order them to come back after me?" she asked. The communicator clicked, and there was the sound of a distant voice saying, "Commander, the EDS requests—" "Are they coming back after me?" she asked again. "Won't I get to see my brother after all?" "Barton?" The blunt, gruff voice of Commander Dellart came from the communicator. "What's this about an emergency?" "A stowaway," he answered. "A stowaway?" There was a slight surprise to the question. "That's rather unusual. But why the emergency call? You discovered him in time, so there should be no appreciable danger, and I presume you've informed ship's records so his nearest relatives can be notified." "That's why I had to call you first. The stowaway is still aboard, and the circumstances are so different. Different? The commander interrupted, impatience in his voice. How can they be different? You know you have a limited supply of fuel. You also know the law as well as I do. Any stowaway discovered in an EDS shall be jettisoned immediately following discovery. There was the sound of a sharply indrawn breath from the girl. What does he mean? The stowaway is a girl. What? She wanted to see her brother. She's only a kid, and she didn't know what she was really doing. I see. All the curtness was gone from the commander's voice. So you called me in the hope I could do something. Without waiting for an answer, he went on. I'm sorry I can do nothing. This cruiser must maintain its schedule. The life of not one person, but the lives of many depend on it. I know how you feel, but I'm powerless to help you. You'll have to go through with it. I'll have you connected with ship's records. The communicator faded to a faint rustle of sound, and he turned to the girl. She was leaning forward on the bench, almost rigid, her eyes fixed wide and frightened. What did he mean, to go through with it? To jettison me? To go through with it? What did he mean? Not the way it sounded. He couldn't have. What did he mean? What did he really mean? Her time was too short for the comfort of a lie to be more than a cruelly fleeting delusion. He meant it the way it sounded. No! She recoiled from him as though he had struck her, one hand half upraised as though to fend him off, and stark unwillingness to believe in her eyes. It will have to be. No, you're joking. You're insane. You can't mean it. I'm sorry. He spoke slowly to her, gently. I should have told you before. I should have, but I had to do what I could first. I had to call the Stardust. You heard what the commander said. But you can't. If you make me leave the ship, I'll die. I know. She searched his face, and the unwillingness to believe left her eyes, giving way slowly to a look of dazed terror. You know? She spoke the words far apart, numb and wonderingly. I know. It has to be like that. You mean it? You really mean it? She sagged back against the wall, small and limp, like a little rag doll, and all the protesting and disbelief gone. You're going to do it? You're going to make me die? I'm sorry, he said again. You'll never know how sorry I am. It has to be that way, and no human in the universe can change it. You're going to make me die, and I didn't do anything to die for. I didn't do anything. He sighed, deep and weary. I know you didn't, child. I know you didn't. EDS, the communicator rapped, brisk and metallic. This is ship's records. Give us all information on subject's identification disc. He got out of his chair to stand over her. She clutched the edge of the seat, her upturned face white under the brown hair and the lipstick standing out like a blood-red Cupid's bow. Now? I want your identification disc, he said. She released the edge of the seat and fumbled at the chain that suspended the plastic disc from her neck with fingers that were trembling and awkward. He reached down and unfastened the clasp for her, then returned with the disc to his chair. Here's your data records. Identification number T837. One moment, Records interrupted. This is to be filed in the gray card, of course? Yes. And the time of the execution? I'll tell you later. Later? This is highly irregular. The time of the subject's death is required before... He kept the thickness out of his voice with an effort. Then we'll do it in a highly irregular manner. You'll hear the disc read first. The subject is a girl, and she's listening to everything that's said. Are you capable of understanding that? There was a brief, almost shocked silence, then Records said meekly, Sorry. Go ahead. He began to read the disk, reading it slowly to delay the inevitable for as long as possible, trying to help her by giving her what little time he could to recover from her first terror and let it resolve into the calm of acceptance and resignation. Number T8374-Y54. Name Marilyn Lee Cross. Sex, female. Born July 7, 2160. She was only 18. Height, 5'3", weight, 110. Such a slight weight, yet enough to add fatally to the mass of the shell-thin bubble that was an EDS. Hair, brown. Eyes, blue. Complexion, light. Blood type, O. Irrelevant data. Destination, Port City, Mimir. Invalid data. He finished and said, "I'll call you later," and turned once again to the girl. She was huddled back against the wall, watching him with a look of numb and wondering fascination. "They're waiting for you to kill me, aren't they? They want me dead, don't they? You and everybody on the cruiser wants me dead, don't you?" Then the numbness broke, and her voice was that of a frightened and bewildered child. "Everybody wants me dead, and I didn't do anything. I didn't hurt anyone. I only wanted to see my brother." "It's not the way you think. It isn't that way at all," he said. "Nobody wants it that way. Nobody would ever let it be this way if it was humanly possible to change it." "Then why is it? I don't understand. Why is it?" "The ship is carrying Kala fever serum to Group 1 on Woden. Their own supply was destroyed by a tornado. Group 2, the crew your brother is in, is 8,000 miles away across the Western Sea, and their helicopters can't cross it to help Group 1. The fever is invariably fatal unless the serum can be had in time, and the 6 men in Group 1 will die unless this ship reaches them on schedule. These little ships are always given barely enough fuel to reach their destination, and if you stay aboard, your added weight will cause it to use up all its fuel before it reaches the ground. It will crash then, and you and I will die, and so will the 6 men waiting for the fever serum." It was a full minute before she spoke, and as she considered his words, the expression of numbness left her eyes. "Is that it?" she asked at last. "Just that the ship doesn't have enough fuel?" "Yes." "I can go alone, or I can take 7 others with me. Is that the way it is?" "That's the way it is." "And nobody wants me to have to die?" "Nobody." "Then maybe— Are you sure nothing can be done about it? Wouldn't people help me if they could?" "Everyone would like to help you, but there is nothing anyone can do. I did the only thing I could when I called the Stardust." "And it won't come back? But there might be other cruisers, mightn't there? Isn't there any hope at all that there might be someone somewhere who could do something to help me?" She was leaning forward a little in her eagerness as she waited for his answer. "No." The word was like the drop of a cold stone, and she again leaned back against the wall, the hope and eagerness leaving her face. "You're sure? You know you're sure?" "I'm sure. There are no other cruisers within 40 light-years. There is nothing and no one to change things." She dropped her gaze to her lap and began twisting a pleat of her skirt between her fingers, saying no more as her mind began to adapt itself to the grim knowledge. It was better so. With the going of all hope would go the fear. With the going of all hope would come resignation. She needed time, and she could have so little of it. How much? The EDSs were not equipped with hull cooling units. Their speed had to be reduced to a moderate level before entering the atmosphere. They were decelerating at .10 gravity, approaching their destination at a far higher speed than the computers had calculated on. The Stardust had been quite near Woden when she launched the EDS. Their present velocity was putting them nearer by the second. There would be a critical point, soon to be reached, when he would have to resume deceleration. When he did so, the girl's weight would be multiplied by the gravities of deceleration, would become suddenly a factor of paramount importance, the factor the computers had been ignorant of when they determined the amount of fuel the EDS should have. She would have to go when deceleration began. It could be no other way. When would that be? How long could he let her stay? "How long can I stay?" He winced involuntarily from the words that were so like an echo of his own thoughts. How long, he didn't know. He would have to ask the ship's computers. Each EDS was given a meager supply of fuel to compensate for unfavorable conditions within the atmosphere, and relatively little fuel was being consumed for the time being. The memory banks of the computers would still contain all the data pertaining to the course set for the EDS. Such data would not be erased until the EDS reached its destination. He had only to give the computers the new data, the girl's weight, and the exact time at which he had reduced the deceleration to .10. "Barton?" Commander Dellert's voice came abruptly from the communicator as he opened his mouth to call the Stardust. "A check with records shows me you haven't completed your report. Did you reduce the deceleration?" So the commander knew what he was trying to do. "I'm decelerating at .10, he answered. "I cut the deceleration at 1750, and the weight is 110. I would like to stay at .10 as long as the computers say I can. Will you give them the question?" It was contrary to regulations for an EDS pilot to make any changes in the course or degree of deceleration the computers had set for him, but the commander made no mention of the violation. Neither did he ask the reason for it. It was not necessary for him to ask. He had not become commander of an interstellar cruiser without both intelligence and an understanding of human nature. He said only, "I'll have that given the computers." The communicator fell silent, and he and the girl waited, neither of them speaking. They would not have to wait long. The computers would give the answer within moments of the asking. The new factors would be fed into the steel maw of the first bank, and the electrical impulses would go through the complex circuits. Here and there a relay might click, a tiny cog turn over, but it would be essentially the electrical impulses that found the answer, formless, mindless, invisible, determining with utter precision how long the pale girl beside him might live. Then 5 little segments of metal in the second bank would trip in rapid succession against an inked ribbon, and a second steel maw would spit out the slip of paper that bore the answer. The chronometer on the instrument board read 18:10 when the commander spoke again. "You will resume deceleration at 19:10. She looked towards the chronometer, then quickly away from it. "Is that when I go?" she asked. He nodded, and she dropped her eyes to her lap again. "I'll have the course corrections given you," the commander said. "Ordinarily, I would never permit anything like this, but I understand your position. There is nothing I can do other than what I've just done, and you will not deviate from these new instructions. You will complete your report at 19:10. Now, here are the course corrections." The voice of some unknown technician read them to him, and he wrote them down on a pad clipped to the edge of the control board. There would, he saw, be periods of deceleration when he neared the atmosphere, when the deceleration would be 5 gravities, and at 5 gravities 110 pounds would become 550 pounds. The technician finished, and he terminated the contact with a brief acknowledgement. Then, hesitating a moment, he reached out and shut off the communicator. It was 18:13, and he would have nothing to report until 19:10. In the meantime, it somehow seemed indecent to permit others to hear what she might say in her last hour. He began to check the instrument readings, going over them with unnecessary slowness. She would have to accept the circumstances, and there was nothing he could do to help her into acceptance. Words of sympathy would only delay it. It was 1820 when she stirred from her motionlessness and spoke. "So that's the way it has to be with me?" He swung around to face her. "You understand now, don't you? No one would ever let it be like this if it could be changed." "I understand," she said. Some of the color had returned to her face, and the lipstick no longer stood out so vividly red. "There isn't enough fuel for me to stay. When I hid on this ship, I got into something I didn't know anything about, and now I have to pay for it." She had violated a man-made law that said keep out, but the penalty was not of men's making or desire, and it was a penalty men could not revoke. A physical law had decreed H amount of fuel will power an EDS with a mass of M safely to its destination, and a second physical law decreed H amount of fuel will not power an EDS with a mass of M plus X safely to its destination. EDSs obeyed only physical laws, and no amount of human sympathy for her could alter the second law. "But I'm afraid. I don't want to die, not now. I want to live, and nobody is doing anything to help me. Everybody is letting me go ahead and acting just like nothing was going to happen to me. I'm going to die, and nobody cares." "We all do," he said. "I do, and the commander does, and the clerk in ship's records. We all care, and each of us did what little he could to help you. It wasn't enough. It was almost nothing, but it was all we could do." "Not enough fuel. I can understand that," she said, as though she had not heard his own words. "But to have to die for it, me, alone." How hard it must be for her to accept the fact. She had never known danger of death, had never known the environments where the lives of men could be as fragile and as fleeting as sea foam tossed against a rocky shore. She belonged on gentle earth, in that secure and peaceful society where she could be young and gay and laughing with others of her kind, where life was precious and well guarded, and there was always the assurance that tomorrow would come. She belonged to that world of soft winds and warm suns, music and moonlight and gracious manners, and not on the hard, bleak frontier. "How did it happen to me so terribly quickly? An hour ago I was on the Stardust, going to Mimir. Now the Stardust is going on without me, and I'm going to die, and I'll never see Jerry and Mama and Daddy again. I'll never see anything again." He hesitated, wondering how he could explain it to her so that she would really understand and not feel she had, somehow, been the victim of a reasonlessly cruel injustice. She did not know what the frontier was like. She thought in terms of safe and secure Earth. Pretty girls were not jettisoned on Earth. There was a law against it. On Earth, her plight would have filled the newscasts, and a vast black patrol ship would have been racing to her rescue. Everyone, everywhere, would have known of Marilyn Lee Cross, and no effort would have been spared to save her life. But this was not Earth, and there were no patrol ships, only the Stardust, leaving them behind at many times the speed of light. There was no one to help her. There would be no Marilyn Lee Cross smiling from the newscasts tomorrow. Marilyn Lee Cross would be but a poignant memory for an EDS pilot and a name on a gray card in ship's records. "It's different here. It's not like back on Earth," he said. "It isn't that no one cares. It's that no one can do anything to help. The frontier is big, and here along its rim the colonies and exploration parties are scattered so thin and far between. On Woden, for example, there are only 16 men. 16 men on an entire world. The exploration parties, the survey crews, the little first colonies, they're all fighting alien environments, trying to make a way for those who will follow after. The environments fight back, and those who go first usually make mistakes only once. There is no margin of safety along the rim of the frontier. There can't be until the way is made for the others who will come later, until the new worlds are tamed and settled. Until then, men will have to pay the penalty for making mistakes with no one to help them, because there is no one to help them. I was going to Mimir, she said. I didn't know about the frontier. I was only going to Mimir, and it's safe. Mimir is safe, but you left the cruiser that was taking you there. She was silent for a little while. It was all so wonderful at first. There was plenty of room for me on this ship, and I would be seeing Jerry so soon. I didn't know about the fuel, didn't know what would happen to me. Her words trailed away, and he turned his attention to the view screen, not wanting to stare at her as she fought her way through the black horror of fear towards the calm gray of acceptance. Woden was a ball, enshrouded in the blue haze of atmosphere, swimming in space against the background of star-sprinkled dead blackness. The great mass of Manning's continent sprawled like a gigantic hourglass in the eastern sea, with the western half of the eastern continent still visible. There was a thin line of shadow along the right-hand edge of the globe, and the eastern continent was disappearing into it as the planet turned on its axis. An hour before, the entire continent had been in view. Now 1,000 miles of it had gone into the thin edge of shadow, and around to the night that lay on the other side of the world. The dark blue spot that was Lotus Lake was approaching the shadow. It was somewhere near the southern edge of the lake that Group 2 had their camp. It would be night there soon, and quick behind the coming of night, the rotation of Woden on its axis would put Group 2 beyond the reach of the ship's radio. He would have to tell her before it was too late for her to talk to her brother. In a way, it would be better for both of them, should they not do so, but it was not for him to decide. To each of them the last words would be something to hold and cherish, something that would cut like the blade of a knife, yet would be infinitely precious to remember. She for her own brief moments to live, and he for the rest of his life. He held down the button that would flash the grid lines on the view screen and used the known diameter of the planet to estimate the distance the southern tip of Lake Lotus had yet to go until it passed beyond radio range. It was approximately 500 miles. 500 miles, 30 minutes, and the chronometer read 1830. Allowing for error in estimating, it could not be later than 1905 that the turning of Woden would cut off her brother's voice. The first border of the western continent was already in sight along the left side of the world. 4,000 miles across it lay the shore of the Western Sea and the camp of Group 1. It had been in the Western Sea that the tornado had originated, to strike with such fury at the camp and destroy half their prefabricated buildings, including the one that housed the medical supplies. 2 days before the tornado had not existed. It had been no more than great gentle masses of air out over the calm Western Sea. Group 1 had gone about their routine survey work, unaware of the meeting of the air masses out at sea, unaware of the force the Union was spawning. It had struck their camp without warning, a thundering, roaring destruction that sought to annihilate all that lay before it. It had passed on, leaving the wreckage in its wake. It had destroyed the labor of months, and had doomed 6 men to die, and then, as though its task was accomplished, it once more began to resolve into gentle masses of air. But for all its deadliness, it had destroyed with neither malice nor intent. It had been a blind and mindless force, obeying the laws of nature, and it would have followed the same course with the same fury had man never existed. Existence required order, and there was order, the laws of nature, irrevocable and immutable. Men could learn to use them, but men could not change them. The circumference of a circle was always pi times the diameter, and no science of man would ever make it otherwise. The combination of chemical A with chemical B under condition C invariably produced reaction D. The law of gravitation was a rigid equation, and it made no distinction between the fall of a leaf and the ponderous circling of a binary star system. The nuclear conversion process powered the cruisers that carried men to the stars. The same process in the form of a nova would destroy a world with equal efficiency. The laws were, and the universe moved in obedience to them. Along the frontier were arrayed all the forces of nature, and sometimes they destroyed those who were fighting their way outwards from Earth. The men of the frontier had long ago learned the bitter futility of cursing the forces that would destroy them, for the forces were blind and deaf, the futility of looking to the heavens for mercy, for the stars of the galaxy swung in their long, long sweep of 200 million years, as inexorably controlled as they were by the laws that knew neither hatred nor compassion. The men of the frontier knew, but how was a girl from Earth to fully understand? H amount of fuel will not power an EDS with a mass of M plus X safely to its destination. To himself and her brother and parents, she was a sweet-faced girl in her teens. To the laws of nature, she was X, the unwanted factor in a cold equation. She stirred again on the seat. "Could I write a letter? I want to write to Mama and Daddy, and I'd like to talk to Jerry. Could you let me talk to him over your radio there?"
"I'll try to get him," he said.
He switched on the normal space transmitter and pressed the signal button. Someone answered the button almost immediately. "Hello? How's it going with you fellows now? Is the EDS on its way?" "This isn't Group 1. This is the EDS," he said. "Is Jerry Cross there?" "Jerry? He and 2 others went out in the helicopter this morning and aren't back yet. It's almost sundown, though, and he ought to be back right away, in less than an hour at the most. Can you connect me through the radio in his copter?" It's been out of commission for 2 months. Some printed circuits went AWire, and we can't get any more until the next cruiser stops by. Is it something important? Bad news for him or something?" "Yes, it's very important. When he comes in, get him to the transmitter as soon as you possibly can." "I'll do that. I'll have one of the boys waiting at the field with the truck. Is there anything else I can do?" "No, I guess that's all. Get him there as soon as you can and signal me." He turned the volume to an inaudible minimum, an act that would not affect the functioning of the signal buzzer, and unclipped the pad of paper from the control board. He tore off the sheet containing his flight instructions and handed the pad to her, together with pencil. "I'd better write to Jerry, too," she said as she took them. "He might not get back to camp in time." She began to write, her fingers still clumsy and uncertain in the way they handled the pencil, and the top of it trembling a little as she poised it between words. He turned back to the view screen, to stare at it without seeing it. She was a lonely little child, trying to say her last goodbye, and she would lay out her heart to them. She would tell them how much she loved them, and she would tell them to not feel badly about it, that it was only something that must eventually happen to everyone, and she was not afraid. The last would be a lie, and it would be there to read between the sprawling, uneven lines, a valiant little lie that would make the hurt all the greater for them. Her brother was of the frontier, and he would understand. He would not hate the EDS pilot for doing nothing to prevent her going. He would know there had been nothing the pilot could do. He would understand, though the understanding would not soften the shock and pain when he learned his sister was gone. But the others, her father and mother, they would not understand. They were of Earth, and they would think in the manner of those who had never lived, where the safety margin of life was a thin, thin line, and sometimes not at all. What would they think of the faceless unknown pilot who had sent her to her death? They would hate him with cold and terrible intensity, but it really didn't matter. He would never see them, never know them. He would have only the memories to remind him, only the nights to fear, when a blue-eyed girl in gypsy sandals would come in his dreams to die again. He scowled at the view screen and tried to force his thoughts into less emotional channels. There was nothing he could do to help her. She had unknowingly subjected herself to the penalty of a law that recognized neither innocence nor youth nor beauty, that was incapable of sympathy or leniency. Regret was illogical, and yet, could knowing it to be illogical ever keep it away? She stopped occasionally, as though trying to find the right words to tell them what she wanted them to know. Then the pencil would resume its whispering on the paper. It was 1837 when she folded the letter in a square and wrote a name on it. She began writing another, twice looking up at the chronometer as though she feared the black hand might reach its rendezvous before she had finished. It was 1845 when she folded it as she had done the first letter and wrote a name and address on it. She held the letters out to him. "Will you take care of these and see that they're enveloped and mailed?" "Of course." He took them from her hand and placed them in a pocket of his gray uniform shirt. "These can't be sent off until the next cruiser stops by, and the Stardust will have long since told them about me, won't it?" she asked. He nodded, and she went on. "That makes the letters not important in one way, but in another way they're very important, to me and to them." "I know, I understand, and I'll take care of them." She glanced at the chronometer, then back at him. "It seems to move faster all the time, doesn't it?" He said nothing, unable to think of anything to say, and she asked, "Do you think Jerry will come back to camp in time?" "I think so. They said he should be in right away." She began to roll the pencil back and forth between her palms. "I hope he does. I feel sick and scared, and I want to hear his voice again, and maybe I won't feel so alone. I'm a coward, and I can't help it." "No," he said, "you're not a coward. You're afraid, but you're not a coward." "Is there a difference?" He nodded. "A lot of difference." "I feel so alone. I never did feel like this before, like I was all by myself, and there was nobody to care what happened to me. Always before there was Mama and Daddy there and my friends around me. I had lots of friends, and they had a going-away party for me the night before I left." Friends and music and laughter for her to remember, and on the view screen Lotus Lake was going into the shadow. "Is it the same with Jerry?" she asked. "I mean, if he should make a mistake, would he have to die for it, all alone and with no one to help him?" "It's the same with all along the frontier. It will always be like that so long as there is a frontier." "Jerry didn't tell us. He said the pay was good, and he sent money home all the time because Daddy's little shop just brought in a bare living. But he didn't tell us it was like this." "He didn't tell you his work was dangerous?" "Well, yes, he mentioned that, but we didn't understand. I always thought danger along the frontier was something that was a lot of fun, an exciting adventure, like the 3D shows." A wan smile touched her face for a moment. "Only it's not, is it? It's not the same at all, because when it's real, you can't go home after the show is over." "No," he said. "No, you can't." Her glance flicked from the chronometer to the door of the airlock, then down to the pad and pencil she still held. She shifted her position slightly to lay them on the bench beside her, moving one foot out a little. For the first time he saw that she was not wearing Vegan gypsy sandals, but only cheap imitations. The expensive Vegan leather was some kind of grained plastic. The silver buckle was gilded iron. The jewels were colored glass. Daddy's little shop just brought in a bare living. She must have left college in her second year to take the course in linguistics that would enable her to make her own way and help her brother provide for her parents, earning what she could by part-time work after classes were over. Her personal possessions on the Stardust would be taken back to her parents. They would neither be of much value nor occupy much storage space for the return voyage. "Isn't it—" She stopped, and he looked at her questioningly. "Isn't it cold in here?" she asked, almost apologetically. "Doesn't it seem cold to you?" "Why, yes," he said. He saw by the main temperature gauge that the room was at precisely normal temperature. "Yes, it's colder than it should be." "I wish Jerry would get back before it's too late." "Do you really think he will? And you didn't say so just to make me feel better?" "I think he will. They said he would be in pretty soon." On the view screen, Lotus Lake had gone into the shadow, but for the thin blue line on its western edge, and it was apparent he had overestimated the time she would have in which to talk to her brother. Reluctantly, he said to her, "His camp will be out of radio range in a few minutes." He's on that part of Woden that's in the shadow." He indicated the view screen. "And the turning of Woden will put him beyond contact. There may not be much time left when he comes in. Not much time to talk to him before he fades out. I wish I could do something about it. I would call him right now if I could." "Not even as much time as I will have to stay?" "I'm afraid not." "Then—" She straightened and looked towards the airlock with pale resolution. "Then I'll go when Jerry passes beyond range. I won't wait any longer after that. I won't have anything to wait for." Again there was nothing he could say. "Maybe I shouldn't wait at all. Maybe I'm selfish. Maybe it would be better for Jerry if you just told him about it afterwards." There was an unconscious pleading for denial in the way she spoke, and he said, "He wouldn't want you to do that, not to wait for him." "It's already coming dark where he is, isn't it? There will be all the long night before him, and Mama and Daddy don't know yet that I won't ever be coming back like I promised them I would. I've caused everyone I love to be hurt, haven't I? I didn't want to. I didn't intend to." "It wasn't your fault," he said. "It wasn't your fault at all. They'll know that. They'll understand." "At first I was so afraid to die that I was a coward and thought only of myself. Now I see how selfish I was. The terrible thing about dying like this is not that I'll be gone, but that I'll never see them again, never be able to tell them that I didn't take them for granted, never be able to tell them I knew of the sacrifices they made to keep my life happier, that I knew all the things they did for me, and that I loved them so much more than I ever told them. I never told them any of those things. You don't tell them such things when you're young and your life is all before you. You're afraid of sounding sentimental and silly. But it's so different when you have to die. You wish you had told them while you could, and you wish you could tell them you're sorry for all the little mean things you ever did or said to them. You wish you could tell them that you didn't really mean to ever hurt their feelings, and for them only to remember that you always loved them far more than you ever let them know." "You don't have to tell them that," he said. "They will know. They've always known it." "Are you sure?" she asked. "How can you be sure? My people are strangers to you." "Wherever you go, human nature and human hearts are the same." "And they will know what I want them to know? That I love them?" "They've always known it. In a way far better than you could ever put in words for them." "I keep remembering the things they did for me, and it's the little things they did that seem to be the most important to me now. Like Jerry, he sent me a bracelet of fire rubies on my 16th birthday. It was beautiful. It must have cost him a month's pay. Yet I remember him more for what he did the night my kitten got run over in the street. I was only 6 years old, and he held me in his arms and wiped away my tears and told me not to cry, that Flossie was gone for just a little while, for just long enough to get herself a new fur coat, and she would be on the foot of my bed the very next morning. I believed him and quit crying and went to sleep dreaming about my kitten coming back. When I woke up the next morning, there was Flossie on the foot of my bed in a brand new white fur coat, just like he said she would be. It wasn't until a long time later that Mama told me Jerry had got the pet shop owner out of bed at 4 a.m, and when the man got mad about it, Jerry told him he was either going to go down and sell him the white kitten right then, or he'd break his neck. It's always the little things you remember people by. All the little things they did because they wanted to do them for you. You've done the same for Jerry and your father and mother, all kinds of things that you've forgotten about, but they will never forget. I hope I have. I would like for them to remember me like that. They will. I wish, she swallowed, the way I'll die, I wish they wouldn't ever think of that. I've read how people look who have died in space. Their insides all ruptured and exploded, and their lungs out between their teeth, and then, a few seconds later, they're all dry and shapeless and horribly ugly. I don't want them to ever think of me as something dead and horrible like that. You're their own, their child and their sister. They could never think of you other than the way you want them to, the way you looked the last time they saw you. I'm still afraid, she said. I can't help it, but I don't want Jerry to know it. If he gets back in time, I'm going to act like I'm not afraid at all, and— The signal buzzer interrupted her, quick and imperative. Jerry! She came to her feet. It's Jerry now. He spun the volume control knob and asked, Jerry Cross? Yes, her brother answered, an undertone of tenseness to his reply. The bad news? What is it? She answered for him, standing close behind him and leaning down a little towards the communicator, her hand resting small and cold on his shoulder. Hello, Jerry. There was only a faint quiver to betray the careful casualness of her voice. I wanted to see you. Marilyn! There was sudden and terrible apprehension in the way he spoke to her. What are you doing on that EDS? I wanted to see you, she said again. I wanted to see you, so I hid on this ship. You hid on it? I'm a stowaway. I didn't know what it would mean. Marilyn! It was the cry of a man who calls, hopeless and desperate, to someone already and forever gone from him. What have you done? It's not— Then her own composure broke, and the cold little hand gripped his shoulder convulsively. Don't, Jerry. I only wanted to see you. I didn't intend to hurt you. Please, Jerry, don't feel like that. Something warm and wet splashed on his wrist, and he slid out of the chair to help her into it and swing the microphone down to her level. Don't feel like that. Don't let me go knowing you feel like that. The sob she tried to hold back choked in her throat, and her brother spoke to her. Don't cry, Marilyn. His voice was suddenly deep and infinitely gentle, with all the pain held out of it. Don't cry, sis. You mustn't do that. It's all right, honey. Everything is all right. Her lower lip quivered, and she bit into it. I didn't want you to feel that way. I just wanted us to say goodbye, because I have to go in a minute. Sure. That's the way it will be, sis. I didn't mean to sound the way I did. And his voice changed to a tone of quick and urgent demand. EDS, have you called the Stardust? Did you check with the computers? I called the Stardust almost an hour ago. It can't turn back. There are no other cruisers within 40 light-years. And there isn't enough fuel. Are you sure that the computers had the correct data? Sure of everything? Yes. Do you think I could ever let it happen if I wasn't sure? I did everything I could do. If there was anything at all I could do now, I would do it. He tried to help me, Jerry. Her lower lip was no longer trembling, and the short sleeves of her blouse were wet where she had dried her tears. No one can help me, and I'm not going to cry any more, and everything will be all right with you and Daddy and Mama, won't it? Sure it will. We'll make out fine. Her brother's words were beginning to come in more faintly, and he turned the volume control to maximum. He's going out of range, he said to her. He'll be gone within another minute. You're fading out, Jerry, she said. You're going out of range. I wanted to tell you, but I can't now. We must say goodbye so soon. But maybe I'll see you again. Maybe I'll come to you in your dreams with my hair in braids and crying because the kitten in my arms is dead. Maybe I'll be the touch of a breeze that whispers to you as it goes by. Maybe I'll be one of those gold-winged larks you told me about, singing my silly head off to you. Maybe at times I'll be nothing you can see, but you will know I'm there beside you. Think of me like that, Jerry. Always like that, and not the other way. Dimmed to a whisper by the turning of Woden, the answer came back. Always like that, Marilyn. Always like that, and never any other way. Our time is up, Jerry. I have to go now. Good. Her voice broke in mid-word, and her mouth tried to twist into crying. She pressed her hand hard against it, and when she spoke again the words came clear and true. Goodbye, Jerry. Faint and ineffably poignant and tender, the last words came from the cold metal of the communicator. Goodbye, little sister. She sat motionless in the hush that followed, as though listening to the shadow echoes of the words as they died away. Then she turned away from the communicator towards the airlock, and he pulled down the black lever beside him. The inner door of the airlock slid swiftly open to reveal the bare little cell that was waiting for her, and she walked to it. She walked with her head up and the brown curls brushing her shoulders, with the white sandals stepping as sure and steady as the fractional gravity would permit, and the gilded buckles twinkling with little lights of blue and red and crystal. He let her walk alone and made no move to help her, knowing she would not want it that way. She stepped into the airlock and turned to face him, only the pulse in her throat to betray the wild beating of her heart. I'm ready, she said. He pushed the lever up, and the door slid its quick barrier between them, enclosing her in black and utter darkness for her last moments of life. It clicked as it locked in place, and he jerked down the red lever. There was a slight waver to the ship as the air gushed from the lock, a vibration to the wall as though something had bumped the outer door in passing. And there was nothing, and the ship was dropping true and steady again. He shoved the red lever back to close the door on the empty airlock and turned away, to walk to the pilot's chair with the slow steps of a man old and weary. Back in the pilot's chair, he pressed the signal button of the normal space transmitter. There was no response. He had expected none. Her brother would have to wait through the night until the turning of Woden permitted contact through Group 1. It was not yet time to resume deceleration, and he waited while the ship dropped endlessly downwards with him, and the drives purred softly. He saw that the white hand of the supplies closet temperature was on 0. A cold equation had been balanced, and he was alone on the ship. Something shapeless and ugly was hurrying ahead of him, going to Woden, where its brother was waiting through the night. But the empty ship still lived for a little while with the presence of the girl who had not known about the forces that killed with neither hatred nor malice. It seemed almost that she still sat, small and bewildered and frightened, on the metal box beside him, her words echoing hauntingly clear in the void she had left behind her. I didn't do anything to die for. I didn't do anything. Plus X, Eric Frank Russell. One thing was certain. He was out of the war. Perhaps for a long time to come, or possibly for keeps. Dead, maimed, or a prisoner. The next few seconds would decide the manner of his exit from the fray. The little ship made another crazy spin on its longitudinal axis. In the fore observation port, the gray-green face of a planet swirled the opposite way. John Leaming's brains seemed to rotate in sympathy, causing momentary confusion. Behind the ship, the distorted fire trail shaped itself into an elongated spiral. Ground came up fast, mere crinkles expanding into hills and valleys, surface fuzz swelling into massed trees. His straining eyes saw a cluster of rooftops turn upside down, then swing right way round. Choice needs time, even if only the minimum required to make selection. When there's no time, there's no choice. Leaming's sole concern was to land the ship any place, anywhere, even slap in the middle of the foe, so long as it hit belly down with nothing to oppose its forward skidding. He made it either by sheer good luck, or, more likely, happy absence of bad luck. A gentle upward slope magnified toward the nose at precisely the right moment. He maneuvered somehow, heaven alone knew how, dropped the damaged tail, cut power, struck dirt, slid halfway up the slope amid a twin spray of dust, sparks, and grinding noises. For half a minute he sat still and sweated while feeling peculiarly cold. Then he glanced at the atmospheric analyzer. It said the local air had nothing wrong with it. Clambering through the lock, Leeming bolted to the tail end. He looked at the array of drivers and found them a mess. 5 tubes lacked linings and had warped under resulting heat. 4 more were on the point of going cockeyed. He'd come in on the remaining 7, and that was a feat verging on the miraculous. Back home they'd warned him that the vessel might not stand up to the task imposed upon it. "We're giving you a special scout boat with battleship tubes and improved linings. The ship is light and unarmed, but fast and exceptionally long-ranged. Whether it will hold together over such a vast trip is something that can be determined only by actual test. Right now, it's the best we can offer. In 4 or 5 years' time, we may have one 50 times better. But we can't wait 4 or 5 years." "I understand." "So you'll be taking a risk, a big one. You may never return. All the same, we've got to learn what lies behind the enemy's spatial frontier. How deeply his authority extends, how far his hidden resources go. Somebody's got to stick out his neck to get that information. Somebody's got to wander loose behind the lines." "I'm willing." They'd patted his shoulder, given him a heavily escorted send-off that had taken him through the area of battle. Then, on his own, he'd slipped through a hostile frontier, a tiny, unstoppable speck in the immensity of space. For weeks of which he'd lost count, he had beamed data of all kinds, penetrating deeper and deeper into the star field until the first tube blew a tormented and desiccated lining along the vapor trail. Even as he turned belatedly for home, the second one went, then a third. After that, it was a matter of getting down in one piece on the nearest inhabitable hunk of plasma. At the bottom of the slope, 1,000 yards away, lay a large village, stirred to active life by his overhead thunder and nearby landing. Already its small garrison was charging out, weapons in hand, heading for the ship. Diving back through the lock, Leeming jerked the lever in the tiny control room, got out fast, raced up the slope, counting to himself as he ran. Down at the bottom, the enemy troops paused in their advance, let go hoarse yells, but failed to open fire. 69, 70, gasped Leeming, and threw himself flat. The ship flew apart with a mighty roar that shook the hills. Wind pressed powerfully in all directions. Shrapnel rained from the sky. A 7-pound lump of metal thumped to the ground a yard from Leeming's head, and he could not recognize it as any part of what once had arrowed past strange suns and unknown planets. He stood up, so that he now had the enemy on both sides. A thin line of armed figures had come over the crest of the slope. They had weapons pointed his way, and were gazing awestruck at the great crater halfway down. At the bottom, the troops from the village picked themselves up, having either thrown themselves flat or been blown flat. None appeared to be injured, none looked delighted either. Leeming raised his arms in universal token of surrender. He felt bitter as he did it. Good luck followed by bad luck. If only the ship had hit 10 miles farther back or 10 farther on, he could have taken to the woods and played hard to get for weeks, months, or, if necessary, years. Anyway, this was the end of the trail. The enemy came up fast. They were 2-legged, on the short side, tremendously broad and powerful. Their gait was the typical stumping of squat, heavy men. Close up, they were seen to have scaly skins, horn-covered eyes, no eyelids. The first one to arrive made Leeming think of a sidewinder that somehow had taken on monkey-like shape. Though obviously made jumpy by his forced landing and the big bang, they did not treat him with open antagonism. Their manner was suspicious and reserved. After a little reflection, he guessed the reason for this. They'd seen nobody quite like him before, had no means of determining whether he was friend or foe, and temporarily were reserving judgment. This was excusable. On Leeming's side of the battle was a federation of 18 life forms, 4 of them human and 5 more very human-like. Against these was an uneasy, precarious union of at least 20 life forms, of which 2 were also very human-like. Pending examination, this particular bunch of quasi-reptilians just couldn't tell enemy from ally. Neither did they know whether the ship's spectacular destruction was accidental or a piece of deliberate naughtiness. Nevertheless, they were taking no chances. Half a dozen kept him covered while an officer inspected the crater. The officer came back, favored Leeming with an unwinking stare, voiced an incomprehensible gabble. Leeming spread his hands and shrugged. Accepting this lack of understanding as something that proved nothing one way or the other, the officer shouted commands at his troops. They formed up, marched to the village with the suspect in their midst. Arriving, they shoved Leeming into the back room of a rock house with 2 guards for company, 2 more outside the door. He sat on a low, hard chair, sighed, stared blankly at the wall for 2 hours. The guards also sat, watched him as expressionlessly as a pair of snakes, and never said a word. At the end of that time, a trooper brought food and water. The meal tasted strange, but proved satisfying. Leeming ate and drank in silence, studied the wall for another 2 hours. He could imagine what was going on while they kept him waiting. The officer would grab the telephone, or whatever they used in lieu thereof, and call the nearest garrison town. The highest ranker there would promptly transfer responsibility to military headquarters. A 10-star panjandrum would pass the query to the main beam station. An operator would then ask the 2 human-like allies whether they'd lost track of a scout in this region. If a signal came back saying no, the local toughies would realize that they'd caught a rare bird deep within their spatial empire and menacingly far from the area of conflict. If a thing can be either of 2 things, and it isn't one of them, it's got to be the other. Therefore, if he wasn't a friend, he had to be a foe, despite his appearance where no foe had ever penetrated before. When they learned the truth, they weren't going to like it. Holding troops far behind the lines share all the glory and little of the grief. They're happy to let it stay that way. A sudden intrusion of the enemy where he's no right to be is an event disturbing to the even tenor of life, and not to be greeted with cries of martial joy. Besides, where one can sneak in, a host of armies can follow, and it is disconcerting to be taken in force from the rear. What would they do to him when they identified him as a creature of the Federation? He was far from sure, never having seen or heard of this especial life form before. One thing was probable. They'd refrain from shooting him out of hand. If sufficiently civilized, they'd imprison him for the duration of the war, and that might mean for the rest of his natural life. If uncivilized, they'd bring in an ally able to talk Earth language and proceed to milk the prisoner of every item of information he possessed, by methods ruthless and bloody. Back toward the dawn of history, when conflicts had been Earth wars, there had existed a protective device known as the Geneva Convention. It had organized neutral inspection of prison camps, brought occasional letters from home, provided Red Cross parcels that had kept alive many a captive who otherwise would have died. There was nothing like that today. A prisoner now had only 2 forms of protection, those being his own resources and the power of his side to retaliate against the prisoners they'd got. And the latter was a threat more potential than real. There cannot be retaliation without actual knowledge of maltreatment. Leeming was still brooding over these matters when the guards were changed. 6 hours had now dragged by. The one window showed that darkness was falling. He eyed the window furtively, decided that it would be suicidal to take a running jump at it under 2 guns. It was small and high. A prisoner's first duty is to escape. That means biding one's time with appalling patience until occurs a chance that may be seized and exploited to the utmost. Or if no opportunity appears, one must be created. By brawn and brains, mostly the latter. The prospect before him was tough indeed, and before long it was likely to look a deal tougher. The best moment in which to organize a successful getaway had come immediately after landing. If only he'd been able to talk the local language, he might have convinced them that black was white. With smooth, plausible words, unlimited self-assurance, and just the right touch of arrogance, he might have persuaded them to repair his boat and cheer him on his way. never suspecting that they had been argued into providing aid and comfort for the enemy. Lack of ability to communicate had balled up that prospect at the start. You can't chivvy a sucker into donating his pants merely by making noises at him. Some other chance must now be watched for and grabbed, swiftly and with both hands, providing they were fools enough to permit the chance, which was most unlikely. He remained in the house 4 days, eating and drinking at regular intervals, sleeping night times, cogitating for hours, occasionally glowering at the impassive guards. Mentally he concocted, examined, and rejected 1,000 ways of regaining freedom, most of them spectacular, fantastic, and impossible. At one time he went so far as to try to stare the guards into an hypnotic trance, gazing intently at them until his own eyeballs felt locked for keeps. It did not faze them in the least. They had the lizard-like ability to remain motionless and outstare him until kingdom come. Mid-morning of the 4th day, the officer strutted in, yelled, "Amash! Amash!" and gestured toward the door. His tone and attitude were both unfriendly. Evidently they'd received a signal defining the prisoner as a Federation space louse. Leeming got up from his seat and walked out, 2 guards ahead, 2 behind, the officer following. A steel-sheathed car waited in the road. They shoved him into it, locked it. 2 guards stood on the rear platform. 1 joined the driver at front. The journey took 13 hours, which the inmates spent jolting around in complete darkness. By the time the car halted, Leeming had invented one new and exceedingly repulsive word. He used it as the rear doors opened. "Amash!" bawled a guard, unappreciative of alien contributions to the vocabulary of invective. With poor grace, Leeming amashed. He glimpsed great walls rearing against the night, and a zone of bright light high up, before he was pushed through a metal portal into a large room. Here a reception committee of 6 thug-like samples awaited him. One of the 6 signed a paper presented by the escort. The guards withdrew. The door closed. The 6 eyed the visitor with lack of amiability. One of them said something in an authoritative voice, made motions illustrative of undressing. Leeming used the word. It did him no good. The 6 grabbed him, stripped him naked, searched every vestige of his clothing, paying special attention to seams and linings. None showed the slightest interest in his alien physique, despite that it stood fully revealed in the raw. Everything he possessed was put to one side. Pen, compass, knife, lighter, lucky piece, the whole lot. Then they shied his clothes back at him. He dressed himself while they pawed through the loot and gabbled together. They seemed slightly baffled, and he guessed that they were surprised by his lack of anything resembling a lethal weapon. Amid the litter was a 2-ounce matchbox-sized camera that any ignorant bunch would have regarded with suspicion. It took the searchers a couple of minutes to discover what it was and how it worked. Evidently they weren't too backward. Satisfied that the captive now owned nothing more dangerous than the somewhat bedraggled clothes in which he stood, they led him through the farther door, up a flight of thick stone stairs, along a stone corridor, and into a cell. The door slammed shut with a sound like the crack of doom. In the dark of night, 4 small stars winked and glittered through a heavily barred opening high up in one wall. Along the bottom of the gap shone a faint yellow glow from some outside illumination. He fumbled around the gloom, found a wooden bench against one wall. It moved when he lugged at it. Dragging it beneath the opening, he stood on it, but found himself a couple of feet too low to gain a view. Though heavy, he struggled with it until he got it upended against the wall. Then he clambered up it, had a look between the bars. 40 feet below lay a bare stone-floored space 50 yards wide and extending to the limited distance he could see in both directions. Beyond that, a smooth-surfaced stone wall, rising to his own level. The top of the wall angled at about 60 degrees to form a sharp apex, and 10 inches above that ran a single line of taut wire, plain without barbs. From unseeable sources to the right and left poured powerful beams of light which flooded the entire area between cell and wall, also a similar area beyond the wall. Nothing moved. There was no sign of life. There was only the wall, the flares of light, the overhanging night and the distant stars. "So I'm in the jug," he said. "That's torn it." He jumped to the invisible floor, and the slight thrust of his feet made the bench fall with a resounding crash. Feet raced along the outer passage. Light poured through a suddenly open spy-hole in the heavy metal door. An eye appeared in the hole. "Sach invidia, fablap!" shouted the guard. Leeming used the word again, and added 6 more, older, time-worn, but still potent. The spy-hole slammed shut. He lay on the bench and tried to sleep. An hour later he kicked hell out of the door, and when the spy-hole opened he said, "Fablap yourself!" After that he did sleep. Breakfast consisted of 1 lukewarm bowl of stewed grain resembling millet and a mug of water. Both were served with disdain. Soon afterward a thin-lipped specimen arrived accompanied by 2 guards. With a long series of complicated gestures, the newcomer explained that the prisoner was to learn a civilized language, and, what was more, would learn it fast by order. Education would commence forthwith. In businesslike manner, the tutor produced a stack of juvenile picture books and started the imparting process while the guards lounged against the wall and looked bored. Leeming cooperated, as one does with the enemy, namely, by misunderstanding everything, mispronouncing everything, overlooking nothing that would prove him a linguistic moron. The lesson ended at noon and was celebrated by the arrival of another bowl of gruel containing a hunk of stringy, rubberish substance resembling the hind end of a rat. He ate the gruel, sucked the portion of animal, shoved the bowl aside. Then he pondered the significance of their decision to teach him how to talk. Firstly, it meant that they'd got nothing resembling Earth's electronic brain pryers and could extract information only by question-and-answer methods, aided by unknown forms of persuasion. Secondly, they wanted to know things and intended to learn them if possible. Thirdly, the slower he was to gain fluency, the longer it would be before they put him on the rack, if that was their intention. His speculations ended when guards opened the door and called him out. Along the passage, down long stairs, into a great yard filled with figures mooching around under a sickly sun. He halted in surprise. Regellians, about 2,000 of them. These were allies, members of the Federation. He looked them over with mounting excitement, seeking a few more familiar shapes amid the mob. Perhaps an Earthman or 2, or even a few human-like Centaurians. But there were none. Only rubber-limbed, pop-eyed Regellians shuffling around in the aimless manner of those confronted with many wasted years and no perceivable future. Even as he looked at them, he sensed something peculiar. They could see him just as well as he could see them, and being the only Earthman, he was a legitimate object of attention. He was a friend from another star. They should have been crowding up to him, full of talk, seeking the latest news of the war, asking questions, offering information. They took no notice of him. He walked slowly and deliberately right across the yard, and they got out of his way. A few eyed him furtively. The majority pretended to be unaware of his existence. Nobody offered him a word. They were giving him the conspicuous brush-off. He trapped a small bunch of them in a corner of the wall and said, "Any of you speak Terran?" They looked at the sky, the wall, the ground, or at each other, and remained silent. "Anyone know Centaurian?" No answer. "Well, how about Cosmoglota?" No answer. He walked away feeling riled, tried another bunch. No luck. And another bunch. No luck. Within an hour he had questioned 500 without getting a single response. Giving up, he sat on a stone step and watched them irefully until a shrill whistle signaled that exercise time was over. The Regellians formed up in long lines in readiness to march back to their quarters. Leeming's guards gave him a kick in the pants and chivied him to his cell. Temporarily, he dismissed the problem of unsociable allies. After dark was the time for thinking. He wanted to use remaining hours of light to study the picture books and get well ahead with the local lingo while appearing to lag far behind. Fluency might prove an advantage some day. Too bad he'd never learned Regellian, for instance. So he applied himself fully to the task until print and pictures ceased to be visible. He ate his evening portion of mush. After that he lay on the bench, closed his eyes, set his brains to work. In all his life he'd met no more than a couple of dozen Rigelians. Never once had he visited their systems. What little he knew of them was hearsay evidence. It was said their standard of intelligence was good, they were technologically efficient, they had been consistently friendly toward men of Earth since first contact. 50% of them spoke Cosmoglotta, maybe 1% knew the Terran tongue. Therefore, if the average held up, several hundreds of those met in the yard should have been able to converse with him in one language or another. Why had they remained silent? And why had they been so unanimous about it? He invented, examined, and discarded a dozen theories. It was 2 hours before he hit upon the obvious solution. These Rigelians were prisoners, deprived of liberty perhaps for years to come. Some of them must have seen an Earthman at one time or another, but all of them knew that in the ranks of the foe were two races superficially human-like. Therefore they suspected him of being a stooge, an ear of the enemy listening for plots. That in turn meant something else. When a big mob of prisoners becomes excessively wary of a spy in their midst, it's because they have something to hide. Yes, that was it. He slapped his knee in delight. The Rigelians had an escape plot in process of hatching, and meanwhile were taking no chances. How to get in on it? Next day, at the end of exercise time, a guard administered the usual kick. Leeming upped and punched him clean on the snout. 4 guards jumped in and gave the culprit a going-over. They did it good and proper, in a way that no onlooking Rigelian could mistake for an act. It was an object lesson, and intended as such. The limp body was carried upstairs with its face a mess of blood. It was a week before Leeming was fit enough to reappear in the yard. His features were still an ugly sight. He strolled through the crowd, ignored as before, chose a spot in the sun and sat. Soon afterward a prisoner sprawled tiredly on the ground a couple of yards away, watched distant guards, and spoke in little more than a whisper. "How'd you get here?" Leeming told him. "How's the war going on?" "We're pushing them back slowly but surely. But it'll take time. A long time." "How long do you suppose?" "I don't know. It's anyone's guess." Leeming eyed him curiously. "What brought this crowd here?" "We're colonists. We were advance parties, all male, planted on 4 new planets that were ours by right of discovery. 12,000 of us altogether." The Rigelian went silent a moment, looked carefully around. "They descended on us in force. That was 2 years ago. It was easy. We weren't prepared. We didn't even know a war was on." "They grabbed the planets?" "You bet they did, and laughed in our faces." Leeming nodded, understanding. Claim-jumping had been the original cause of the fracas now extending across a sizable slice of a galaxy. On one planet a colony had put up an heroic resistance and died to the last man. The sacrifice had fired a blaze of fury. The Federation had struck back, and the war was on. 12,000, you said? Where are the others?" "Scattered around in prisons like this one. You picked a choice dump in which to sit out the war. The enemy has made this his chief penal planet. It's far from the fighting front, unlikely ever to be discovered. The local life form isn't much good for space battles, but plenty good enough to hold what others have captured. They're throwing up big jails all over the world. If the war goes on long enough, the planet will get solid with Federation prisoners." "So your mob has been here most of 2 years?" "Yes." "And done nothing about it?" "Nothing much," agreed the Rigelian. "Just enough to get 40 of us shot for trying." "Sorry," said Leeming sincerely. "Don't let it bother you. I know how you feel. The first few weeks are the worst." He pointed surreptitiously toward a heavily built guard across the yard. "A few days ago that lying swine boasted that there are already 200,000 Federation prisoners on this planet. He said that by this time next year there'll be 2 million. I hope he never lives to see it.
I'm getting out of here, said Leeming.
How?
I don't know yet, but I'm getting out. I'm not going to just squat and rot.
He waited expectantly, hoping for some comment about others feeling the same way he did, maybe some evasive mention of a coming break, a hint that he might be invited to join in. The Rigellian stood up, murmured, "Well, I wish you luck. You'll need it aplenty." He ambled off. A whistle blew, and the guards shouted, "Merce, flaplaps! Amash!" And that was that. Over the next 4 weeks he had frequent conversations with the same Rigellian and about 20 others, picking up odd items of information, but finding them peculiarly evasive whenever the subject of freedom came up. He was having a concealed chat with one of them and asked, "Why does everyone insist on talking to me secretively and in whispers? The guards don't seem to care how much you yap to one another." "You haven't been cross-examined yet. If in the meantime they notice we've had plenty to say to you, they will try to get out of you everything we've said, with particular reference to ideas on escape." Leeming pounced on the lovely word, escape. That's all there is to live for right now. If anyone's thinking of making a bid, maybe I can help them, and they can help me. I'm a competent space pilot, and that fact is worth something. The other cooled off at once. "Nothing doing." "Why not?" "We've been behind walls a long time. We've learned at bitter cost that escape attempts fail when too many know what is going on. Some planted spy betrays us, or some selfish fool messes things up by pushing in at the wrong moment." "I see." "Imprisonment creates its own special conventions," the Rigellian went on. "And one we've established here is that an escape plot is the exclusive property of those who thought it up, and only they can make the attempt. Nobody else is told. Nobody else knows until the resulting hullabaloo starts going."
"So I'm strictly on my own?"
"Afraid so. You're on your own in any case. We're in dormitories, 50 to a room. You're in a cell all by yourself. You're in no position to help anyone with anything."
"I can darned well help myself," he retorted angrily, and it was his turn to walk away. He'd been there just 13 weeks when the tutor handed him a metaphorical firecracker. Finishing a lesson, the tutor compressed thin lips, looked at him with severity. "You are pleased to wear the cloak of idiocy. But I am not deceived. You are far more fluent than you pretend. I shall report to the commandant that you will be ready for examination in 7 days' time."
"How's that again?" asked Leeming, putting on a baffled frown.
"You heard what I said, and you understood me."
Slam went the door. Came the gruel and a jaundiced lump of something unchewable. Exercise time followed.
"They're going to put me through the mill a week hence."
"Don't let them scare you," advised the Rigellian. "They'd as soon kill you as spit in the sink. But one thing keeps them in check."
"What's that?"
"The Federation is holding prisoners, too."
"Yes, but what the Federation doesn't know, it can't grieve over."
"There'll be more than grief for somebody if eventually the victor finds himself expected to exchange live prisoners for corpses."
"You've got a point there," agreed Leeming. "I could do with 9 feet of rope to dangle suggestively in front of the commandant."
"I could do with a very large bottle of Witz and a female to ruffle my hair," sighed the Rigellian.
The whistle again. More intensive study while daylight lasted. Another bowl of ersatz porridge. Darkness and 4 small stars peeped through the barred slot high up. He lay on the bench and produced thoughts like bubbles from a fountain. No place, positively no place, is absolutely impregnable. Given brawn and brains and enough time, there's always a way in or out. Escapees shot down as they bolted had chosen the wrong time and wrong place.
or the right time and wrong place, or the right place at the wrong time. Or they'd neglected brawn in favor of brains, a common fault of the impatient. Or they'd neglected brains in favor of brawn, a fault of the reckless. With eyes closed, he carefully reviewed the situation. He was in a cell with rock walls of granite hardness at least 4 feet thick. The only openings were a narrow gap blocked by 5 thick steel bars, also an armor-plated door in constant view of patrolling guards. On his person he had no hacksaw, no lockpick, no implement of any sort, nothing but the clothes in which he lay. If he pulled the bench to pieces and somehow succeeded in doing it unheard, he'd acquire several large lumps of wood, a dozen 6-inch nails, and a couple of steel bolts. None of that junk would serve to open the door or cut the window bars before morning, and there was no other material available. Outside was a brilliantly illuminated gap 50 yards wide that must be crossed to gain freedom. Then a smooth stone wall 40 feet high, devoid of handholds. Atop the wall, an apex much too sharp to give grip to the feet while stepping over an alarm wire that would set the sirens going if touched or cut. The wall completely encircled the entire prison. It was octagonal in shape and topped at each angle by a watchtower containing guards, machine guns, floodlights. To get out, the wall would have to be surmounted right under the noses of itchy-fingered watchers, in bright light, without touching the wire. That wouldn't be the end of it either. Outside the wall was another illuminated 50-yard area, also to be crossed. Yes, the whole setup had the professional touch of those who knew what to do to keep them in for keeps. Escape over the wall was well-nigh impossible, though not completely so. If somebody got out of his cell or dormitory armed with a 50-foot rope and grapnel, and if he had a confederate who could break the prison's power room and switch off everything at exactly the right moment, he might make it. Over the dead, unresponsive alarm wire in total darkness. In a solitary cell there is no 50-foot rope, no grapnel, nothing capable of being adapted as either. There is no desperate and trustworthy confederate. If he considered once the most remote possibilities and took stock of the minimum resources needed, he considered them 100 times. By 2 o'clock in the morning, he'd been beating his brain sufficiently hard to make them come up with anything, including ideas that were slightly mad. For example, he could pull a plastic button from his jacket, swallow it, and hope the result would get him a transfer to the hospital. True, the hospital was within the prison's confines, but it might offer better opportunity for escape. Then he thought a second time, decided that a plastic blockage would not guarantee his removal elsewhere. There was a chance that they might be content to force a powerful purgative down his neck and thus add to his present discomforts. As dawn broke, he arrived at a final conclusion. 30, 40, or 50 Regellians, working in a patient-determined group, might tunnel under the watched areas in the wall and get away. But he had one resource and one only. That was guile. There was nothing else he could employ. He groaned to himself and complained, "So I'll have to use both my heads." A couple of minutes later he sat up startled, gazed at the brightening sky, and exclaimed, "Yes, sure, that's it! Both heads!" By exercise time, Leeming had decided that it would be helpful to have a gadget. A crucifix or a crystal ball provides psychological advantages. His gadget could be of any shape, size, or design, made of any material, so long as it was obviously a contraption. Moreover, its potency would be greater if not made from items obtainable within his cell, such as parts of his clothing or pieces of the bench. Preferably, it should be constructed of stuff from somewhere else. He doubted whether the Regellians could help. 6 hours per day they slaved in the prison's workshops, a fate that he would share after he'd been questioned and his aptitudes defined. The Regellians made military pants and jackets, harness and boots, a small range of engineering and electrical components. They detested producing for the enemy, but their choice was a simple one: work or starve. According to what he'd been told, they had remote chance of smuggling out of the workshops anything really useful, such as a knife, chisel, hammer, or hacksaw blade. At the end of each work period, the slaves were paraded and unallowed to break ranks until every machine had been checked, every loose tool accounted for and locked away. The first 15 minutes of the midday break he spent searching the yard for any loose item that might be turned to advantage. He wandered around with his gaze on the ground like a worried kid seeking a lost coin. The only things he found were a couple of pieces of wood 4 inches square by 1 inch thick. He slipped them into his pocket without having the vaguest notion of what he was going to do with them. After that, he squatted by the wall, had a whispered chat with a couple of Regellians. His mind wasn't on the conversation, and the pair moved away when a patrolling guard came near. Later, another Regellian mooched up. "Earthman, you still going to get out of here?" "You bet I am." The Regellian chuckled, scratched an ear, an action that his race used to express polite skepticism. "I think we've a better chance than you." "Why?" Leeming shot him a sharp glance. "There are more of us," evaded the other, as though realizing that he'd been on the point of saying too much. "What can one do on one's own?" "Scoot like blazes first chance," said Leeming. His eye suddenly noticed the ring on the other's ear-scratching finger and became fascinated by it. He'd seen the modest ornament before, and dozens like it. A number of Regellians were wearing similar objects. So were some of the guards. The rings were neat affairs consisting of 4 or 5 turns of thin wire with the ends shaped and soldered to form the owner's initials. "Where'd you dig up the jewelry?" he asked. "Huh?" "The ring." "Oh, that." The Regellian lowered his head, eyed the ring with satisfaction. "Make them ourselves in the workshops. It breaks the monotony." "Mean to say the guards don't stop you?" "They don't interfere. There's no harm in it. Anyway, we've made quite a number for the guards themselves. We've made them some automatic lighters as well. Could have turned out a few hundred for ourselves, except that we've no use for them." He paused reflectively. "We think the guards have been selling rings and lighters outside. At least, we hope so." "Why?" "Maybe they'll build up a nice trade. Then, when they are comfortably settled in it, we'll cut supplies and demand a rake-off in the form of extra rations and a few unofficial privileges." "That's smart of you," said Leeming. "It would help all concerned to have a salesman traveling around the planet. Put me down for that job." The Regellian gave a faint smile, went on. "Handmade junk doesn't matter. But let the guards find that one small screwdriver is missing, and there's hell to pay. Everyone is stripped naked on the spot, and the culprit suffers." "They wouldn't miss a small coil of wire, would they?" "I doubt it. They don't bother to check the stuff. What can anyone do with a piece of wire?" "Heaven knows," admitted Leeming. "But I want some." "You'll never pick a lock with it in a million moons," warned the other. "It's too thin and too soft." "I want enough to make a set of Zulu bangles," Leeming told him. "I sort of fancy myself in Zulu bangles." "You can steal some wire yourself in the near future. After you've been questioned, they'll send you to the workshops." "I want it before then. I want it just as soon as I can get it." Going silent, the Regellian thought it over, finally said, "If you've a plan in your mind, keep it to yourself. Don't give a hint of it to anyone. Let anything slip, and somebody will try to beat you to it." "Thanks for the advice, friend," said Leeming. "How about a bit of wire?" "See you this time tomorrow." The Regellian left him, wandered into the crowd. The wire proved to be a small pocket-sized coil of tinned copper. When unrolled in the darkness of the cell, it measured his own length, namely 6 feet. Leeming doubled it, waggled it to and fro until it broke, hid 1/2 under the bottom of the bench. Then he spent more than an hour worrying a loose nail out of the bench's end. Finding one of the pieces of wood, he approximated its center, stamped the nail into it with his boot. Footsteps approached. He shoved the stuff out of sight, lay down just before the spy hole opened. The light flashed on, an eye looked in. Somebody grunted. The light cut off. The spy hole shut. Leeming resumed his task, twisting the nail one way and the other, pressing it with his boot from time to time, persevering until he had drilled a neat hole 2/3 the way through the wood. Next he took his half-length of wire, broke it into 2 unequal parts, shaped the shorter piece to form a loop with 2 legs 3 or 4 inches long. He tried to make the circle as nearly perfect as possible. The longer piece of wire he wound tightly around the loop so that it formed a close-fitting coil with legs matching those of the loop. Climbing the bench to the window, he examined his handiwork in the glow from outside floodlights, made a few minor adjustments, and felt satisfied. After that he used the nail to make on the edge of the bench 2 small nicks representing the exact diameter of the loop. He counted the number of turns the coil made around the loop. There were 27. It was important to have these details because it was highly likely that he'd have to make a second gadget. If so, he must make it precisely the same. Once they noticed it, that very similarity might get the enemy bothered. When a plotter makes 2 things practically identical, it's hard to resist the notion that he's up to something definite. To complete his preparations, he chivied the nail back into the place where it belonged. Sometime he'd need it again. He then forced the 4 legs of the coiled loop into the hole that he drilled, thus making the small piece of wood function as a stand. He now had a gadget, a doodad, a means to an end. He was the original inventor and sole owner of the Leeming something or other. Certain chemical reactions take place only in the presence of a catalyst, like marriage is legalized by the presence of a justice of the peace. Some equations can be solved only by the inclusion of an unknown quantity called X. If you haven't enough on the ball, you've got to add what's needed. If you require outside help that doesn't exist, you've got to invent it. Whenever man was unable to master his environment with his bare hands, thought Leeming, the said environment got bullied or corrected into submission by man plus X. That had been so from the beginning of time. Man plus a tool or a weapon. But X did not have to be anything concrete or solid. It did not have to be lethal or even visible. It could be a dream, an idea, an illusion, a bloody big thundering lie, just anything. There was only one true test, whether it worked. If it did, it was efficient. Now to see. There was no sense in using Terran except perhaps as an incantation when one was necessary. Nobody here understood it. To them it was just an alien gabble. Besides, his delaying tactic of pretending to be slow to learn was no longer effective. They now knew he could speak the local lingo almost as well as they could themselves. Holding the loop assembly in his left hand, he went to the door, applied his ear to the closed spy hole, listened for the sound of patrolling feet. It was 20 minutes before he heard the approaching squeak of military boots. "Are you there?" he called. Not too loudly, but enough to be heard. "Are you there?" Backing off, he lay on his belly on the floor and stood the loop 6 inches in front of his face. "Are you there?" The spy hole clicked open. The light came on. A sour eye looked through. Completely ignoring the watcher and behaving with the air of one totally absorbed in his task, Leeming spoke through the coiled loop. "Are you there?" "What are you doing?" demanded the guard. Leeming recognized the voice, decided that for once luck must be turning his way. This character, a chump named Marcin, knew enough to point a gun and fire it, or, if unable to do so, yell for help. In all other matters he was not of the elite. In fact, Marcin would have to think twice to pass muster as a half-wit. "What are you doing there?" demanded Marcin more loudly. "Calling," said Leeming, apparently just waking up to the other's existence. "Who are you calling?" "Mind your own business," ordered Leeming, giving a nice display of impatience. He turned the loop another 2 degrees. "Are you there?" "It is forbidden," insisted Marcin. Leeming let go the loud sigh of one compelled to bear fools gladly. "What is forbidden?" "To call." "Don't be so flaming ignorant," Leeming reproved. My kind is always allowed to call. Where'd we be if we couldn't, huh? That got Marcin badly tangled. He knew nothing about Earthmen or what peculiar privileges they considered essential to life. Neither could he give a guess as to where they'd be without them. Moreover, he dared not bust into the cell and put a stop to whatever was going on. An armed guard was prohibited from entering a cell by himself, and that rule had been strict ever since a Regellian had bopped one, snatched his gun, and killed 6 while trying to make a break. If he wanted to interfere, he'd have to go see the sergeant of the guard and demand that something be done to stop aliens making noises through loops. The sergeant was an unlovely character with a tendency to advertise personal histories all over the landscape. It was 4 o'clock in the morning, a time when the sergeant's liver malfunctioned most audibly, and lastly he, Marcin, had proved himself a misbegotten faplap far too often. "You will cease calling and go to sleep," said Marcin with a touch of desperation, "or in the morning I shall report this matter to the officer of the day." "Go ride a camel," Leeming invited. He turned the loop in the manner of one making careful adjustment. "Are you there?" "I have warned you," Marcin persisted, his only visible eye popping at the loop. "Fibble off!" roared Leeming. Marcin shut the spy-hole and fibbled off. Leeming overslept, as was inevitable after being up most of the night. His awakening was rude. The door opened with a crash. 3 guards plunged in, followed by an officer. Without ceremony, the prisoner was jerked off the bench, stripped and shoved into the corridor stark naked. The guards hunted thoroughly through the clothing, while the officer minced around them, watching. Finding nothing in the clothes, they started searching the cell. Right off, one of them found the loop assembly and gave it to the officer, who held it gingerly, as though it were a bouquet suspected of being a bomb. Another guard found the second piece of wood with his boot, kicked it aside, and ignored it. They tapped the floor and the walls, seeking hollow sounds. They dragged the bench from the wall and looked over the other side of it. Then they were about to turn the bench upside down when Leeming decided that now was the time to take a walk. He started along the corridor, a picture of nonchalant nudity. The officer let go an outraged howl and pointed. The guards erupted from the cell, bawled orders to halt. A 4th guard appeared at the bend of the corridor, aimed his gun and scowled. Leeming turned and ambled back. He stopped as he reached the officer, who was now outside the cell and fuming with temper. Striking a modest pose, he said, "Look, September morn." It meant nothing to the other, who held the loop under his nose and yelled, "What is this thing?" "My property," said Leeming with naked dignity. "You are not supposed to possess it. As a prisoner of war, you are not allowed to have anything." "Who says so?" "I say so," declared the officer, somewhat violently. "Who are you?" inquired Leeming. "By the sword of Lamissum," swore the other. "I'll show you who I am. Guards, take him inside and—" "You're not the boss," put in Leeming, impressively cocksure. "The commandant is the boss here. I say so, and he says so. If you want to dispute it, let's go ask him." The guards hesitated, assumed expressions of chronic uncertainty. The officer was taken aback. "Are you asserting that the commandant has given permission for you to have this object?" "I'm telling you he hasn't refused permission. Also that it isn't for you to give it or refuse it." "I shall consult the commandant about this," the officer decided, deflated and a little unsure of himself. He turned to the guards. "Put the prisoner back in the cell and give him his breakfast as usual." "How about returning my property?" Leeming prompted. "Not until I have seen the commandant." They hustled him into the cell. He got dressed. Breakfast came, the inevitable bowl of slop. He cussed the guards for not making it bacon and eggs. That was deliberate. A display of self-assurance and some aggressiveness was necessary to push the game along. The tutor did not appear, so he spent the morning furbishing his fluency with the aid of the books. At midday they led him into the yard, and there was no evidence of an especial watch being kept upon him while there. The Regellian whispered, "I got the opportunity to swipe another coil, so I took it in case you wanted more." He slipped it across, saw it vanish into a pocket. "That's all I intend to take. Don't ask me again."
"What's up? Is it getting risky? Are they suspicious of you?"
"Everything is all right so far." He glanced warily around. "If some of the other prisoners get to know I'm taking it, they'll start grabbing it too. They'll steal it in the hope of discovering what I'm going to use it for, so that they can use it for the same purpose. Everybody's always on the lookout for an advantage, real or imaginary, which he can share. This prison life brings out the worst as well as the best."
"I see."
"A couple of small coils will never be missed," the other went on, "but once the rush starts, the stuff will evaporate in wholesale quantities. That's when all hell will break loose. I daren't chance starting anything like that."
"Meaning you fellows can't risk a detailed search just now?" suggested Leeming pointedly. The Rigellian shied like a frightened horse.
"I didn't say that."
"I can put two and two together, same as anyone else." Leeming favored him with a reassuring wink. "I can also keep my trap shut."
He explored the yard, seeking more pieces of wood, but failed to find any.
Oh well, no matter. At a pinch he could do without. Come to that, he'd darned well have to do without.
The afternoon was given over to further studies. When light became too poor for that, and first faint flickers of starlight showed through the barred opening in the wall, he kicked the door until the sound of it thundered all over the block. Feet came running, and the spy-hole opened. It was Marcin again.
"So it's you," greeted Leeming.
He let go a snort.
"You had the blab, of course. You had to curry favor by telling the officer."
He drew himself up to full height.
"Well, I am sorry for you. I'd 50 times rather be me than you." "Sorry for me?" Marcin registered confusion. "Why?"
"You are going to suffer. Not yet, of course. It is necessary for you to undergo the normal period of horrid anticipation. But eventually you are going to suffer."
"It was my duty," explained Marcin semi-apologetically.
"That fact will be considered in mitigation," Leeming assured. "And your agonies will be modified in due proportion."
"I don't understand," said Marcin,
developing a node of worry somewhere within the solid bone.
"You will, some dire day. So also will those 4 stinking fatlaps who beat me up.
You can inform them for me that their quota of pain is being arranged."
"I am not supposed to talk to you," said Marcin,
dimly perceiving that the longer he stood there, the bigger the fix he got into. He made to close the spy-hole.
"All right,
but I want something."
"What is it?"
"I want my Bapa Magalvy. That thing the officer took away."
"You cannot have it until the commandant gives permission. He is absent today and will not return before tomorrow morning."
"That's no use. I want it now." He gave an airy wave of his hand. "Never mind, forget it. I will summon another one."
"It is forbidden," reminded Marcin very feebly.
"Ha ha!" said Leeming, venting a hearty laugh. Waiting for darkness to grow complete, he got the wire from under the bench and manufactured a second Watsit, to all intents and purposes identical with the first one. Twice he was interrupted, but not caught. That job finished, he upended the bench and climbed it. Taking the new coil of wire from his pocket, he tied one end tightly around the bottom of the middle bar, hung the coil outside the window gap. With spit and dust he camouflaged the bright tin surface of the one visible strand, made sure it could not be seen at farther than nose-tip distance. He got down, replaced the bench. The window gap was so high that all of its ledge and the bottom 3 inches of its bar could not be viewed from below. Going to the door, he listened, and at the right time called, "Are you there?" When the light came on and the spy-hole was in use, he got an instinctive feeling that there was a bunch of them clustered outside, also that the eye in the hole was not Marcin's. Ignoring everything, he rotated the loop slowly and carefully, meanwhile calling, "Are you there?" After traversing about 40 degrees, he paused,
gave his voice a tone of intense satisfaction, said, "So you are there at last. Why the devil don't you keep within easy reach so we can talk without me having to summon you with a loop?" He went silent, put on the expression of one who listens intently. The eye in the hole widened, got shoved away, was replaced by another. "Well," said Leeming, settling himself down for a cozy gossip, "I'll point them out to you first chance I get, and leave you to deal with them as you think fit. Let's switch to our own language. There are too many big ears around for my liking." He took a long, deep breath, rattled off at top pace and without pause. "Out sprang the web and opened wide the mirror, cracked from side to side. The curse has come upon me," cried the lady of... Out sprang the door and opened wide, and 2 guards almost fell headlong into the cell in their eagerness to make a quick snatch. 2 more posed outside with the officer between them. Marson mooned fearfully in the background. A guard grabbed up the loop assembly, yelled, "I've got it!" and rushed out. His companion followed. Both seemed hysterical with excitement. There was a 10 seconds pause before the door shut. Leeming exploited the fact. He stood up, pointed at the group by making horizontal stabbing motions with his 2 middle fingers. Giving him the devil's horns, they'd called it when he was a kid. The classic gesture of donating the evil eye. "Those," he declaimed dramatically, addressing what wasn't there, "are the scaly-skinned bums who've asked for trouble. See that they get plenty." The whole bunch of them managed to look alarmed before the door cut them from sight with a vicious slam. He listened at the spy-hole, heard them go away, muttering steadily between themselves. Within 10 minutes he had broken a length off the coil hanging from the window bars, restored the spit and dust disguise of the holding strand. Half an hour later he had another Bapa-Magalby. Practice was making him an expert in the swift and accurate manufacture of these things. Lacking wood for a stand, he used the loose nail to bore a hole in the dirt between the big stone slabs composing the floor of his cell. He rammed the legs of the loop into the hole, twisted the contraption this way and that to make ceremonial rotation easy. When the right moment arrived, he lay on his belly and commenced reciting through the loop the 3rd paragraph of Rule 27, subsection B of Space Regulations. He chose it because it was a gem of bureaucratic phraseology, a single sentence 1,000 words long, meaning something known only to God. "Where refueling must be carried out as an emergency measure at a station not officially listed as a home station or definable for special purposes as a home station under Section A, 5, Amendment A, 5, B, the said station shall be treated as if it were definable as a home station under Section A, 5, Amendment A, 5, B, providing that the emergency falls within the authorized list of technical necessities as given in Section J, 29-33, with addenda subsequent thereto as applicable to home stations where such are." The spy-hole flipped open and shut. Somebody scooted away. A minute afterward the corridor shook to what sounded like a cavalry charge. The spy-hole again opened and shut. The door crashed inward. This time they reduced him to his bare pelt, searched his clothes, raked the cell from end to end. Their manner was that of those singularly lacking in brotherly love. They turned the bench upside down, knocked it, tapped it, kicked it, did everything but run a large magnifying glass over it. Watching this operation, Leeming encouraged them by giving a sinister snigger. Was a time when he could not have produced a sinister snigger even to win a 50-credit bet. But he could do it now. The ways in which a man can rise to the occasion are without limit. Giving him a look of sudden death and total destruction, a guard went out, brought back a ladder, mounted it, surveyed the window gap. It was a perfunctory glance, his mind being mostly concerned with the solidity of the bars. He grasped each bar with both hands, shook vigorously. Satisfied, he got down, took the ladder away. They departed. Leeming dressed himself, listened at the spy-hole. Just a very faint hiss of breath and occasional rustle of clothes nearby. He sat on the bench and waited. In short time the lights flashed and the spy-hole opened. He stabbed 2 fingers toward the in-looking eye. The hole closed. Feet moved away, stamping much too loudly. He waited.
After half an hour of complete silence, the eye offered itself again, and for its pains received another 2-fingered hex. 5 minutes later, it had another bestowed upon it. If it was the same eye all the time, it was a glutton for punishment. This game continued for 3 hours before the eye had had enough. Then he made another loop, gabbled through it in a loud voice, and precipitated another raid. They did not strip him or search the cell this time. They contented themselves with confiscating the gadget, and they showed signs of being more than somewhat fed up. There was just enough wire left for one more. He decided to keep that against a future need and get some sleep. Inadequate food and not enough slumber were combining to make inroads on his reserves. He flopped on the bench and closed red-rimmed eyes. In due time he started snoring, fit to saw through the bars. That caused a panic in the passage, brought the crowd along in yet another rush. Waking up, he damned them to perdition. He lay down again. He was plain bone-tuckered, but so were they. He slept solidly until midday without a break, except for the usual lousy breakfast. Soon after awakening came the usual lousy dinner. At exercise time, they kept him locked in. He hammered on the door, demanded to know why he wasn't being allowed to walk in the yard. They took no notice. So he sat on the bench and thought things over. Perhaps this denial of his only freedom was a form of retaliation for making them hop around like fleas in the middle of the night. Or perhaps the Regellian was under suspicion and they decided to prevent contact. Anyway, he'd got the enemy worried. He was bollocksing them about, single-handed, far behind the lines. That was something. The fact that a combatant is a prisoner doesn't mean he's out of the battle. Even behind thick wire and high walls, he can still harass the foe, absorbing his time and energy, undermining his morale, pinning down at least a few of his forces. The next step, he decided, was to widen the hex. He must do it as comprehensively as possible. The more he spread it and the more ambiguous the terms in which he expressed it, the more plausibly he could grab the credit for any and every misfortune that was certain to occur sooner or later. It was the technique of the gypsy's warning. People tend to attach specific meanings to ambiguities when circumstances arise and suggest a given meaning. People don't have to be especially credulous either. It is sufficient for them to be made expectant, with a tendency to wonder after the event. In the near future, a dark, tall man will cross your path, after which any male above average height and not a blonde fits the picture, and any time from 5 minutes to a full year is accepted as the near future. Mama, when the insurance man called, he really smiled at me. Do you remember what the gypsy said? Leeming grinned to himself as his brain assembled facts and theories and analyzed the possibilities. Somewhere not so far away, a bunch of Regellians, or several bunches for all he knew, were deep in the earth and burrowing slowly, without tools, a few pitiful handfuls at a time. Progress at the rate of a couple of pathetic inches per night, dirt taken out in mere pocket-loads and sprinkled through the yard. A constant, never-ending risk of discovery, entrapment, and perhaps some insane shooting. A year-long project that could not be terminated by a shout and the chatter of guns. But to get out of the clink, you don't have to escape. If sufficiently patient, determined, glib, and cunning, you can talk the foe into opening the doors and pushing you out. You can use the wits that God gave you. By law of probability, various things must happen in jail and out, and not all of them pleasing to the enemy. Some officer must get the galloping gripes right under his body belt, or a guard must fall down a watchtower ladder and break a leg. Somebody must lose a wad of money, or his pants, or his senses. Farther afield, a bridge must collapse, or a train get derailed, or a spaceship crash at takeoff, or there'd be an explosion in a munitions factory, or a military leader would drop dead. He'd be playing a trump card if he could establish his claim to be the author of all misery. The essential thing was to stake it in such a way that they could not effectively combat it, neither could they exact retribution in a torture chamber. The ideal strategy was to convince them of his malevolence in a manner that would equally convince them of their own impotence. If he succeeded, they'd come to the logical conclusion that the only way to get rid of trouble was to get rid of Leeming, alive and in one piece. It was a jumbo problem that would have appalled him way back home. But by now he'd had 3 months in which to incubate a solution, and the brain becomes stimulated by grim necessity. A good thing he had an idea in mind. He had a mere 10 minutes before the time came to apply it. The door opened, a trio of guards glowered at him, and one of them rasped, "The Commandant wishes to see you at once. Amash!" The Commandant squatted behind a desk with a lower-ranking officer on either side. He was a heavily built specimen. His horn-covered, lidless eyes gave him a deadpan look as he studied the prisoner. Leeming calmly sat himself in a handy chair, and the officer on the right immediately bawled, "Federation garbage! You will stand in the presence of the Commandant." "Let him sit," contradicted the Commandant. A concession at the start, thought Leeming. He eyed the pile of papers on the desk. 10 to 1 the Commandant had read a complete report of his misdeeds and decided to reserve judgment until he got to the bottom of whatever was going on. That attitude was natural enough. The Federation knew nothing of this local life form. By the same token, the Inquisitors knew nothing of several Federation forms, those of Earth in particular. From their viewpoint, they were about to cope with an unknown quantity. Man, how right they were. A quantity doubled by +X. "I am given to understand that you now speak our language," began the Commandant. "No use denying it," Leeming confessed. "Very well. You will first give some information concerning yourself." He positioned an official form on his desk, held a pen in readiness. "Name of planet of origin?" "Earth." The other wrote it phonetically in his own script. Continued, "Name of race?" "Terran." "Name of species?" "Homo nosipaka," said Leeming, keeping his face straight. The Commandant wrote it down, looked doubtful, asked, "What does that mean?" "Space-traversing man," Leeming informed. "Mm-hmm." The other was impressed, despite himself, inquired, "Your personal name?" "John Leeming." "John Leeming," repeated the Commandant, putting it down on the form. "And Eustace Fenacker-Teben," added Leeming airily. That got written too, though the Commandant had some difficulty in finding hooks and curlicues to express Fenacker-Teben. Twice he asked Leeming to repeat it, and that worthy obliged. Studying the result, which resembled a Chinese recipe for rotten egg gumbo, the Commandant said, "It is your custom to have 2 names?" "Most certainly," Leeming assured. "We can't avoid it, seeing that there are 2 of us." The listener twitched the eyebrows he lacked and showed mild surprise. "You mean that you are always conceived and born in pairs? 2 identical males or females every time?" "No, not at all." Leeming adopted the air of one about to state the obvious. "Whenever one of us is born, he immediately acquires a Eustace." "A Eustace?" "Yes." The Commandant frowned, picked his teeth, glanced at the other officers. They assumed the blank expressions of fellows who've come along merely to keep company. "What," asked the Commandant at long last, "is a Eustace?" Registering surprise at such ignorance, Leeming said, "An invisibility that is part of oneself." Understanding dawned on the Commandant's scaly face. "Ah, you mean a soul. You give your soul a separate name?" "Nothing of the sort," Leeming denied. "I have a soul, and Eustace has a soul of his own." Then, as an afterthought, "At least, I hope we have." The Commandant lay back and stared at him. There was quite a long silence. Finally, he admitted, "I do not understand." "In that case," announced Leeming, irritatingly triumphant, "it's evident that you have no alien equivalent of Eustaces yourselves. You're all on your own, just single lifers. That's your hard luck." Slamming a hand on the desk, the Commandant gave his voice a bit more military woof and demanded, "Exactly what is a Eustace? Explain to me as clearly as possible." "I'm in poor position to refuse the information," Leeming conceded with hypocritical reluctance. "Not that it matters much. Even if you gain perfect understanding, there is nothing you can do." "We'll see about that," the Commandant promised. "Tell me all about these Eustaces." "Every Earthling lives a double life from birth to death," said Leeming. "He exists in association with an entity which always calls himself Eustace, something or other. Mine happens to be Eustace Fernakerteben." "You can see this entity?" "No, never at any time. You cannot see him, smell him, or feel him." "Then how do you know that this is not a racial delusion?" "Firstly, because every man can hear his own Eustace. I can hold long conversations with mine, providing that he happens to be within reach, and I can hear him speaking clearly and logically within the depths of my mind." "You cannot hear him with the ears?" "No, only with the mind." Leeming took a deep breath and went on. "Secondly, he has the power to do certain things after which there is visible evidence that such things have been done." His attention shifted to the absorbed officer on the left. "For example, if Eustace had a grudge against this officer and advised me of his intention to make him fall downstairs, and if before long the officer fell downstairs and broke his neck—" "It could be mere coincidence," the Commandant suggested. "It could," Leeming agreed, "but there can be far too many coincidences. When a Eustace says he's going to do 20 or 50 things in succession, and all of them happen, he's either doing them as promised, or he is a most astounding prophet. Eustaces don't claim to be prophets. I don't believe in them either. Nobody, visible or invisible, can read the future with such detailed accuracy." "That is true enough," admitted the Commandant. "Do you accept the fact that you have a father and mother?" "Of course." "You don't consider it strange or abnormal?" "Certainly not. It is inconceivable that one should be born without parents." "Similarly, we accept the fact that we have Eustaces, and we cannot conceive being without them." The Commandant thought it over, said to the right-hand officer, "This smacks of mutual parasitism. It would be interesting to learn what benefit they derive from each other." Leeming chipped in with, "I can't tell you what my Eustace gets out of me. I can't tell you because I don't know." "You expect me to believe that?" asked the Commandant, making like nobody's fool. He showed his teeth. "On your own evidence you can talk with him. Why have you never asked him?" "We got tired of asking long, long ago. The subject has been dropped, and the situation accepted." "Why?" The answer was always the same. Eustaces readily admit that we are essential to their existence, but cannot explain how, because there's no way of making us understand." "That could be a self-preservative evasion," the Commandant offered. "They won't tell you because they don't want you to know." "Well, what do you suggest we do about it?" Evading that one, the Commandant went on, "What benefit do you get out of the association? What good is your Eustace to you?" "He provides company, comfort, information, advice, and—" "And what?" Bending forward, hands on knees, Leeming practically spat it at him. "If necessary, vengeance." That shook them. The Commandant rocked back. The under-officers registered disciplined apprehension. It's a hell of a war when one can be chopped down by a ghost. Pulling himself together, the Commandant forced a grim smile into his face. "You're a prisoner. You've been here a good many days. Your Eustace doesn't seem to have done much about it." "That's what you think. He's been doing plenty, and he'll do plenty more in his own time, in his own way." "Such as what?" "Wait and see," Leeming advised, formidably confident. That did not fill them with delight, either. "Nobody can imprison more than half a Terran," he went on. "The tangible half. The other half cannot be pinned down by any method whatsoever. It is beyond control. It wanders loose, collecting information of military value, indulging in a little sabotage, doing just as it pleases. You've created that situation, and you're stuck with it. "Not if we kill you," said the Commandant in nasty tones. Leeming gave a hearty laugh. "That would make matters 50 times worse." "In what way?" "The lifespan of a Eustace is longer than that of a Terran. When a man dies, his Eustace takes 5 to 10 years to disappear. We have an ancient song to the effect that old Eustaces never die, they only fade away. Our world holds thousands of lonely, disconnected Eustaces, gradually fading." "What of it?" "Kill me, and you will isolate my Eustace on a hostile world with no man or other Eustace for company. His days are numbered, and he knows it. He has nothing to lose. He is no longer restricted by considerations of my safety. He can eliminate me from his plans because I've gone for keeps." He eyed the listeners as he finished. "He'll run amok, indulging an orgy of destruction. Remember, you're an alien life form to him. He has no feelings and no compunctions with regard to you." The Commandant reflected in silence. It was difficult to believe all this. But before space conquest, it had been even more difficult to believe things now accepted as commonplace. He could not dismiss it as nonsense. The stupid believe things because they are credulous. The intelligent do not blindly accept, but when aware of their own ignorance, neither do they reject. Right now the Commandant was acutely aware of general ignorance concerning this life form known as Terran. "All this is not impossible," he said after a while, "but it appears to me somewhat improbable. There are 27 life forms in alliance with us. I do not know of one that exists in natural co-partnership with another form." "The Lathians do," Leeming told him, nonchalantly mentioning the leaders of the foe, the chief source of the opposition. "You mean they have Eustaces too?" The Commandant looked startled. "No, each Lathian is unconsciously controlled by a thing that calls itself Willie something or other. They don't know it, and we wouldn't know it, except that our Eustaces told us." "And how did they learn it?" "As you know, the biggest battles so far have been fought in the Lathian sector. Both sides have taken prisoners. Our Eustaces told us that each Lathian prisoner had a controlling Willie, but was unaware of it." He grinned, added, "And a Eustace doesn't think much of a Willie. Apparently a Willie is a lower form of associated life." The Commandant frowned, said, "This is something definite, something we should be able to check. But how are we going to do it if Lathian allies themselves are ignorant of the real state of affairs?" "Easy as pie," Leeming offered. "They're holding a bunch of Terran prisoners. Get someone to ask those prisoners whether the Lathians have got the Willies." "We'll do just that," approved the Commandant, in the manner of one about to call a bluff. He turned to the right-hand officer. "Bamashim, go beam a signal to our chief liaison officer at Lathian HQ, and get him to question those prisoners." "You can check further still," Leeming interjected, "just to make doubly sure. To us, anyone who shares his life with an invisible being is known as a nut. Ask the prisoners whether the Lathians are all nuts." "Take note of that and have it asked as well," the Commandant ordered the officer. He returned attention to Leeming. "Since you could not anticipate your forced landing and capture, and since you've been closely confined, there is no possibility of collusion between you and Terran prisoners far away." "That's right," Leeming agreed. "Therefore I shall weigh your evidence in the light of what replies come to my signal." He stared hard at the other. "If those replies fail to confirm your statements, I will know that you are a liar in some respects, and probably a liar in all respects. Here we have special and very effective methods of dealing with liars." "That's to be expected. But if the replies do confirm me, you'll know I've told the truth, won't you?" "No," snapped the Commandant. It was Leaming's turn to be shocked. "Why not?" Thinning his lips, the Commandant said, "Because I know full well that there cannot have been direct communication between you and the other Terran prisoners. However, that means nothing. There may have been collusion between your Eustace and their Eustaces." Then he bent sidewise, jerked open a drawer, placed a loop assembly on the desk, then another and another, a bunch of them. "Well," he invited, "what have you to say to that?" Leaming beat his brains around fast. He could see what the other meant. He could talk to his Eustace. His Eustace could talk to other Eustaces. The other Eustaces could talk to their imprisoned partners. Get yourself out of that. They were waiting for him, watching his face, counting the seconds needed to produce an answer. The longer he took to find one, the weaker it would be. The quicker he came up with something good, the more plausible its effect. He was inwardly frantic by the time he saw an opening and grabbed at it. "You're wrong on 2 counts. "State them." "Firstly, one Eustace cannot communicate unaided with another over a distance so enormous. His mind won't reach that far. To do it, he has to use a Terran, who, in his turn, must have radio equipment available." "We've only your word for it," the Commandant pointed out. "If a Eustace can communicate without limit, it would be your policy to try to conceal the fact." "I can do no more than give you my word, regardless of whether or not you credit it." "I do not credit it yet. Proceed to your 2nd count. It had better be convincing." "It is," Leaming assured. "On this one we don't have any word for it. We have yours." "Nonsense!" exclaimed the Commandant. "I have made no statements concerning Eustaces." "On the contrary, you have said that there could be collusion between them." "What of it?" "There can be collusion only if Eustaces genuinely exist, in which case my evidence is true. But if my evidence is false, then Eustaces do not exist, and there cannot possibly be a conspiracy between non-existent things." The Commandant sat perfectly still while his face took on a faint shade of purple. He looked and felt like the trapper trapped. Left-hand officer wore the expression of one struggling hard to suppress a disrespectful snicker. "If," continued Leaming, piling it on for good measure, "you don't believe in Eustaces, then you cannot logically believe in conspiracy between them. Contrariwise, if you believe in the possibility of collusion, then you've got to believe in Eustaces. That is, of course, if you're in bright green breeches and your right mind." "Guard!" roared the Commandant. He pointed an angry finger. "Take him back to the cell." They were hustling the prisoner through the door when he changed tactics and bawled, "Halt!" He snatched up a loop assembly, gesticulated with it at Leaming. "Where did you get the material to manufacture this?" "Eustace brought it for me. Who else?" "Get out of my sight!" "Merce, Faplap!" urged the guards, prodding with their guns. "Hamash! Hamash!" He spent the rest of that day and all the next ones sitting or lying on the bench, reviewing what had happened, planning his next moves, and in lighter moments admiring his own ability as a whacking great liar. Now and again he wondered how his efforts to dig himself free with his tongue compared with Fregellian attempts to do it with bare hands. Who was making the most progress, and, of the greatest importance, who, once out, would stay out? One thing was certain. His method was less tiring to the body, though more exhausting to the nerves. Another advantage was that for the time being he had sidetracked their intention of squeezing him for military information. Or had he? Possibly from their viewpoint, his revelations concerning the dual nature of Terrans were infinitely more important than details of armaments, which data might be false anyway. Nevertheless, he had dodged what otherwise might have been a rough and painful interrogation. Next time the spy hole opened, he got down on his knees and said in very loud tones, "Thank you, Eustace. Oh, thank you," and left the jumpy Marson to wonder who had arrived at the crossroads in time for some of Eustace's dirty work. Near midnight, just before sleep came on, it occurred to him that there was no point in doing things by halves. Why rest content to smile knowingly whenever the enemy suffered a petty misfortune? He could extend it farther than that. No form of life was secure from the vagaries of chance. Good fortune came along as well as bad. There was no reason why Eustace should not get credit for both, no reason why he, Leeming, should not take to himself the implied power to reward as well as to punish. That wasn't the limit, either. Bad luck and good luck are positive phases. He could cross the neutral zone and confiscate the negative phases. Through Eustace, he could assign to himself not only the credit for things done, good or bad, but also for things not done. He could exploit not only the things that happened, but also those that did not happen. The itch to make a start right now was irresistible. Rolling off the bench, he belted the door from top to bottom. The guard had just been changed, for the eye that peered in was that of Colum, a character who had bestowed a kick in the ribs not so long ago. Colum was a cut above Marson, being able to count upon all 12 fingers if given time to concentrate. "So it's you," said Leeming, showing vast relief. "I begged him to lay off you, to leave you alone at least a little while. He is impetuous and much too drastic. I can see you are more intelligent than the others, and therefore able to change for the better. Nobody with brains is beyond hope." "Huh?" said Colum, half scared, half flattered. "So he's left you alone," Leeming pointed out. "He's done nothing to you. Yet." He increased the gratification. "I do hope I can continue to control him. Only the stupidly brutal deserve slow death." "That is true," agreed Colum eagerly. "But what—" "Now," continued Leeming with firmness, "it is up to you to prove that my confidence is justified. All I want you to do is give a message to the commandant." "I dare not disturb him at this hour. It is impossible. The sergeant of the guard will not permit it. He will—" "It is to be given to him personally when he awakes first thing in the morning." "That is different," said Colum, sweating slightly. "But if the commandant disapproves of the message, he will punish you and not me." "Right," ordered Leeming. Colum leaned his gun against the opposite wall, dug pencil and paper out of a pocket. "To the most exalted lousy screw," began Leeming. "What does lousy screw mean?" asked Colum, struggling with the 2 Terran words. "It's a title. It means Your Highness. Boy, how high he is!" Leeming pinched his nose while the other pored over the paper. He continued to dictate. "The food is very poor and insufficient. I have lost much weight, and my ribs are beginning to show. My Eustace does not like it. I cannot be held responsible for his actions. Therefore I beg your most exalted lousy screwship to give serious consideration to this matter." "There are many words," complained Colum, martyred, "and I shall have to rewrite them more readably when I go off duty." "I know, and I appreciate the trouble you're taking on my behalf." Leeming gave him a look of fraternal fondness. "That's why I feel sure that you'll live long enough to do it." "I must live longer than that," insisted Colum, bugging his eyes. "I have the right to live, haven't I?" "That's exactly my own argument," said Leeming, in the manner of one who has striven all night to establish the irrefutable but cannot yet guarantee success. He returned to the bench. The light went off, the spy-hole shut. 4 stars peeped through the window slot, and they were not unattainable. In the morning, breakfast came half an hour late, but consisted of 1 full bowl of lukewarm pap, 2 thick slices of brown bread heavily smeared with grease, and a large cup of stuff vaguely resembling paralyzed coffee. He ate the lot with mounting triumph. No interview that day or the next. No summons for a week. Evidently his lousy screwship was still awaiting a reply from the Lathian sector and didn't feel inclined to make another move before he got it. However, meals remained more substantial, a fact that Leeming viewed as positive evidence that someone was insuring himself against disaster. Then one morning the Regellians acted up. From the cell they could be heard but not seen. Every day at an hour after dawn, the tramp of their 2,000 pairs of feet sounded somewhere out of sight and died away toward the workshops. This morning they came out singing, their voices holding a touch of defiance. Something about Asta Zangasta's a dirty old man, got fleas on his chest and sores on his pan. Guards yelled at them. Singing rose higher, the defiance increased. Leaning up below the window, listened intently, wondered who the blazes was this much abused Asta Zangasta. Probably the local life form's largest cheese, the big boss of this world. The bawling of 2,000 voices rose crescendo. Guards shouted frenziedly and were drowned out. A warning shot was fired. Guards in the watchtowers edged their guns around. Next came the sound of blows, shots, scuffling sounds, yells of fury. A bunch of 20 guards raced flat-footed past Leaming's window, heading for the fracas. The uproar continued for 20 minutes, died away. Resulting silence could almost be felt. Exercise time, Leaming had the yard to himself. Not a soul there. He mooched around gloomily, found Marson on yard patrol. "What's happened?" "They misbehaved. They are being kept in the workshops to make up loss of production. It is their own fault. They started work late to slow down output. We didn't even have time to count them." Leaming grinned in his face, and some guards were hurt, not severely, just enough to give them a taste of what's to come. "Think it over." "Huh? But you were not hurt. Think that over, too." He ambled off, leaving Marson bewildered. Then a thought struck him. We had not time even to count them. He returned, said, "Tomorrow some of you will wish you'd never been born." "You are threatening us?" "No, I'm making a promise. Tell your officer. Tell the commandant. It will help you escape the consequences." "I will tell them," said Marson, relieved and grateful. His guess was dead on the beam. The Regellians were too shrewd to invite thick ears and black eyes without good reason. It took the foe a full day to arrive at the same conclusion. 1 hour after dawn, the Regellians were marched out dormitory by dormitory in batches of 50 instead of the usual steady stream. They were counted in 50s, the easy way. This simple arithmetic got thrown out of kilter when one dormitory gave up only 12 prisoners, all of them sick, weak, wounded, or otherwise handicapped. Infuriated guards rushed indoors to drag out the non-attending 38. They weren't there. The door was firm and solid, the window bars intact. It took considerable gallumping around to detect a hollow spot in the floor, and under that a deep shaft from which ran a tunnel. The said tunnel was empty. Sirens wailed. Guards pounded all over the shop. Officers shouted. The entire place began to resemble a madhouse. The Regellians got it good and hard for spoiling the previous morning's count, and thus giving the escapees an extra day's lead. Boots and gun butts were freely used, bodies dragged aside, unconscious. The surviving top ranker of the offending dormitory, a lieutenant with a bad limp, was put against a wall and shot. Leaming could see nothing, but heard the hoarse commands of "Present! Aim! Fire!" and the following volley. He prowled round and round his cell, clenching and unclenching his fists, swearing mightily to himself. The spy-hole opened, but hastily shut before he could spit right in somebody's eye. The upset continued as inflamed guards searched all dormitories one by one, tested doors, bars, floors, and walls. Officers screamed threats at groups of Regellians who were slow to respond to orders. At twilight, outside forces brought in 7 tired, bedraggled escapees caught on the run. "Present! Aim! Fire!" Leaming battered his door, but the spy-hole remained shut and none answered. 2 hours later, he'd made another coiled loop with the last of his wire. He spent half the night talking into it, menacingly, at the top of his voice. Nobody took the slightest notice. A feeling of deep frustration had come over him by noon next day. He estimated that the Regellian escape must have taken at least a year to prepare. Result, 8 dead, 31 still loose, but planet-bound and probably fated to ultimate recapture, most of 2,000 getting it rough in consequence, his own efforts balled up. He did not resent the break, not one little bit. Good luck to them. but if only it had occurred a couple of months earlier or later. Immediately after dinner, 4 guards came for him. "The Commandant wants you at once." Their manner was surly, somewhat on edge. One wore a narrow bandage around his scaly pate. Another had a badly swollen eye. Just about the worst moment to choose, thought Leeming gloomily. The Commandant would be in the mood to go up like a rocket. You cannot reason with a person who is in a purple rage. Emotion comes uppermost. Words are disregarded. Arguments are dismissed. He was going to have a tough job on his hands. As before, the Commandant sat behind his desk, but there were no accompanying officers. At his side posed an elderly civilian. The latter studied the prisoner curiously as he entered and took a seat. "This is Paulum," introduced the Commandant, displaying unexpected amiability that dumbfounded the hearer. "He has been sent along by no less a person than Zangasta himself." "A mental specialist?" guessed Leeming, frowning at the oldster. "Nothing like that," assured Paulum quietly. "I am particularly interested in all aspects of symbiosis." Leeming's back hairs stirred. He didn't like the idea of being cross-examined by an expert. They had unmilitary minds and a pernicious habit of digging up contradictions in a story. "Paulum wishes to ask you a few questions," informed the Commandant, "but those will come later." He leaned back, put on a self-satisfied expression. "For a start, let me say that I am indebted to you for the information you gave me last time you were here." "You mean it has proved useful to you?" inquired Leeming, hardly believing his ears. "Very much so. The guards responsible for Dormitory 14 are to be drafted to the battle areas where they will be stationed at spaceports liable to attack. That is their punishment for gross neglect of duty." He gazed thoughtfully at the other, went on. "The big escape would have made that my fate also, had not Zangasta considered it a minor matter when compared with what I have discovered through you." "But when I asked, you saw to it that I had better food. Surely you expected some reward." "Huh?" The Commandant registered surprise, followed by slow understanding. "I did not think of that." "So much the better," said Leeming with hearty approval. "A good deed is doubly good when done with no ulterior motive. Eustace will take note of that." "You mean," put in Paulum, "that his code of ethics is identical with your own?" Why did that fellow have to put his spoke in? Be careful now. "Similar in some respects, but not identical." "What is the most outstanding difference?" "Well," said Leeming, playing for time, "it's hard to decide." He rubbed his brow while his mind whizzed dizzily. "I'd say in the matter of vengeance." "Define the difference," invited Paulum, sniffing along the trail like a bloodhound. "From my viewpoint," said Leeming carefully, "he is unnecessarily sadistic." There, that gave the needed coverage for any widespread claims it might be desirable to make later. "In what way?" Paulum persisted. "My instinct is to take prompt action, get things over and done with. His tendency is to prolong the agony." "Explain further," pressed Paulum, making a thorough nuisance of himself. "If you and I were deadly enemies, and I had a gun, I would shoot you and kill you. But if Eustace had you marked for death, he'd make it slower, more gradual." "Describe his method." "First, he'd make you know that you were marked. Then he'd do nothing until at last you got the notion that nothing ever would be done. Then he'd remind you with a minor blow. When resulting alarm had worn off, he'd strike a harder one, and so on, with increasing intensity, spread, if necessary, over months and years. That would continue until your doom became plain, and too much to bear any longer." He thought again, added, "No Eustace has ever killed anyone. If anyone dies because of him, it is by his own hand." He drives a victim to suicide? Yes. And there is no way of avoiding such a fate? Yes, there is, Leeming contradicted. At any time the victim can gain freedom from fear by redressing the wrong he has done to that Eustace's partner. Such redress immediately terminates the vendetta, pursued Palom. That's right. Whether or not you approve personally. Yes, if my grievance ceases to be real and becomes only imaginary, my Eustace refuses to recognize it or do anything about it. So what it boils down to, said Palom pointedly, is that his method provides motive and opportunity for repentance, while yours does not. I suppose so. Which means that he has a more balanced sense of justice. He can be darned ruthless, said Leeming, momentarily unable to think of anything less feeble. That is beside the point. Palom lapsed into meditative silence, then remarked to the Commandant, It seems that the association is not between equals. The invisible component is also the superior one. Cunning old hog, Leeming thought to himself. But if he was trying to tempt the prisoner into a heated denial, he was going to be disappointed. So he sat and said nothing, but carefully wore the look of one whose status has been accurately weighed in the balance and found wanting. Come to that, there's no shame in being defined as inferior to one's own mind. Palom took on an expression of sharpness as he continued, I assume that when your Eustace takes upon himself the responsibility for wreaking vengeance, he does so because circumstances prevent punishment being administered either by yourself or the community? That's pretty well correct, admitted Leeming warily. In other words, he functions only when both you and the law are impotent? He takes over when need arises, informed Leeming, striving to give the point some ambiguity. That is substantially what I said, declared Palom a little coldly. He bent forward, watched the other keen-eyed, and managed to make his attitude intimidating. Now let us suppose your Eustace finds excellent reason to punish another Terran. What does the victim's Eustace do about it? Leeming's mouth opened, and the words, not much, popped out of their own accord. For a mad moment he felt that Eustace had actually arrived and joined the party. Why not? I have told you before, and I am telling you again, that no Eustace will concern himself for one moment with an imaginary grievance. A guilty Terran has no genuine cause for complaint. He brought vengeance on himself, and the cure lies in his own hands. If he doesn't enjoy suffering, he need only get busy and undo whatever wrong he has done. Will his Eustace urge him or influence him to take action necessary to avoid punishment? Never having been a victim myself, said Leeming, fairly oozing virtue, I am unable to tell you. I suppose it would be near the truth to say that Terrans behave because association with Eustaces makes them behave. They've little choice about the matter. All that is acceptable, conceded Palom, because it is consistent, as far as it goes. What do you mean? Let's take it to the bitter end. I do not see any rational reason why any victim's Eustace should allow his partner to be driven to suicide. It is contrary to the basic law of survival. Nobody commits suicide until after he's gone off his rocker. What of it? An insane person is of no avail to any Eustace. To a Eustace, he's already dead, no longer worth defending or protecting. Eustaces associate only with the sane. Pouncing on that, Palom exclaimed, So the benefit they derive is rooted somewhere in Terran minds. It is a mental sustenance? I don't know. Does your Eustace ever make you feel tired, exhausted, perhaps a little stupefied? Yes, said Leeming. And how, brother, right now he could choke Eustace to death. I would much like to continue this for months, Palom observed to the Commandant. It is an absorbing subject. There are no records of symbiotic association in anything higher than plants and 6 species of the lower elams. To find it among sentient forms, and one of them intangible, is remarkable, truly remarkable. The Commandant looked awed. Give him your report, urged Palom. Our liaison officer, Colonel Shomuth, has replied from the Lathian sector, the Commandant told Leeming. He is fluent in Cosmoglota and therefore was able to question many Terran prisoners. We sent him a little more information, and the result is significant. What else did you expect? Asked Leeming. Ignoring that, the Commandant went on. He said that most of the prisoners refused to make comment or admit anything. That is understandable. Nothing could shake their belief that they were being tempted to surrender information of military value. So they remained silent. He glanced at his listener. But some talked. There are always a few willing to blab, remarked Leeming, looking resigned. Certain officers talked, including Cruiser Captain Tom Puss. Thomas? Yes, that's the word. Turning round in his chair, the Commandant pressed a wall switch. This is the beamed interview, unscrambled and recorded on tape. A crackling hiss poured out of a perforated grid in the wall. It grew louder, died down to a background wash. Voices came out of the grid. Shomuth. Captain Thomas, I have been ordered to check certain information already in our possession. You have nothing to lose by giving answers, nothing to gain by refusing them. There are no Lathians present, only the 2 of us. You may speak freely, and what you say will be treated in confidence. Thomas. What do you want to know? Shomuth. Whether our Lathian allies really are nuts. Thomas, after a pause. You want the blunt truth? Shomuth. We do? Thomas. All right. They are nuts. Shomuth. And they have the willies? Thomas. Where did you dig up this information? Shomuth. That's our business. Please answer the question. Thomas, belligerently. Not only have they got the willies, but they'll have a darn sight more of them before we're through. Shomuth, puzzled. How can that be? We have learned that each Lathian is unconsciously controlled by a willie. Therefore the total number of willies is limited. It cannot be increased except by birth of more Lathians. Thomas, quickly. You got me wrong. What I meant was that as Lathian casualties mount up, the number of loose willies will increase. There will be lots more of them in proportion to the number of Lathian survivors. Shomuth. Yes, I see what you mean. And it will create a psychic problem. Pause. Now, Captain Thomas, have you any reason to suppose that many unattached willies might be able to seize control of another and different life form? Such as my own species, for example? Thomas, with enough menace to deserve a space medal. I wouldn't be surprised. Shomuth. You don't know for sure? Thomas. No. Shomuth. It is true, is it not, that you are aware of the real Lathian nature only because you have been informed of it by your Eustace? Thomas, startled. My what? Shomuth. Your Eustace. Why should that surprise you? Thomas, recovering swiftly enough to earn a bar to the medal. I thought you said useless. Ha ha! Silly of me. Yes, my Eustace. You're dead right there. Shomuth, in lower tones. There are 420 Terran prisoners here. That means 420 Eustaces wandering loose on this planet. Correct? Thomas, I am unable to deny it. Shomuth. The Lathian heavy cruiser Vedder
crashed on landing and was a total loss. The Lathians attributed it to an error of judgment on the part of the crew, but that was just 3 days after you prisoners were brought here. Was it a mere coincidence? Thomas, oh, good, but good. Work it out for yourself. Shomuth, all right. Here's something else. The biggest fuel dump in this part of the galaxy is located 60 miles south of here. A week ago it blew up to total destruction. The loss was very severe and will handicap our allied fleets for some time to come. Technicians theorize that a static spark caused one tank to explode and then set off the rest. We can always trust technicians to come up with a plausible explanation. Thomas, well, what's wrong with it? Shomuth, that dump has been there more than 4 years. There's been no static sparks during that time. Thomas, what are you getting at? Shomuth, pointedly, you have admitted yourself that there are 420 Eustaces free to do as they like. Thomas, in tones of stern patriotism, I am admitting nothing. I refuse to answer any more questions. Shomuth, has your Eustace prompted you to say that? Silence. Reversing the switch, the Commandant said, There you are. 8 other Terran officers gave more or less the same evidence. Zangasta himself has listened to the records and is deeply concerned about the situation. Tell him he needn't bother nursing his pate, Leeming airily suggested. It's all a lot of bunk, a put-up job. There was collusion between my Eustace and theirs. Turning a faint purple, the Commandant retorted, As you emphasized at our last meeting, there cannot be collusion without Eustaces, so it makes no difference either way. I'm glad you can see it at last. Let it pass, chipped in Palom impatiently. It is of no consequence. The confirmatory evidence is adequate no matter how we look at it. Thus prompted, the Commandant continued, I have been doing some investigating myself. 8 of my guards earned your enmity by assaulting you. Of these, 4 are now in hospital badly injured. 2 more are to be drafted to the fighting front. The other 2, said Leeming, gained forgiveness. Nothing has happened to them. No, nothing has happened. I cannot give the same guarantee with respect to the firing squad, the officer in charge of it, or the higher-up who issued the order that helpless prisoners be shot. It all depends on how my Eustace feels about it. Why should he care? Put in Palom. They are only Regellians. They were allies, and allies are friends. I feel bad about the needless slaughtering of them. Eustace is sensitive to my emotions, but not necessarily obedient to them. No. In fact, pressed Palom, if there is any question of one serving the other, it is you who obeys him. Most times, anyway. Well, it confirms what you've already told us. He ventured a thin smile. The chief difference between Terrans and Lathians is that you know you're controlled, whereas the Lathians are ignorant of it. We are not controlled, consciously or unconsciously, Leeming insisted. We exist in mutual partnership, same as you do with your wife. It's mastery by neither party. I wouldn't know, never having been mated, said Palom. He transferred his attention to one side. Carry on, Commandant. You may as well be told that this has been set aside as a penal planet, informed the Commandant. We are already holding a large number of prisoners, mostly Regellians. What of it? Leeming prompted. There are more to come. 2,000 Centaurians and 600 Thetans are due to arrive and fill a new jail next week. Our allied forces will transfer more Federation life forms as soon as ships are available. He eyed the other speculatively. It's only a matter of time before they start dumping Terrans upon us as well. Is it bothering you? Zangasta has decided not to accept Terrans. That's up to him, said Leeming, blandly indifferent.
Zangasta has a clever mind, the Commandant opined. He is of the firm opinion that to assemble a formidable army of prisoners all on one planet, and then put some thousands of Terrans among them, is to create a potentially dangerous situation. He foresees trouble on a vaster scale than we could handle. Indeed, we might lose this world, strategically placed in the rear, and become subject to the violent attacks of our own allies.
That's the angle he puts out for publication. He's got a private one, too.
Eh?
Looking grim, Leeming continued. Zangasta himself first gave orders that escaped prisoners were to be shot immediately after recapture. He must have done, otherwise nobody would dare shoot them. Now he's jumpy because of one Eustace. He thinks a few thousand Eustaces will be a greater menace to him. But he's wrong.
Why is he wrong? Inquired the Commandant.
Because it isn't only the repentant who have no cause to fear. The dead haven't either. He'd better countermand that order if he wants to keep on living.
I shall inform him of your remarks. However, such cancellation of orders may not be necessary. As I have told you, he is clever. He has devised a subtle strategy that will put all your evidence to the final, conclusive test, and at the same time may solve his problems.
Feeling vague alarm, Leeming asked, Am I permitted to know what he intends to do?
He has given instructions that you be told, and he has started doing it.
The Commandant waited for the sake of extra effect.
He has beamed the Federation a proposal to exchange prisoners.
Leeming fidgeted around in his seat. Holy smoke, the plot was thickening with a vengeance. His sole purpose from the beginning had been to talk himself out of jail and into some other situation from which he could scoot at top speed. Now they were taking up his story and plastering it all over the galaxy. Oh, what a tangled web we weave when first we practice to deceive.
What's more, the Commandant went on, the Federation has accepted providing only that we exchange rank for rank. That is to say, captains for captains, navigators for navigators, and so forth.
That's reasonable.
Zangasta, said the Commandant, grinning like a wolf, has agreed in his turn, providing that the Federation accepts all Terran prisoners first and makes exchange on a basis of 2 for 1. He is now awaiting their reply.
2 for 1, echoed Leeming. You want them to surrender 2 prisoners for 1 Terran?
No, of course not.
Leaning forward, he increased the grin and showed the roots of his teeth.
2 of ours for 1 Terran and his Eustace. That's fair enough, isn't it?
It's not for me to say. The Federation is the judge. Leeming swallowed hard.
Until a reply arrives and the matter is settled, Zangasta wishes you to have better treatment. You will be transferred to the officers' quarters outside the walls, and you will share their meals. Temporarily, you will be treated as a non-combatant, and you will be very comfortable. It is necessary that you give me your parole, not to escape.
Ye gods, that was another stinker. The entire fiction was shaped toward ultimate escape. He couldn't abandon it now, neither was he willing to give his word of honor with the cynical intention of breaking it. Parole refused, he said firmly. The Commandant registered incredulity.
You are not serious.
I am. I have no choice. Terran military law doesn't allow a prisoner to give such a promise.
Why not?
Because no Terran can accept responsibility for his Eustace. How can we swear not to get out when all the time we're already half out?
Guard, called the Commandant,
visibly disappointed. He mooched uneasily around the cell for a full week, occasionally chatting with Eustace night times for the benefit of ears outside the door. The food remained better. The guards treated him with diffidence. 4 more recaptured Regellians were brought back but not shot. All the signs and portents were that he'd still got a grip on the foe. Nevertheless, he was badly bothered. The Federation in general, and Earth in particular, knew nothing whatsoever about Eustaces,
and therefore were likely to view a 2-for-1 proposition with the contempt it deserved. A blank refusal on their part might cause him to be plied with awkward questions impossible to answer. Sooner or later it would occur to them that they were afflicted with the biggest liar in cosmic history. They'd then devise tests of fiendish ingenuity. When he flunked them, the balloon would go up. He wasn't inclined to give himself overmuch credit for kidding them along so far. The books he'd been reading had shown that the local religion was based upon reverence for ancestral spirits. They were also familiar with what is known as poltergeist phenomena. The ground had been prepared for him in advance. He'd merely plowed it and sown the crop. When a victim believes in 2 kinds of invisible beings, it isn't too hard to make him swallow a third. But when the Federation beamed a curt invitation to go jump, it was possible that the third type would be regurgitated with violence, unless by fast talk he could cram it back down their gullets when it was already halfway out. How to do that? He was still stewing it over and over when they came for him again. The commandant was there, but Palom was not. Instead, a dozen civilians eyed him curiously. They made a total of 13, a very suitable number to pronounce him ready for the chopper. Feeling as much the center of attention as a 6-tailed wombat at the zoo, he sat down, and 4 civilians started chivying him at once, taking it in relays. They were interested in only one subject, namely Bapa Magalvies. It seemed they'd been playing with him for hours and achieved nothing except some practice at acting daft. On what principle did they work? Did they focus mental output into a narrow beam? At what distance did his Eustace get beyond straight conversation and need to be called with a loop? Why was it necessary to make directional search before getting a reply? How did he know how to make a loop in the first place? I can't explain. How does a bird know how to make a nest? The knowledge seems instinctive. I've known how to call Eustace ever since I was old enough to shape a piece of wire. Will any kind of wire do? So long as it's non-ferrous. Are all Terran loops of exactly the same construction and dimensions? No. They vary with the individual. Somehow he beat them off, feeling hot in the forehead and cold in the belly. Then the commandant took over. The Federation has refused to accept Terran prisoners ahead of other species, or to exchange them 2 for 1, or to discuss the matter any further. They accuse Zangasta of bad faith. What have you to say to that? Steeling himself, Leeming commented, On your side there are 27 life forms, of which the Lathians and the Zebs are by far the most powerful. Now, if the Federation wanted to give priority of exchange to one species, do you think the others would agree? If the favored species happened to be the Tansites, would the Lathians and Zebs vote for them to head the lineup? A civilian chipped in, a tall, authoritative specimen. I am Davard, personal aide to Zangasta. He is of your own opinion. He believes the Terrans have been outvoted. Therefore I am commanded to ask you one question. What is it? Do your Federation allies know about your Eustaces? No. You have succeeded in hiding the facts from them. There's no question of hiding facts. With friends, the facts just don't become apparent. Eustaces take action only against enemies, and that's something that can't be concealed. Very well. Davard came closer while the others looked on. The Lathians started this war, and the Zebs went with them by reason of military alliance. The rest of us got dragged in for one cause or another. The Lathians are powerful, but, as we now know, they're not responsible for their actions. What's this to me? Separately, we numerically weaker life forms cannot stand against the Lathians or the Zebs. But together we are strong enough to step out of the war and maintain our right to remain neutral. So Zangasta has consulted the others. Jumping Jiminy, what you can do with a few feet of copper wire. He has received their replies today, Davard continued. They are willing to make a common front and get out of the war, providing that the Federation is equally willing to exchange prisoners and recognize neutrality." "Such sudden unanimity among miners tells me something pretty good," observed Leeming, displaying satisfaction. "It tells you what?" "Federation forces have won a major battle lately. Somebody's been scalped." Dobbard refused to confirm or deny it. "At the moment you're the only Terran we hold on this planet. Zangasta thinks you could well be spared." "Meaning what?" "He has decided to send you to the Federation. It is your job to persuade them to agree to our plans. If you fail, a couple of 100,000 hostages may suffer." "For which the Federation may retaliate." "They won't know. There will be no Terrans or Eustaces here to inform them by any underhanded method. We're keeping Terrans out. The Federation cannot use knowledge it doesn't possess." "No," agreed Leeming. "It's impossible to use what you haven't got." They provided a light destroyer crewed by 10 Zangastans, and that took him to a servicing planet right on the fringe of the battle area. It was a Lathian outpost, but these worthies showed no interest in what their smaller allies were up to. They got to work relining the destroyer's tubes while Leeming was transferred to a one-man Lathian scout ship. The 10 Zangastans officially saluted before they left him. From that point he was strictly on his own. Takeoff was a heller. The seat was awkwardly shaped and too big, the controls in the wrong places and too far apart. The little ship was fast and powerful, but responded differently from his own. How he got up, he never knew, but he made it. After that, there was the constant risk of being tracked by Federation detecting devices and blown apart in full flight. He arrowed straight for Terra. His sleeps were uneasy and restless. The tubes were not to be trusted, despite the fact that flight duration would be only 1/3 of that done in his own vessel. The strange autopilot was not to be trusted merely because it was of alien design. The ship itself wasn't to be trusted for the same reason. The forces of his own side were not to be trusted, because they'd tend to shoot first and ask questions afterward. In due time he came in fast on Terra's night side and plonked it down in a field a couple of miles west of the main spaceport. The moon was shining bright along the Wabash when he approached the front gate afoot, and a sentry yelled, "Halt! Who goes there?" "Lieutenant Leeming and Eustace Fanacker-Teben." "Advance and be recognized." He walked forward, thinking to himself that such an order was somewhat dunderheaded. Be recognized? The sentry had never seen him in his life and wouldn't know him from Myrtle McTurtle. At the gate, a powerful cone of light shot down upon him. Somebody with 3 chevrons on his sleeve emerged from a nearby hut, bearing a scanner on the end of a black cable. The scanner got waved over the arrival from head to feet, concentrating mostly upon the face. A loudspeaker in the hut said, "Bring him into Intelligence HQ." They started walking. The sentry let go an agitated yelp of, "Hey, where's the other guy?" "What guy?" asked the escorting sergeant, looking around. "He's nuts," Leeming confided. "You gave me 2 names," asserted the sentry, slightly bellicose. "Well, if you ask the sergeant nicely, he'll give you 2 more," said Leeming. "Won't you, Sarge?" "Let's get going," suggested the sergeant, showing impatience. They reached Intelligence HQ. The duty officer was Colonel Farmer, a florid character Leeming had met many times before. Farmer gazed at him incredulously and said, "Well!" He said it 7 times. Without preamble, Leeming growled, "What's all this about us refusing to make a 2-for-1 swap for Terran prisoners?" Farmer started visibly. "You know about it." "How could I ask if I didn't?" "All right. Why should we accept such a cockeyed proposition?" Bending over the desk, hands splayed upon it, Leeming said, "All we need do is agree, upon one condition." "What condition?" "That they make a similar agreement with respect to Lathians. 2 Federation prisoners for 1 Lathian and 1 Willie." "1 what?" "1 Willie. The Lathians will take it like birds. They've been propagandizing all over the shop that one Lathian is worth 2 of anything else. They're too conceited to refuse such an offer. They'll advertise it as proof that even an enemy knows how good they are. But, began Farmer, a little dazed, their allies will agree also, but from different motives that don't matter to us anyway. Try it for size. 2 Federation prisoners for one Lathian and his Willie. Farmer protruded his belly and roared, "What the blue blazes is a Willie?" "You can easily find out," assured Leeming. "Consult your Eustace." Showing alarm, Farmer lowered his tones to a soothing pitch and said as gently as possible, "You were reported missing and believed killed. I crash-landed and got taken prisoner in the back of Beyond. They slung me in the jug." "Yes, yes," said Colonel Farmer, making pacifying gestures. "But how on earth did you get away?" "Farmer, I cannot tell a lie. I hexed them with my Bapa Magalvi." "Huh?" "So I left by rail," informed Leeming, "and there were 10 Faplaps carrying it." Catching the other unaware, he let go a vicious kick at the desk and made a spurt of ink leap across the blotter. "Now let's see some of the intelligence they're supposed to have in intelligence. Beam the offer. 2 for a Lathian and a Willie Terwilliger." He stared wildly around. "And find me a bed. I'm dead beat." Holding himself in enormous restraint, Farmer said, "Lieutenant, do you realize that you are talking to a colonel?" Leeming used the word.